我以前来过西湖，但是坐游船是第一次。
I have never been in this place before. It's my first time in China. So far, it's very good.
Looking for a swing, and he does find the third kill. Eventually goes down. Jumping in, misses, but the Colt is good. Down to 1v1. Looks like he's just swinging for the spawn area. The spot is good.
Are you gonna push over? The answer is yes. Unfortunate for them as Gokin just shuts them both down. Headshot with the Colt to follow it, and a third.
Looking for more, no one around that corner. The way deep. Nevis is on the box, and he also gets dropped as well. A couple of taps, BM is going to fall. Hang on, we're on this. Sticking it, might just block, and they might just get in. No.
That 4-1 stat. Good homicide there. This time, they will. I feel like maybe Swamp didn't really anticipate that. Whatever the case, that was a very quick round.
Onto this exact position, but Kiko's got the spray. Picks up 3 in a row.
Nice good! Insane!
Seven bombs down Mino, and looking for a second kill, but it's not going too well for Imperial.
Drop off the rafters. This has gone horribly wrong. Zay has to save the day. He needs a multi-frag and he'll get it. That is huge. Zay.
了。
hai cái đầu đến bóng kill bị bóc không tranh cùng quê và cái đá phải chạm kéo là trên cánh cá.
Hai người đều biết vị trí của nhau.
Serve o visto o jogador de Marcelo.
Como assim?
Os amigos depois vai ser cobrado na sequência parado. Pra acabar, volta apenas um!
Cannot connect a single shot. That SGJ, you're the retake the IGL. So good right now.
Will be the death of Foxy. 3BL will go on. Potential winning round. Oh, but this age goes a bit too far. Out to Aisho being able to do some of those tiny things.
Now a good spam. No, he's gonna hunt. He is absolutely gonna hunt. Why wouldn't he? It's famous.
亚美和1-2各收一个 DO 后，也有人头进账。2颗闪光的影响之下，还能摁2个。门烟一封，这边殊死一封，连秒2人。这边是一个残血加护点 KOA， 血量也不是很多。恭喜群众！原点的一个比枪，2个人同步拉点，硬汉拿下了16个人头，可以恭喜一片。
Hello and good welcome. Welcome back for many of you as well, joining us once again for some more CrossFire action here in Hangzhou, China for the Grand Finals. My name is Naokai, joined beside me by Sneaky Frog and Valdez, as we got 4 more best of 3s to bring you, and it's all starting to come to a bit of a conclusion now, guys.
Yeah, it definitely is. We're going to have some matches that, well, don't mean a whole lot outside of pride and, you know, prize money and stuff like that, which can be fun in its own way, but also the stakes will be getting higher for some of the teams that are trying to still make it into playoffs.
Sneaky, how you feeling? We're into one of our last days of the groups, penultimate day of groups. How you feeling for it now?
Number 5. Day number 5 already, man. Not gonna lie, I thought yesterday was day 5. I was like,
it's all blending into one.
It's all blending into one, but that's for sure. I mean, yeah, other teams have been enjoying it. Maybe not the ones on the top left of our screen, but the rest of them have been enjoying their time in Hangzhou. It's been quite the plot twist for some of the other games, but some of the other games, you know, just as expected. So yeah, I like the variety that we're having in Hangzhou so far.
Fair enough. Before we get started as well, we'd like to thank Smilegate Entertainment, of course, for hosting this wonderful tournament, and also a special mention to our partner, Tencent, as well. And a huge thank you to Sony InZone as well, the official partner of the CrossFire 2024 Grand Finals, for the incredible sport. The Sony InZone gaming headsets and monitors, backed by Sony's cutting-edge gaming and audio-visual technology, were developed in collaboration with professional players to help you fight for greatness, designed to win.
Yeah, and also a special thanks to our partner Morphling for giving the tremendous support for the CFS 2024 Grand Finals. The Morphling L50 gaming chair introduces groundbreaking dynamic support technology with the air-operated lumbar support that adjusts using a lift lever. It's specially designed for those with lower back discomfort. Morphling, reach your throne.
There we go. Well, we're looking forward to it as well. We've got 4 best 3s, as mentioned, to kickstart the day, and it is all starting to get to a point now where, for arguably about like 75% of the games, they actually don't really make a difference, really. But there's a select ones that actually make a difference in terms of A, qualifying to the next round, or the other side, which is seeding, which in itself is actually arguably kind of important because a lot of people want to avoid Wolf Empire. There is the added thing of, if you avoid Wolf Empire, you might just get AG.
Yeah.
So that one, not so much for a win. But some of these other top teams, especially Q9, sort of the way they're playing, people want to try and avoid them as much as possible. So it's one of those where, you know, getting that #1 seed in your group, you get to prolong the inevitable, I guess.
Yeah, and there's also EP, who just took down Imperial, right?
Yeah,
That's kind of that dark horse team from China. You never really know how strong they're going to be, but taking down Imperial, who looked like a very strong team, also going to get you some points. As we take a look at some of the standings after 4 days of group stage, actually Antisocial team at the top there of the first kill into round win ratio. Definitely a good thing to look at. Also, all gamers, funnily enough, still very high. They did have that one very one-sided match as well, so that certainly boosted their numbers. Imperial as well up there, even after losing a match. And, you know, we also have the round first death numbers. Always fun to call out the teams that are dying a lot.
They're pretty indicative as well, it has to be said. You know, we're looking at round first death. We've got ranking NEXTTOP and UBEC. UBEC not so much, but NEXTTOP and ranking both very much perform quite poorly here. So it is quite indicative of the performances. You die in first, you lose in round.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's just disappointing from the side of ranking, especially, right? I mean, it's understandable that they have a lot of first-round deaths. Obviously, you know, Nevis is hyper-aggressive. You know, LDX was getting caught a lot, actually, in some of their games. And NEXTTOP, it kind of made sense because their game playstyle is actually all over the place. Yeah. So, kind of expected coming in from their side.
Yeah, as well. 2 out of the 3 clutches were in favor of top teams. We've got Antisocial, we've got Q9, but then ranking were also there as well. We've got the KD standings as well, of where we're at the moment. Koi at the top. Don't think it's too surprising there for him because he's looked incredible. Gokun, Do, ZY all make a lot of sense. And then, like you mentioned, we've got Famous to round it out. I'm saying, if that game yesterday against UNKnights, if that had gone 3, Famous on Mexico, he would have boosted that even further.
He definitely would have. I mean, I feel a little bit bad for the guy because even, you know, we talked about it while we were casting. If you look at some of the KD stats or some of the stats after the match, even as a team, Swamp, it was like, if you just removed the scoreline, it's like, you could definitely look at those numbers and say, hey, it looks like Swamp won, actually. Yeah. But, you know, KD isn't everything, and the rounds did go the way of their opponents in UNKnights. So, yeah, Famous is fantastic. Gokun, not surprised to see him up there. All these names make a lot of sense. I guess the one thing would be Koi at the #1 spot might be the one interesting thing, but I guess with AG as well taking the loss against Wolf Empire, they will have a couple of their players falling a little bit. No Wolf Empire players up here as well. It's kind of like a team effort there, even though they seem to be on top of their group pretty heavily right now.
Yeah, agreed. I think with Wolf Empire, that is the beautiful thing about them. They've actually had a lot of different people stepping up in different specific maps. Obviously, we always try to sort of focus on Ice Cube, but it's not always him, which is good. You know, I guess Famous is the good example. It is a definitely a hard carry sort of thing. I mean, he has, well, it was something like 15 to 20 more ADR than everyone else, but 95, I think, was second ADR. He has 110 ADR, so, you know, he's pulling his weight and some, but unfortunately the rest of the team aren't. With Wolf Empire, it's arguably a stronger thing to have all your players playing well.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think for Wolf Empire especially, right, I think the main thing why the team is so good is not because of their star power. It is because, like, Shady is such a genius in positioning and placing his players at the right place to, you know, create more opportunities, to make the map a whole lot easier to play. And, you know, it just so happens that they have, you know, the best sniper in Vietnam, and if it is needed in the clutch situations, they can also do so. And what's also curious from the side of Wolf Empire, despite their stats, I feel like they have one of the highest, like, 4v5s or 3v5 wins because they just know how to play, you know, with each other here.
Yeah, it's very, very true. These are our matchups for today. We're going to kickstart things with NEXTTOP taking on SGJ Reborn. Following that's going to be Imperial taking on UBECMANIAC. All of that is going to be Wolf Empire taking on UNKnights. And to round out the day, it's Q9 taking on LCK. Valdez, any games in particular that stand out to you?
Imperial versus UBECMANIAC, 100%. Like, that is the #1 match of today. The other ones, yeah, they definitely matter in terms of seeding. They matter in terms of pride. But that one, Imperial versus UBECMANIAC, that is pretty much directly your chance to make it into playoffs. It could be Imperial falling down to one of these dark horse Filipino teams, or it might be UBECMANIAC, the youngest team here, you know, coming on in, making a splash, or maybe, you know, not quite able to handle the pressure, and then maybe Imperial, the expected result to go through. It's going to be a fun match. It's the one that I'm not casting today. I'm doing all the other ones. But yeah, I think it's the best match in my mind, and it's going to be a lot of fun.
And Sneaky, in particular, I think for Imperial, it's about responding or it's about bouncing back, because yesterday, I think it's safe to say it was an underperformance on them. The choke in map number 1, criminal. The underperformance in map number 2, really rough on sub-base. I mean, this is an Imperial side who were expected to go minimum 3, but the way the veto was set out, they actually were favorites to win that. And they let it slip against Evolution Power. So for them, it's about responding. You know, it's also tournament lifeline on the line, but it's about saying, okay, that was a one-off, that was a fluke. We're actually a contender. We're actually here to go the distance.
I mean, yeah, the expectations, right, for the side of Imperial, I mean, they never drop many group stage games. That's what they almost did back in Vietnam, despite, you know, dropping one series, but every other game they actually look solid. But from what I've noticed here from Imperial is there isn't really anything new that I saw. I didn't really see anything different that from what we saw back in Hanoi to now. I mean, sub-base, they played it the exact same way back in a few months ago. Same goes for their first map. So I feel like it was just Imperial, or at least Evolution Power, just extracting, you know, old information back in the day, and now just like, oh, they're doing this, oh, they're doing that. So they have the complete read before the series even started, and despite that, it was still a close one. But if the opponent knows what you're gonna do, then what are you gonna do about that?
Yeah, exactly that. There's another storyline that I sort of want to bring to the table. If LCK pick up a win, it could spice things up a little bit. Now, they've got to get other results to go their way. Now, looking at their group, it's a little awkward, right? Because you've got LCK sitting in 3rd currently, and they're taking on Q9. If they beat Q9, it doesn't affect Q9 really at all. They're still going to go through. They have no issues. However, if somehow, some way, ranking upset Vasco, we could, in a weird little split type, we could talk about LCK being the 2nd team from the West making it to the playoffs. Now, I was saying to the boys, you've been around the scene for a while. I don't think we've ever seen 2 West teams make it through in the same tournament to the playoffs.
I don't think so.
You're right.
Yeah,
yeah.
Right?
I don't think that's a thing.
One, like a Flip Side or a Penta back in the days. I don't think we've seen 2 of them.
And it really just comes down to, you know, ranking. They're the #1 team from Vietnam, quote unquote. I mean, they are the #1 seed. We don't think they're the strongest, but, you know, the fact that they're kind of underperforming, and then Vasco, you know, also taking a loss so far, it does give an opportunity to LCK that's going to be pretty fun to see if it actually happens.
Yeah, exactly that. Well, without further ado, we have the players about to enter onto the stage. That's what you're here for. So we're going to throw it over towards Matt as he introduces our wonderful players.
Hello, CrossFire Esports fans in every corner of our world. Welcome to Day 5 of the CFS 2024 Grand Finals. As always, I am delighted to be your host, Matt Andrews. Thanks for having me. Over the last few days, we've seen incredible skills and outstanding performances from our teams, and that is the charm of CrossFire's highest stage. Here, teams have to adapt and evolve if they want to unlock the future of being the next world champions. Now, all of our teams have played 2 matches, so they are very familiar with their groups. Who can push a little bit further and firstly unlock a place in our knockout stage? Well, 4 matches for you today. The first features 2 teams who sadly cannot qualify to the knockout stage, both with 2 losses so far. But right now, live in Hangzhou, they are ready on this stage to give their all. Who of these teams can come away with a win at the CFS 2024 Grand Finals? First on our stage, we welcome NEXTTOP from Vietnam. On the other side here in Hangzhou, the Rising Stars representing the Philippines, SGJ REBORN!
Well, like Matt said, it doesn't really matter what happens to the result. Simple as. It's all about pride, and it's all about bragging rights, I think is probably the way of putting it, because regardless of the result, they could win 10-0, 10-0. You're still not making it through.
Might make for a fun match, right? Both the teams are 0-2. They've already kind of showed what they have to offer, and, you know, we've already seen NEXTTOP is not exactly the most coordinated team, perhaps. I think that SGG as well have their own issues, and it's going to be an interesting one. I think it might get pretty messy, and you know, you're fighting for pride. You're fighting for, I think it's, you know, a little bit of extra prize money just to get 3rd place instead of 4th place in the group. So definitely still a bit to fight for, but as you mentioned, you know, this will be their match, their last match rather of the tournament. So try to give it your all. Maybe try to look good for, you know, potential for the next year and stuff like that for the Stove League. You know, it is what it is. They'll try their best, and we'll see what they have to offer.
Absolutely. I think in particular, there's a couple players who haven't looked too bad as well. I think, you know, Key obviously rating-wise looked good, but I've actually been quite impressed by BotQ. I think he's looked pretty solid. Yeah,
I feel like BotQ, especially in the last game that they had in their last series, actually performed really well. I mean, he was getting some frags, very proactive. Granted, you know, NEXTTOP is always proactive. So, yeah, I would say I'm pretty impressed with his performance to be specific. So, NEXTTOP is not going to be someone that's just going to keel over. But I think SGJ REBORN, yeah, it's been a rough time for them. It kind of feels like an undercard, honestly, for the 3BL versus Ant series later.
Yeah, it is, basically, yeah.
SGJ, of course, I think they have a different set of problems compared to NEXTTOP. NEXTTOP is more of like, they realistically do not have any macro at all. No. And meanwhile, SGJ, I feel like it's more of a more of a choke problem coming in from them. So yeah, it's a tough time for both of these teams. But I feel like we've gotten to a point in the group of life where both of them are just like, we're just here to play CrossFire on stage, and why not? Let's just have fun.
Yeah, exactly. And I think, you know, in the end as well, that group of life didn't actually turn up as, you know, bountiful for some as we thought. We thought there was maybe chances for some upsets along the line, but both Antisocial and 3BO looked incredible, and I don't think there was really too much of a chance. Yobiv in particular is definitely one to keep an eye out for. He has been fantastic, and he's probably making, I mean, you'll know more following the scene, he's probably making a pretty good name for himself for maybe some of these bigger rosters, especially because it feels like both of Vietnam and Philippines changed on the horizon.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like SGJ, I'm really not sure of how long this roster is going to stay together, especially I really feel like Yobiv is very loyal to the SGJ Reborn cause, and I can't really blame him, right? I mean, they stuck with him for the past few years. He's been here since 2022.
Yeah.
And yeah, I feel like it would be very curious for me to see what is Yobiv going to look like for another team. Is he going to crumble because, you know, Tino is no longer the IGL on that squad, or is he going to be flourishing a lot more? But that is, of course, questions for the future that we haven't unlocked yet. Get it? You get it? But yeah.
Get this guy out of here.
Compete to conquer.
Compete to conquer.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, Key has actually been pretty alright as well. He's been like the most consistent player, is actually getting frags on the side of NEXTTOP. So I think that's a pretty good Key player choice here.
Where are you leaning? Where are you feeling so far for this one?
What? Who's going to win?
Yeah.
I'll probably go with SGJ, I would say. I forget who I predicted, actually. I think it was SGJ, and you can see the whole Chinese squad did go for them as well. I think the Vietnamese side did go for NEXTTOP because, well, NEXTTOP is a Vietnamese team. And most of us did go for SGJ as bench.
I am talking to bench later.
Excommunicated. Hey, when I was the one guy going for Evolution Power yesterday, it worked out.
Yeah, it's true.
That's a little bit of, you know, hoping for Imperial on the choke, and it actually did happen.
Who was it yesterday who bench was like, oh, I believe in them, and they got 2-0? Who was it who kept saying, like, oh, and we were all like, what are you on about? Like, who I can't remember who it was.
I think it was Imperial.
No, it was earlier than that. It wasn't the game I was
LCK?
on.
Oh, Swamp. I think he was on the Swamp train, no?
No, because I was on the Swamp train as well. It was he was the only one. He kept saying, maybe it was NEXTTOP like 2 days ago, maybe, something like that. But it was some team who had absolutely zero chance, and then bench is like,
I think it was LCK.
Maybe.
Against Vasco?
Yes, potentially that sounds about right, where it's like, no, like...
You and I are on the desk like, I don't know, man.
I don't know about that one, Chief, but we'll see. But the majority of us are going for SJ. I feel like this is sort of at least expected in a way. They definitely come into the favourites. Yep. This was a team that prior to the tournament actually had a very good chance getting out of groups. They just woefully underperformed.
Yeah, woefully underperformed definitely is the word to do it, man. I really feel like, you know, Keller, Elvin, performing way under expectations, to be honest with you, and especially after that fourth game where Keller dropped like 6 frags, and especially like his responsibility of holding down mid in that map is one of the most important ones in the entire port position, in the entire port GR side. Fortunately, it just fell apart for him, and they really just went under expectations, man. It's kind of disappointing to see, but it is the international competition where the pressure is highest.
I was in the lift with Keller this morning, and I was going to say Sneaky's disappointed, but I left it there. He's
probably not a good idea.
Yeah, he's been for enough. But for as kind of the point was mentioned there, both the teams, it doesn't really matter. It is about bragging points now, and we can take a look for these map comparisons. Now, there's a few kind of distinct areas which look better in some ways. Port obviously looks way better over towards SGJ. That's definitely a map which they could potentially pick into. Eagle has another one as well, and this is probably the issue with NEXTTOP. They have a few distinct weaknesses, whereas really for SGJ, there's only kind of really one in particular that's distinctly bad. Mexico. Sub-base, maybe you can make arguments there, but it's not exactly a punish pick because NEXTTOP have also struggled.
Yeah, I think if you're SGJ, you probably go ahead and ban away Compound. You could consider sub-base if you're not feeling it, if you feel like NEXTTOP was able to take down 3BL on that map, and you're saying, they have below 50%, but still they look pretty good on it, so perhaps we can deny it. But yeah, I would say overall SGJ are certainly favored when it does come to the map pool that we have in CrossFire as a whole. So we'll just have to wait and see what they feel like is the biggest threat.
What's your feeling, Sneaky?
Probably,
as an SGJ enjoyer?
Probably like just Eagle Eye Mexico ban.
Yeah,
Eagle Eye Mexico ban at the start. I don't think SCJ wants to play Mexico against this chaotic of a team, especially that map is a breeding ground for chaos. So yeah, I would expect Mexico to just pop out and see if they can sneak in a cheeky port just so they can get a guaranteed win.
Yeah, so you're expecting port to be picked up by SGJ?
Yep. So
and then map pick, what do you think for NEXTTOP?
NEXTTOP, you already know. If you're from Vietnam, you better be a Ankara.
Yeah, it's true, actually. It's sort of the same in China in a way as well, right? They both have that map that they just like in their pocket. It does leave a few interesting discussions for the SINA, which we'll get to in a minute. But all in all, I think the big issue, the big issue for NEXTTOP is it feels like they lose the veto. They're coming into the dogs. Their form's been pretty rough throughout this entire tournament. They've got one, maybe two players who've been okay so far, and the rest have been kind of distinctly quite weak. It's not looking all too hopeful, and it doesn't look too hopeful on the cams as well.
Wake up!
He's fast asleep there as the veto is going to come through. So yeah, we're expecting that Mexico ban to come through as sort of a given, but yeah, I don't know. I feel quite worried for NEXTTOP here for a multitude of reasons.
Yeah, I'm on the same page with you there. The Ankara that was mentioned, it's kind of funny. NEXTTOP has 25 maps of Ankara, below 50% win rate, but they do love it, apparently. They are a Vietnamese team, and it just gets played all the time. There's the port ban, so they're going to target SGJ and say, well, we're not very good on this map. You guys are great, so specifically we want to target this against you.
That means Eagle Eye's open now for SGJ. So SGJ is probably just going to bounce out that Mexico, and we're going to see map 1 Ankara, map 2 Eagle Eye, maybe.
I like that. I like if the Eagle Eye comes through.
What?
Sub-base ban. Well, they probably just didn't want to. They didn't want to face.
That's what I was saying earlier.
They were good against UBL. You touched on it, right? I think it's absolutely spot on. It's anti-picks rather than picking for yourself in a way. So, yeah, I mean.
Let's do Mexico Eagle Eye.
Yeah, I'm gonna say let's just go full rogue it. Final game doesn't make a difference in anything rankings or seedings or whatever, right? You're not gonna be making through to the next stage. Let's just go full rogue in this case.
They're probably just picking Ankara, aren't they? Black Widow. Okay.
Ooh, okay, that's another Vietnamese special, honestly.
Yeah.
Would be funny if SGJ picks Ankara here.
True.
The classic.
Just pick, you pick my map, I pick your map, and let's see what happens in the second veto. But
we're
SGJ,
expecting Eagle Eye, right?
Either Eagle Eye or either Eagle Eye or Ankara if they want to ego it, honestly. But I feel like SGJ's ego has been.
I feel like when you're 0-2, your ego goes out the window. Your aura
you don't get to
really,
ego.
Yeah, exactly.
You kind of lose the rights to an ego.
Yeah, when this game means that it has no difference whether you make it out of groups and you're already a group team, ego is no longer a thing, I think, for you, unfortunately. They're gonna go
I knew it. I knew it. I know the squad, man. They're full of ego. Of course they're going to pick Ankara. Oh my God.
It's crazy that they're trying to ego when you're 0-2. Like,
I mean, at this point, like, nothing matters for both teams, so they're like, yeah, all right. Let's,
I guess it's like official prac in a way.
Official prac in a way, but maybe for
one of the 4 members. They lose Ankara now after doing that.
I'd say there's a decent chance.
Yeah.
Although Ankara is the map where I think you, me, and Jordan, Elfish Guy, realize that NEXTTOP, they just don't know where to go.
No team composition at all.
They went out on A, and there was like 4 people from the enemy squad pushing out of A, and they were like, well, what do we do now?
Yeah, but Black Widow did that. That's the type of style, right, where it's like full of chaos. That's why it was perfect for Black Widow. It's just that we didn't see it when they played yesterday. I was like, what is NT doing? Just play exactly like how you did against 3BL, and you would have been fine in Black Widow because that map breeds chaos.
Compound to decide it.
Yeah, compound to decide.
I don't think it's that's fair enough. It is like one of the most standard maps going, basically, or pretty much a guarantee in most kind of veto processes anyway. Mexico just come through in that second wave ban. So pretty simple stuff. Black Widow, Ankara, Compound is going to be our 3 maps. 3 of the most standard maps, if we're being completely frank here as well.
What an unfun veto.
Yeah, exactly. It's a pretty standard veto. All things. It could have very easily been an Eagle Eye Mexico or something of the sort, not to be. So instead of getting one of the cooler vetoes, we get one of the more boring ones.
Yeah. It's about a bit of a snoozer here, but Black Widow could be exciting considering NT. Hopefully, please, man, just just push forward. Just push forward, please. Trust me. Trust me on this NEXTTOP. If you guys can hear me, just keep on fighting, just fist fighting. This is the fist fighting map. So if they don't do that, and if they do something similar to Antisocial, where they just sat around on GR side, it ain't happening. That's going to be like 2-10.
Yeah, Yoba was having a bit of fun there on the camera. whatever he was doing. He was having, you know, he's getting himself a bit
trying.
hyped up.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
So we're getting things live in just a second, and your vibes feel pretty low towards both teams. A lot of yawning, a lot of sleeping. I guess, like we said, this one doesn't really make a difference in the grand scheme of things, but yeah, they're pretty weirdly chilled out right now.
Yep, KSA hasn't. Oh, there we go. There's the leg. There's the leg. Yeah, of course.
Still don't know how he plays like that. That just feels like it would
Oh,
just sort of get in the way.
It's an internet cafe thing.
Yeah,
it's
he's
just
gotta be.
it's just a preference, or as Valdez they do call it back at home, the PC bong.
Yeah.
And, yeah, it's just kind of like that then.
He's got to be a flexible man to be doing that, in all fairness.
For sure.
My legs don't do that.
I sit on my feet sometimes.
Yeah, I don't think I can. I probably could. It doesn't really happen in the UK. No one does it. Everyone's like, what are you doing?
Only when I'm playing games where I need to be like locked in. You know, like helps you kind of like lean forward.
True. That is very
really
true.
bad for your posture.
Actually,
you know.
Yeah, I actually did impress like one of the Chinese casters because I did like the Asian squat where you could sit flat on your feet.
Like heels kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, I can do that. I'm basically 25%. I'm halfway there, just like how you guys said yesterday when you were mentioning like the Chinese words, all the Chinese words you learned.
Yeah, we're starting to learn the language.
The trip.
You know, one way or another, we're kind of getting there. Of course, this is the veto we're going to be heading towards. Black Widows, where we kickstart things. NEXTTOP's map pick, a chaotic map for a chaotic team, which I think is sort of perfect for them because vibes are basically all they run off. It's most definitely not the macro sense of the game. Here's the stats, of course. It's not a great map for SGA in terms of how much it gets picked. Not bad stats by any means. They just don't play it a hell of a lot because they go into quite a few other maps, primarily your ports, primarily your Ankaras, for example.
Yeah, I think especially what's important here is to give context on who they beat in Black Widow. And obviously, they beat UBEC, they beat Magna. Those are the two teams that they beat in this specific map, not just that, in playoffs as well. So, I mean, granted, they don't play it a lot. That doesn't mean they don't know how to play it against good teams.
Exactly that. Well, we're here in the game is about to get live as well. So, the first best of 3 of the day about to begin. It's NEXTTOP taking on SGJ REBORN. Welcome in to Black Widow as we kickstart our first series of the day. And of course, this one, it's a nice little warm-up one, like we mentioned, because it doesn't mean a lot. It could be a little bit funky fresh. Not a bad start at all for NEXTTOP, as Key has got 3. Not a bad way to dispel the haters.
He's already cheering.
Bro, he took his hand off the mouse, celebrated that 3K mid-round. That is wild.
Talking about vibes, I mean, they look a lot happier now.
He was like, y'all see that?
Yeah. I mean, it's almost like the pressure's totally off, so they're just having fun now.
True.
That was a disaster of a round for SGJ. I don't know what happened, but they just got totally wrecked. And it was a 5 versus 0. Here comes Yobit. He's going underneath. He's got an arm. So,
it's aggro.
Yeah. Take a look at NEXTTOP there. Nah. Ooh, a little close there. Gotta be careful. Never mind. Just no. Just yeah. Never mind. Just go peek him. That's okay.
Yeah, he gets pooed on.
You know, you peek.
Gets flushed.
Never fails. Okay, KSA, is it your turn? Are you gonna swing around the corner, hit him with the 1-2? But it seems like they're just gonna calm down. SGJ is not gonna go too far forward, especially it's kind of a risky stack. But here comes KSA. Face to face with Bakute so far, but he doesn't want to go too far forward, knowing that Pooh is around the corner.
Key, the man of last round. A little looking towards mid, but no commitment. Just smoke down again. As everyone wants to play up behind this. He might need now 7 a minute, but it's that chip who actually pokes his head up and finds a big kill. 5 versus 3 now. It's feeling impossible. And a missed shot from Tino's definitely not going to help. He had to hit at least one there, and it's getting worse and worse. Leg spotted. They know he's backside, and bounding around that corner leaves KSA with it all to do in a 1 versus 4.
Bit of an issue for SGJ. They can't quite match the tempo right now of NEXTTOP, who have moved on to Black Widow Blacklist, and they are just kind of running at their opponents. Doesn't help that SGJ are getting picked off at the beginning of the rounds as well, but yeah, this is kind of a one-sided affair in the couple of rounds that we've seen so far. And I like how NEXTTOP, you know, the brakes are off. They're just kind of running at them, and it's working out. This time, though, Elvin going to start off with that first kill. As now more fighting, no backing off. They get the trade back and will now run away.
This is so nice, man. It's like I'm back home in Manila again.
This is refreshing as well, having done an entire year of West League where we do nothing.
You guys yesterday were really struggling. I forget who you were casting. It was like
Imperial, probably.
Yeah. Imperial versus
Maybe it was 2
LCK,
days ago.
you know.
Oh.
Yeah.
Who was it?
It was, I think it was LCK.
Yeah,
or
maybe.
unKnights, and they just would not move.
Oh, yes.
And you guys are like, well,
yeah,
here we are.
LCK, yeah. They do not move ever. That can't be said, though, for NEXTTOP. What is happening? Yeah, Yobi's on a bit of a stinker to start things off. It's not exactly been the performance that we usually expect from a guy who coming in towards this game, despite being 0-2, at a 1.45 KD. Swing and a fine, though, for Elvin. 2 versus 2. Tino and Elvin. Bokyu and Poo. Left with it all to do.
Well said.
Oz.
Oh, so he sees the Poo. He sees him.
Oh, big shot.
Why would Bucket go for that? It's just let the window guy come out. That's gonna be a freebie, but who? Seems like he's not gonna be hitting anytime soon, unless maybe a quick scope, uncrouch. Oh, it does hit it on Tino, but Elvin already knows that he's all the way in waters, but he's gonna play the mind games a bit. He's gonna make Pooh think that he has forayed into the site, but he's actually in your face, and does he have time?
I don't think he does.
I don't think
listen to the EC4?
No.
You don't have time.
Nope.
No time.
Too little, too late. There he goes. 3-0, NEXTTOP. Well played by Pooh. You know, he really played the timer. He backed all the way up. He wasn't scared about, you know, them rushing the bomb or anything like that. He just knew that they would try to take over storage, as you kind of have to, especially against a sniper player. So, yeah, well done so far from NEXTTOP. They're absolutely destroying SGJ. We'll see if this turns around at all.
Yeah, it was quite calm and collected. I liked it. He could sort of realize in that 1 versus 2, he has to try and isolate the fights, and he does a fantastic job of it. Early nade. Does a fairly decent amount of damage, but it's mouse set for that first kill. And this has been a bit of a common factor. NEXTTOP finding opening kills. SGJ really not looking like themselves, but then Key just walks straight into his death. No one there to trade. Thankfully, it does come later down the line, but that in itself felt like a separate duel. Back into the 3 versus 3. Both that chip and Pooh are also tagged up quite significantly. Same said for Tino. Big flank. That does work out well. KSA for the first and the second as well. Big shutdown, and for the first time, we can talk positively about SGJ.
Oh, God. I feel like NEXTTOP is just, they're taking turns sending an angle. That's for sure. There's like, oh, Mouse V, you got Yobib? Okay, now it's my turn to push all the way up in short with 0 information. And it just works. And that's why I said yesterday, if NEXTTOP did this against Antisocial on Black Widow, it would have worked.
Yeah, it's just it's so different these days. This is like a style of play that was popular years ago, basically. KSA, first attempt, and the second. Not exactly pretty there. Pretty labored sprays.
Oh!
Oh,
you see him catch that nade? He blocked it.
Headbutts it on the way
brought
out.
it with him. That was crazy.
Looking like prime Ronaldo.
Yeah.
At the back post there with the header.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think this is the way NEXTTOP have to play, though.
Just so weird.
Like, Sneaky is very right. He was calling for this from their first match. Like, this is just, you just got to send it with these guys.
Yeah.
Elvin going to get traded out. Does get the 1 kill in mid. But I feel like against NEXTTOP right now, you get a kill in mid. That doesn't really tell you anything. Like, they could be anywhere. And right now, they're just all spread out, which has been a strategy they go for often.
Oh, doubling in towards short now. Big find as Pooh was waiting around, and KSA overextends. That'll cost him his life. Yobib trying to reclaim a little bit of space here. Could be in for a fight of his own. Pooh's done good work from this angle already in that 1v2 clutch earlier. He just played the time and still got quite a lot of it. It's just a question of, does he look close left here? That smoke starts to fade. Might be tunnel vision. He double scopes through. Oh my goodness, be careful. Yeah, swinging a find. All down to one man now, Key. In a 1 versus 2 versus Keller and Yobib. 2 players who've actually had their moments in this tournament.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Keller, up to 4 kills already in this game. Short C4 is going to be picked up. Keller is obviously going to hear it. And Key, there's going to be 2 people dropping right behind you, my friend. So you're going to have to be careful. But the timing. Yobib, I think he assumes that he either just went straight B, but never mind, spots him in catwalk. And Key, is he going to fight it?
20 seconds, gotta go. They're gonna split up as well. One towards B, one towards A, and he crosses, doesn't clear that close right, and Keller waits and finds. It was a weird round, and I think he just sort of overcomplicated that situation quite significantly, and ends up losing it.
Yeah, that was a little bit confusing, but Key, he definitely looks a bit unfocused. He's kind of just running in random directions, going up short, and in that one round a couple times ago, and now just taking the bomb, running around. And, you know, I think we could tell straight from the first round where he got the 3K and he took his hand off the mouse that he's got his priorities here for this match, and that's to have a bit of fun, and that's fine.
Trying to farm to some TikTok clips, that's for
sure.
Yeah,
absolutely. I mean, that might be the most valuable thing you get out of that.
For sure.
True. Dude. A free holiday and some TikTok clips.
You gotta get what
to be fair,
get.
like the Vietnamese players on TikTok they're huge, man. Like 500K followers for Ice Cube, I think.
Damn.
Like he's popping.
TikTok revenue stream. 500K.
What does he post?
Highlights, man. He's him.
Just him farming. Does he ever do any dances?
Maybe. I'm not so sure. More of a shady kind of guy.
Does Shady do any dances?
Nah, he's serious. All business, just like Elvin here.
All business.
Ooh. Mousebee's dead. Oh my god.
No, he's not. No, he's not. Yobib is actually not looking great at the moment. For a guy who's been quite consistently good for SGJ, he's really weirdly struggling. 2 players backside A.
He didn't like breakfast, that's for sure. He's not himself.
He needs to be careful. He's sneaking forward, but he actually could be the decisive factor here. He could get a couple. He gets Key. Well, how has he not died in that first engagement? How has Key got both? There's those TikTok clips we were talking about.
Yeah, cut out the first half and then just show the second half where he actually hits the shots. But yeah, they were totally caught off guard on that. Like Keller was just kind of staring at him. Very, very interesting. Here comes KSA. Oh, he's dead. NEXTTOP pick up their 4th round win.
Oh, he's dead.
Yeah. Keller showing how stoic he can be on that truck. Look at this. I mean, that is the spot for Keller, honestly. I mean, he's got the wall bangs down in short underside of spawn. I wish he could have stayed there because could have actually delayed the long players. But see if KSA can do anything in the long position. That chip is going to be fully blind. He's going to get KSA, but Tino with retaliation, but he's going to run away for now. Eats a nade, and is he going to repeak? He's tempted to do so, but Mouse V is going to get Keller. And this is what I was saying. If they slow down, they start to lose, but if they speed up, hey, they start to win again.
Tino finally sort of gives up his pacifist vow in this game as he enters into the lobby. 4-2 for NEXTTOP. A 4 versus 3 for them in the round to try and book a lead at the halfway point at a bare minimum.
For NEXTTOP, no time to waste. You're all grouped up. A minute 45, like that's pretty quick for them as Yobib, he finally got one, but they're in B.
Wasn't a good one either.
I mean, he's got the M4. They're right next to him. They're not looking at him. And it just took him a little bit too long. Elvin on the flank here, and he will actually get this kill. Seemed like he knew it was coming, but not able to quite lock that one down. And so it's a very nice position here for Elvin. You can deny storage control. Tino also going to take down one. Makes it a bit easier. Let's see if Mousevy has got this locked down by himself.
Oh, why is he peeking?
Oh, I thought for a second he could have reacted there, Mousevy, but not to be. A retake, good work by Elvin. A very uncomfortable round, though.
Yeah, for sure. And could have actually gone very sour for SDJ if, you know, Mousevy just decided to stay in Metal Box, kind of played the time a bit, but seems like he wanted to end things then and there. So SDJ fighting back slightly in this game, 4 and 3. Would have wished that they had more rounds in this one, but time and time again, I mean, some of the things that they're doing, they're straight up misses. Straight up deaths. KSA dead on catwalk once again. Yobib back on the sniper, but I mean, being 3 and 6 on the sniper in round 8, I think you just switch back to the N4, my friend.
Maybe. Not a good start. Once again, for SGA, they lose another opening kill. It's been actually quite consistent for them to just go a man down.
Yeah, definitely does happen quite a lot here in this one. A lot of first kills going the way of NEXTTOP. And now, Pooh, he's back in his position. He's on his throne. Elvin gonna get behind the box, and that is a very nice crossfire setup here by SGJ, going to deny once again. Elvin having a couple of big rounds, now up to 10 kills himself. As meanwhile, Key hanging out in the middle of the map, gonna take someone's head off, and makes it an interesting kind of position, looking for Elvin. If they take him down, it's a free plant on B. You can see the bomb coming in from Baku. Key,
God,
looking good.
Wispy.
Sharp.
I'm saying, Key's getting these TikTok highlights, man.
Oh.
I mean, a nice little montage. You just don't mention where they finished in groups.
Mm-hmm. Do not look at Group D. It's a group of life for only 2 teams.
It's a tough retake here for Tino. 1 versus 2. He sort of feels quite indecisive himself. Where do I actually want to play this? He's taken the long route all the way around, and he's going to be thrown.
Maybe just a...
Is he just
Yeah,
giving
this feels
up?
like a Feifei pause.
Feifei pause on a 1v2 is crazy.
I know. Why not give it a go?
What?
Uh,
Why?
Tino?
He's also got the arm. I mean, maybe he thinks it's A?
Tino? Ano nangyayari, Tino? Bakit
Oh,
ka
yeah,
nasa
you can
A?
see his reaction. He thought it was A.
Did he think it was A?
Yeah,
What?
yeah. I mean, he immediately reacted, so
How?
that's very unfortunate.
No.
Not sure exactly how.
He's having a whale of a time this game.
I feel like the difference of vibes between like both sides. NT coming in as the 3rd seed, and they're just like, hey man, we're the 3rd seed, we don't expect to perform. And meanwhile, SGJ, the pressure for them is like being the 1st seed coming in from PH. It will be somewhat embarrassing if they do lose. But Baku, look at this man, he's just spraying the smoke. He's chilling. He's not even the right point of cover.
Yeah,
but
he was so open there.
he's chilling. Oh my, dude, Key just owns us, I guess. I don't know.
Key might be him. He gets away just in time as well. He goes back for more, but then Keller will reaggress. One of his own. This is such a weird round already.
Oh, Mouseview's just in B.
Yeah,
Okay.
he just got the side.
Yeah, there's nobody here. Hey guys,
Oh my god.
come on down.
That's why I said it does
KSA's
look
gonna
like
die here, doesn't he?
it does look like games back home, because this is exactly how they play it. KSA will get Boo. Natchip will get KSA in return, but the B side's already been taken. But look who's flanking.
My man.
He's going to have a pretty nice angle, depending on the timing of this. Keller as well, trying to take over storage. Should be able to do that, but this Baku flank is going to be too much. I mean, that's just a free kill.
Could have knifed him.
And he should have, honestly. I mean, this is the match to do it. So 6-3 for NEXTTOP. Feeling pretty good about their chances right now. And now they will move over to the GR side. Datchip can hardly believe it.
Sneaky, what are we thinking about your boys so far?
At this point, like, guys,
Give it up. Go home.
I wouldn't say give it up, but hey, let's get the BL side, boys. Come on, let's get something going. Hit them with it. NT yesterday, actually, their GR side in this map was definitely one of the GR sides of all time. That's for sure.
It did exist.
It did exist.
We saw it happen.
But Key, though, man. One-man menace, but Pooh will get Keller immediately. Here comes Key. Can he defend the side on his own? It's still a headshot. How does he hit it? Oh, my God. Yobib will get one in return, but here comes Pooh.
Oh, Pooh gets caught. Headshot to that smoke. Right on the edge by Yobib. 3 versus 3 now. C4 going to go down, and we actually do have a bit of room to work with AK. Not the best gun for the spam there. Also trying to flank, and you also get caught as well by Tino. This feels like probably round done and dusted, if we're being honest. Baku going to try and barrel in. It doesn't do too bad to get that first. Swinging towards backside. Elva going to get caught as well. Tino's all that's left. This now feels a lot more awkward. C4 is sort of planted for Tino, but he still has to play around. He finds one. A tap on towards that bomb. Not committing to it yet. Tino trying to isolate the fight, and he will. Very well played from Tino finally.
Yeah, I mean that's the issue. If you've got an AWM in the storage room, it's just you have to clear them out. Otherwise, you're just not getting a defuse. You know, maybe you can distract if one guy kind of runs at him, and the other guy is defusing. But instead of that, they just kind of one by one tried to defuse, and that's not gonna work.
I like the stark difference of vibes. It's like Tino after clutching, and Mousy just laughing about it on the other side. But here comes Poo. KSA is gonna go down. Tino will get Poo. So it's sniper exchange for now. But Mousy, he said, hey, I'm going to try to snipe today.
Pooh is like, he's super happy just to go 1 for 1. Nice shot. Up there from Tino.
Clip the shoulder.
Yeah. Pooh is like, I got mine.
Yeah, exactly. He's literally the definition of I got mine. He just gets one and dies immediately. It's like, the impact even there is actually quite arguable. But he's like, I don't care. I got a kill.
W entry, that's for sure. Oh, Key?
Speaking of a W entry.
Yeah, this is what this guy's doing. He is going in, isolating a 1v1, and then he's just running at them.
He's pubbing out.
He's just running at them.
He's pubbing out.
Yeah, this feels like he's playing a DM right now. This is ridiculous. He keeps running at them. He might get another as well.
He oh my god.
He's having a game. He nearly gets Yobib too. Gets tagged down quite low. Key is having so much fun.
Is that you, Snare?
He's having such a great time.
Is that you, Snare?
Snare reincarnate.
With the AK.
Snare with the AK. I mean, to be fair, we did see it.
Yeah, that was a great round. That was really fun. That was a really important match, too. And he's like, you know what? This is what I got to do.
Yeah.
I'm just running into the machine room with the AK. My riflers can't do it. I'm going to do it.
Sometimes you have to take things into your own hands.
I wonder, like, if Horus is thinking, like, he saw it at the corner of his eye that his star sniper is just sending it in machine room with an AK. And it's like, all right, it worked.
Yeah.
I guess we're going next round. Oh, Tino. No. No. Not like this. And it's a tragedy
exactly
on the
like
A
that.
site, man. Yeah,
Tino's looking everywhere bar the right place.
Yeah, that chip. Hit him with the double spray plus the pick nose combo.
Yeah, he immediately stopped moving after he hit those 2 shots. He's like, oh no, my
it's
nose
the 2
is
shot.
itchy.
Yeah, and then once a snack. So
yeah.
Oh, not the snack. Oh no.
Man, if I swear, this is kind of. I don't want to say it. I don't want to say it, but I'm gonna say it. It's kind of embarrassing to lose to the 3rd seed of NEXTTOP if you're like the #1 seed in PH, man.
But this is the way they win. This is how they're supposed to play.
Yeah,
and it's like they're only playing against SGJ
Look
like
at
this.
Mouse V.
What is
What
happening?
incarnation?
Oh, how's he lost
What
that fight, though?
incarnation? Okay, well, NT maybe going a little bit too far off the rails this round.
Like, oops.
I don't know if they're bothered by that.
No.
They're probably laughing.
Yeah, I feel like we'll go to their player cams after the round and they'll just be kind of laughing away and not really caring too much. Bokyu, he wants a fight. I don't think he'll be giving it. Not a preferential one, at the very least. Elvin's sort of posted in that area. Did spot Yobib. It's his shoulder, but not going to stick around. I'm going to dip back. Bomb should go B here. No one's actually on the site itself. I think I'm going to realize that pretty soon.
Yeah, some rotations coming in. Pooh, uh-oh.
Interesting.
Yep.
Well, it did a nice dance. And the round ended quickly. So SGJ, they don't have to spend time trying to defend a bomb site. They just say, yeah, we're just going to go ahead and find them and kill them. And still some work to be done. I mean, SGJ can still win this one. They keep it within 2 after getting this round. And NEXTTOP, they haven't shown any signs of slowing down or trying to, like, what is happening?
That chip. I love you. Oh, it doesn't work out, though. Key going to get caught. Key wanted a taste of it himself.
Why?
Yes.
That was
running
all
in
for
with the Colt.
nothing as well. They gained absolutely nothing. They barely even damaged, really, on towards Keller.
I bet the comms were like, he's won. And Keller's like 75 HP. I mean, this is actually like very familiar territory for the side of SGJ because I know exactly a team that plays exactly like this.
Is it
back at home?
Who is it?
Shout out to the 4th place team. Of
is that their name?
Not the 4th place team. Shout out the if we had the 4th seed, it would have been them.
And
so shout out to Matches, yeah. The original team of Loy, if you guys
okay.
want to know a bit of
They're
history.
called Matches.
Matjes, M-A-T-T-J-E-S-S.
I think it's from Vietnam. I think it is the fourth team. Is it Spicy Chicken? Is that the name?
Yeah.
Brilliant name.
Yeah.
I liked Alien Army.
That's a good one. Yeah.
Second seed of NA if they had one. But
Yeah, it doesn't really. Second seed of NA is. It's a loose way of putting it. This has been a very loose round from NT as well. Yeah, that was an NT round. What is the mouse mat here?
it's half a mouse pad.
Why is most of it hanging off the table?
Because he's playing on 4800 EDPI.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
I think he used to play on 6400, but then
But surely you want
missing.
the mouse mat on the table.
Nice. Gotta have it. No mouse space back home.
No room.
That's so wild.
All right, we're running at them. And SGJ, it's almost like they've embraced it. NT, they're running into them, and SGJ are just expecting it. And it's very one-sided to SGJ. Look at that. Easy.
I'm telling you, man. They already know how to play against these types of teams, especially when it comes to their BL side. They're just like, all right, let's play the pace.
They figured it out. It only took 13 rounds.
Yeah, for sure.
One thing I will say, though, it is very refreshing to see quick, like super quick crossfire. These rounds are getting done in like sub 20 seconds. Like, it's actually getting a fight in the first minute is brilliant. I'm loving this.
Yeah.
Key for the first. Happy more as well. Yobib is playing with fire. He's going to win the fight as well. How? Pooh's are still stuck in towards backside. And Yobib might want to fight here. He's going to tuck his head under the window. He's sneaking past. He might be able to catch him off guard. He spams towards back box, goes for the elevated angle, gets one, gets two. Yobib is popping it out here, and it's working.
Bib.
Damn.
All right.
Mouse feed, last one left alive.
Pause on.
I'm surprised anyone's calling for a pause.
Why?
Next time
Why
we're like,
pause?
no, this isn't it.
The smile from Mouse V's face is gone.
Yeah.
He's out dead serious now.
Guys, we're not going quick enough.
It's really fun, you know, when you're playing a lobby and you're just running at them and just absolutely owning them. But then you start to throw, and it feels really bad.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
And you're like, oh, come on, guys. We were winning so hard. Like, what is going on?
To be fair, right, the way that Yobib got scouted is he was like a pub star.
Yeah.
And then he just got picked up by like a top 3 team, and he just was good. So he's very familiar with these kinds of things. It's just that the rest of the team is like, what the heck is going on?
Probably a very weird timeout. Yeah, swallow that water. There we go. Very weird timeout to be had here, where it's like, hey guys, our playstyle was working, now it's not. What do we do? I don't know, go quicker, I guess?
Yeah, but it also could be like, hey guys, what are we eating for dinner later? Like,
yeah.
What's the strat? What's the move?
Yeah, have you guys heard about Westlake or something? Someone said we had to go there. So this is the thinking out their plans. For SGJ, they're responding very well to this quick pace, and it's pretty cool to see. I mean, at least we're kind of seeing some of these individuals come out online.
Yeah.
They're sort of embracing it themselves, saying, sure, if you want to take raw Angels with us, we believe we're better. We'll happily fight.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if you're enjoying this now, wait. I mean, you should actually watch our Tier 2 league back in the Philippines. We have one, and it's ironically actually the academy team of the 4th place team, which is Matches, and they call it Matches B.
Right.
And their default on Ankara, when it comes to A, is 4 dudes just push out long.
Ah.
And every time, there's no passive, no nothing. You're gonna have to fist fight them in long, and if they win, great. And if they don't, they're gonna do it again next round. That's the thing.
All right.
Shout out to Matches B, man. Shout out to Micah and the boys.
So surely if you're on BL against them, you just rush A, basically. Or rush B, even, may I say.
Yeah.
Go
But
for that
that's the
hotel
thing.
weather.
You don't know where they're rushing.
True. Okay, yeah.
It's kind of like NT in the first half of this game, but it seems like they kind of slowed down, which I really don't like. I really wish they just kept going.
Yeah, I mean, it worked for like 10 rounds, and then it didn't work for 3, and now they're like, the 3 rounds we lost, they're too big. We can't do this anymore. We got to play passively now. I do think that from GR side, they've kind of lost their edge a little bit. And especially when SGJ are kind of expecting it so much. But now Datchip, he's a bit up. He hasn't overextended by any means, and SGJ are taking this opportunity to expect the aggression again and are waiting for it. Nobody going to well, I say that. Datchip is about to jump out and take a 1v5.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Never take a fight in mid doors against a Filipino. We know all the wall bangs, especially on that M4, especially Yobin.
Yeah. Yobin with the M4 in mid. Like, what are you doing?
You know why? Because sometimes you just can't beat the enemy with your aim. So you're just gonna have
Beat them with your brain.
Beat them with your brain. Line up the wall bang.
Brain power.
And it's very effective. So, especially on the M4s, man. I'm actually surprised that most of them are running, or actually just running the 8K. But what is Bucky doing? He is all the way in short. Keller's going to get poo.
What is happening? That chip was one of his own, but the A site is open. There's another kill that comes through. So, I mean, we're maybe seeing a fight here that could be winnable for that chip if he can just catch KSA on the peak, but he's trying to preempt it. And unfortunately, it doesn't seem to be working. Pop flash round, KSA gets out as well, and as Key gets dropped,
just
that is it, bro. That chip 1v4, he's sort of is looking for one of these Fei timeouts, but what's the point?
I saw him running away, and I heard the Chinese casters as well just
Say
like
no.
let out a huge groan. They're like, come on, man, just send it. You might as well, but unfortunately, there's just not enough time now. You still should send it, I think. You know, you gotta get those numbers up.
Do you think if that chip was British, he would be called that crisp?
That crisp, yeah. That crisp.
This is the state of this series.
well said. Well
low
said.
hanging fruit on that one, I reckon.
We're just eating all the low hanging fruit at this point.
NT vibes have drastically changed for them.
All the good vibes went to us.
Poo. Gets dropped.
Owned.
Dunked as well as Tino gets 2. That's really well done from him. Concrete pulled out. I think we're done here, fellas. It's safe to say Bucute is going to be the last, and he gets his 1, and he gets closed. That was simple. That was effective. Well, that was one of the games of all time. It was an interesting display from both teams. Not for any good reasons, though.
Hey, I mean, shout out to SGJ. They moved over to Blacklist side, and they absolutely rolled them. And NEXTTOP, I don't know what happened. They looked much better when they could attack, and they had control. They were Blacklist side. They probably should have done this against Antisocial. Decided not to. And it worked against SGJ for a while, but then eventually SGJ moved over to Blacklist, and they said, we can do this, except we're better than you guys. And they kind of proved that, I would say, at the end of that one. Ankara might look a little bit different, but honestly, I don't know if the vibes can be resurrected on the side of NEXTTOP.
It took a while, Sneaky, but it finally got to the point where it was like, okay, if you guys want to fight, sure. We are happy to fight. This is not something we're sort of unused to. Unlike maybe kind of some other regions where it's incredibly rare to see this style of play, for SGJ, they're like, yeah, sure, we've seen this before at home.
Yeah, for sure. There's like, just like how I said it, man, there's like at least 3 teams back at home that plays exactly like this. So it's not really unfamiliar territory for the side of SGJ. I think it was normal for them to struggle in BL at first because it is kind of hard to go up against a team that just sends it at you because you have no opportunity to set up in Black Widow especially, and they're losing the fights in long over and over again. I mean, Key is finding kills that I didn't even know that you could get entries on, but I mean, it was just pure randomness in the first half. But of course, SEJ, I mean, once they got the second half going, and it seems like they went back to their normal setup from the last time that we saw them on Black Widow, and they just stopped pushing, which I was like, don't do that. Keep pushing. Keep the pressure on.
Not a bad performance from Keller. Yobib came alive as well towards that tail end especially. He had some nice moments. And that chip on the other side was pretty solid too. Of course, Yobib gets a set MVP. One man who was missing is his counterpart on the flip side, and a bit of a stinker coming through from Pooh.
Oof. Oh, wow. You know, you guys were talking about he was going in and he's like, I got mine. You know, I got my guy. He had 0% multi-kill percentage.
Yeah.
So
literally one kill.
Literally was. I'm going to get 1 kill or 0.
Yeah.
And then I'm done. I've done my job. That's it. And he was the only guy on the server that had 0%. Everybody else, at least once, were able to get a multi-kill at some point. Ankara, second map, can play out similarly. I think you absolutely could see some of those rushes out of A on this map. So I hope we do get a lot of brawling between these two teams.
It's actually, you know, in a matchup which doesn't really make a grand difference, you know, both these sides aren't getting out of groups, it's actually fun to see this slightly more audacious, braggadocious style of CrossFire. You want to brawl, you want to fight, you want to back yourself in Angels, and I think most sort of, you know, both of these two sides are going to be more than happy to kind of just, you know, take the gloves off and say, yeah, you know, let's go for this.
Yeah, and we already saw like a preview of what Ankara could look like if you do have that braggadocious style. I mean, Ankara, antisocial, SGJ, Lukam is literally right behind the smoke, in front of the stairs of spawn, and he's just waiting for any head, any information to pop out. So, yeah, I mean, we could see whatever antisocial did, but like 2 times more aggressive. So, you know, have some fun times, and especially Ankara is one of those maps where if aggression is in there most of the time, it's going to be a fun map to watch.
Yeah, exactly that. You know, it's one of those where I do think we're going to see probably one of the quicker maps that we've seen. I mean, that already, even though it was a 10-7, it still felt like one of the quickest maps we've seen all tournament, because we're getting basically the conclusion of the bulk of the fight within the first 30 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, if a round is ending average like 45 seconds, compared to other rounds that can take, you know, let's say you're waiting until 30 seconds, you're pushing, and then you're planting, and you've got 40 seconds on top of that, that could go over 3 minutes, right? So you have like an average round of 2 minutes that goes, you know, 10-3 versus an average round of 45 seconds that goes 10-7. This is going to be much faster, and it was.
Just say LCK, man.
Yeah.
They know.
They
know.
They know.
I don't have to say their names. 3BL, I like how they've kind of redefined themselves from the region. They're just like, nice,
I hope everyone follows suit in CFW, because I'm not trying to watch.
They need a snare, though.
Yeah, I'm not trying to watch a 6-hour VOD just to know what's up in CFW.
That's too bad. I'm not
even joking. Like, those 4 best of 3s, 6 hours, that is a blessing. It is actually genuinely, like, I think most days I would say we're around 11. Like, they are crazy long. What's the vibes feeling, fellas? Heading towards Ankara. 2-0 SGJ?
Yeah, 2-0 SGJ. I mean, that BL side's going to be really good. Macro's, I wouldn't say on point, but Macro is there for the side of SGJ.
Something we've mentioned NEXTTOP don't have.
Something NEXTTOP doesn't have. We just need to see a little bit more better decision-making, I guess, from the side of SGJ of what fights to take and what fights to avoid entirely.
Sure.
For NEXTTOP, I guess, like, I don't know, send it at the right place at the right time. Second mid.
That's all you have to say. I don't know. Send it.
Yeah, send it. do you think that's the way for NEXTTOP? You just kind of
that's how they won the beginning of Black Widow.
Die by the sword type vibes. Yeah.
Just run it there. Just press W and see what happens.
Yeah.
Like he was popping off.
Yeah,
that tip was getting some kills. I feel like they have some angles there.
Yeah, as soon as they stop pushing, they start losing.
It was true. They did actually, you know, they started trying to slow it down and meta game it a little bit.
They took a timeout?
Yeah, I know. Guys,
really?
A timeout? Are you serious?
Cringe.
Cringe. If I do say so myself. But yeah, no, it's very true. You've got to, if you're going to commit to this place, if you're going to go for this place, you've got to commit to the place. You can't half-arse it. You can't kind of dip your toes in. You've got to be all in. You've got to live by the sword, die by the sword. And SGJ was more than happy to do exactly that. Win or lose, they were in that fight. They were in the thick of it. Whereas NEXTTOP, it felt like once things started going well, they're like, okay, we're close now. Now we can kind of just chill out and just, you know, confirm a couple of rounds in the more orthodox way of winning CrossFire. So this is the thing heading towards Ankara. It is a map that is essentially in the way that it's normally paced is very similar towards Black Widow, and because of that, we're hoping to see more of the same.
Yeah, there's a lot of ways to get in there. I think, NEXTTOP, they're going to start on Black Widow or Blacklist again, right? So hopefully they say, well, there was a time we were playing Blacklist, Black Widow, we were rushing them, we were winning, we were outgunning them. Let's just do that again. And I think that should bring the action. Will it bring the wins for NEXTTOP? I don't know. It feels like SGJ has kind of woken up a little bit. Yeah, the power of playing Blacklist and using that aggressive energy can be good, but I don't know. SGJ looked really good there at the end of that map, so maybe NEXTTOP try to run at them and just kind of fall flat.
Do you think there's any chance that SGJ lose this?
No. I feel like, I think SGJ, if they lose this, it's going to be very embarrassing. Not going to lie, because you're like the first seed coming in from the Philippines, obviously. We're not the slouch of a region, so I wouldn't say, losing to a third seed is in the expectations here. So I feel like if they do, they might get flamed super hard. But, if we're talking expectations, it should just be a quick Ankara 2-0.
What sort of scoreline are we thinking?
Like 10-4.
Ah, okay. Really confident.
I'm gonna be a little bit more conservative and say 10-5.
I'll go 10-6. Why not? Let's just spice it up.
Oh, no.
Spice
now
it
I'm
up.
just in the middle.
4,
it's like
5,
the price
6.
is right.
Yeah,
I'm
exactly.
just stuck. It's like if it's not 10-5, I just lose.
Yeah, well, I'm metagaming it. So is there anything 10,
You're like that one
7,
lady
8, 9?
who does like a 500 and like the other lady does 501.
Yeah, exactly.
Cheesing it.
So
that's nail.
waiting for everybody to get in the stuff. I think they're more or less just about on stage, getting set up, and all of the rest. So it shouldn't take too long to get this one on the road. And generally speaking, this sort of little death segment is actually probably longer than how this map might even end up entailing.
True. Around the same amount of time, I'd say. Sneaky, any input from the scene back home on the way things have been going so far for the region?
Oh my god, there's so much roster changes. Like, I have no idea.
It's getting spicy.
Like, Pacific Macta, the IGL's gone, like, DYK's already on my team. Shout out to Vanguard. Other teams are also kind of mixing around, but it's still up in the air. Everyone's like trialing at the moment.
We'll come back to that. We're about to get ready in towards map number 2. It's Ankara to kickstart things in what potentially could be the end of NEXTTOP. Welcome in to Ankara. Map number 2, potentially the final map for both of these two teams here at the CrossFire Grand Final 2024 in Hangzhou, China. Well, it's been a interesting display so far in map number 1, and expectations are all for more of the same here.
Yeah, we're definitely hoping for a bit more aggression, a bit more action. Yobib getting back on the Alm, trying to poke his head out of the hotel.
Oh, what a lineup.
I like that. Doesn't do a lot of damage.
Huge lineup for 0 damage.
Yeah.
To be fair, sometimes the clipping in this game is weird when it comes to nades, where it's like, oh, you had 1 inch of cover, you take 0 damage.
Yeah.
That one pebble saved you.
Oh!
Saw the outline.
Right in the belly button, too. Tino, not to be outdone.
Two very different styles there. One's a super aggro swing with the Orm, and the other one is just lined up on that mid plate.
Yeah.
NEXTTOP have decided that the party's over. We're just all individuals now, and we're all just going to go in one by one.
To be fair, I would do that
team,
too.
As they're proving here.
There's no I in NEXTTOP.
True. Yeah. There is an I in that chip, though, and I think he's about to send it.
Yeah. See what that crisp can do. Ooh.
Elvin.
Nade.
Who
could be in trouble here?
This is a very... We don't see this very often with the smoke here and that guy just hanging out in the corner. Well, here comes that chip. He'll lead the charge, and Elvin's just ready for it. Easy spray for him. Able to hold on to 2. Pooh finally going to land that one.
It's not going to make a difference, let's be honest. Keep that man walking. Oh, he gets tagged again as well. And Yobib wants to fight, and he will see it off. That was a completely non-existent round from the get-go from NEXTTOP. They just took their sweet time to conclude it.
Yeah. Shout out to Yobib for, he's like, well, if you guys don't want to get in our face, I'm going to get in your face. Just poke out a hotel through the smoke. Instant, very nice first kill. That's what kind of started the round very heavily in SGJ's favor. Little sniper battle. Oh, it's actually Yobib from underneath, from downtown.
If I was Yobib, I'll be muting the VC and just playing the entire time as a pub. That's for sure. Hey, that kind of won them. That's how kind of won them the Black Widow game. So maybe it could work. Pooh is already out. Poor Pooh.
He's really been struggling, bless him. S8. Close. Oh, it's Laban for the first. The second crack at it isn't bad. Keller does need to be a little bit careful here. Knows as there's pressure, and there it is. He just allows Mousev up on towards the stairs. So Keller completely blinded by the fact of that. And now the smoke comes down. Really limits what Yobib can do from here. He's basically going to be a supporting element with this flash to try and get Elvin out from here. Datchip opting to fight. And oh my god, Elvin's lucky to even stay alive there.
They're so low here on the site. It's only Mousefeed that's got full health. Yobib getting in with the cold. But Bakud, very important headshot out of him. It's up to Tino. Doesn't look the right way. And NEXTTOP are on the board.
Interesting round there for you boys.
I don't know what Keller was doing.
Yeah, true.
Like,
where was
Keller,
he looking?
Brother, there's 3 people on site. Back it up. Back it up. The homies are coming. You don't really have to hold it in the middle out in the open. But I think he got stuck in defense or something. But, yeah, there was already a big flank incoming. So, not necessary to stay on the site, honestly.
Maybe he wants to fight. He's had some success against Pooh. Well, I can see why the outline of Yobib was spotted there, but does manage to get away, and he repositions to once again find this fight that worked well from last time, and it does again. That chip, down he goes. That's a consistent factor here. Yobib on opening duels has been looking very, very good. There could be more here as well. Re-peeking towards mid, and he spots Baku. This is just him pugging his way through this map, and he might want more as well.
Yeah.
Just dipping and diving between mid and outside of A.
He quite literally is solo carrying at the moment. It's 3 first kills in 3 rounds. And he's going to do it again.
C4.
Oh! 4 kills!
Yobib, welcome, my friend. This is fun to watch. Mousefeed, just give it to him, mate. Give it up.
Were you there, Brendan, for when they had their first international? It was kind of exactly like this as well. 2022, I think, yeah.
I was there.
So it was kind of exactly like this.
Ooh.
Line. Just different names except Yobib and Tino, who's formerly known as Pronit.
Oh,
I didn't get it. Wait, why did Elvin steal it?
I know.
Elvin.
What's he doing?
We're going to see a post later. Thank you, Elvin.
He doesn't seem very happy. No one does.
Yeah, he stole my ace. I would be mad too.
Yeah.
The coach is trying to say stuff like, you got to do this strategically. Yobib actually is just not listening.
He's like, huh?
Yeah.
It's like,
He's
no,
muted
okay,
headset.
cool story, coach. I'm getting in there.
What's the coach's name again?
0-2.
Yeah, 0-2.
Yeah,
Buddy.
shout out to 0-2.
0-2 is how NT look like they're going to be feeling after the series at the moment.
Ooh. All right. I'll give you that.
Okay.
That's a bit cheeky.
Yeah, he's trying to come through and say, like, right, this is what we need to be doing in towards this next round. And Yobib, buddy, zip it. I don't need your help. Maybe he does. Pooh, finally, win out that fight.
The revenge of
Yobib.
Pooh.
Hate when that happens.
Yeah.
I feel like we're like touting like the Pooh versus Yobib matchup as a
any
quite
sort of
the
a head-to-head,
heavyweights, yeah.
even though it's just
It's not a
even
thing.
close.
No.
Yeah. It's Yobib versus NT, really.
Yeah, but Mousefeed's already gone. To be fair, Yobib does get traded out. I wonder who's gonna step up next. I mean, Elvin has been fragging as well. He was fragging last game too.
True. Those moments. Elvin, speaking of, spots up Pooh. Doesn't want to stick around or overly stick around here. Tino got the right idea as well. He's waiting for the swing in towards top mid. How's the reactions? Are they even going to go here? No, it looks like they're going to wrap back in towards tunnel. Let's go for this B split.
This round is very over the average time, by the way.
This is
Only
2 rounds worth.
50 seconds left. Running out of time here. Oh, Keller, the timing. Okay, he's going to go back up, struggling to get over the wall, and just dies. But you've got Elvin in the hotel, and Datchip finally going to take him down. But the damage, the delay on the push is certainly coming in. Datchip, he's doing cartwheels in midair just to try to survive. Oh, that was nice.
Tino, don't lose this. Don't choke this, boys.
That bullet wasn't even for him.
The nade? Oh, that's a flash.
He's going tower. He's going to play it extra safe.
Oh, don't choke this, guys. That'll be so bad. Datchip. 1v1 now, and he spots him out. He's trying to play on the side, sees him drop down as well. He wants to re-peek, and he wants to try and find the fight! That is such a bad round for SEJ to lose. How have we lost that? What are we actually doing?
I wish you guys could see Sneaky's face right now. Yobib, he had a big round. He picks up 4, and then Elvin says, "No, you're not getting an ace. I will have a kill too." But yeah, cool 4K comes through.
Sneaky, break that one down for me.
I don't know. I'm about to have a breakdown, that's for sure. Elvin does get 1, but that chip is... Oh, they're just sending it in hotel. Mouse V, we've seen this before.
Oh, Tino. What's going on? What is happening here?
Bro. Now this absolute cinema gameplay right here. KSA does go down. Yobib, the only one left alive, but can he make it a clip? Or is he just gonna die? Seems like it's gonna be the second.
He looks to the heavens. He gives up. Take me, God.
Oy, oy, oy.
I'm ready.
I've had enough.
I have as well.
Get me out of here.
This is a really good undercard for the next match of this group. That's for sure.
True.
It's absolutely entertaining for all the wrong reasons.
Yes, it's really entertaining despite being really bad. Oh, he didn't shoot. Pooh didn't shoot. Pooh hit mouse 1. Thankfully, he does respond well, but yeah, for a moment there, that was feeling a little bit awkward. Elvin, 1 and 2 is not bad at all.
Yeah, still a chance here for SGJ. They got a nice presence up on A, and it doesn't look like NT are going to turn around. As I say that, they're turning around, and now it's actually Obib who wants to get in there. Very nice timing, actually. Oh, and a snipe comes through from Tino, and all of a sudden,
there's a round.
I mean, NT were up 3-2, and it's just like that. It's just totally changed the whole vibe of the round.
There is a round on here somehow. C4 collected. Pooh got it all to do. 1v2.
What's he going to do?
He's thinking...
He could. Oh, they're playing both spawn, yeah. This is the I don't want to lose strat.
They're taking this too seriously for this game.
Oh. The try-harding. Oh!
Ah.
Nice try.
Well, damn.
NT.
Pooh. Literally his name. Couldn't do it.
Yeah, some wild rounds. It has to be said.
That chip.
This one as well, yeah. That chip with that clutch that was never even meant to be, but Tino looking into the really, looking at that cement. He was locked in on that.
Yeah.
He's lucky, very lucky to get out alive there. But
the
fact that he repeats is wild, and he jumps. He jumps, so that kills him.
Why'd he jump?
Oh, Yobib, that is a decision and a half.
Well, if he hit the shot, man, that would have been so cool. Would have been a totally different feel. Instead, he just kind of missed both, and he died. Tino takes 1 damage, and then he takes 100. KSA coming out of A, and it's getting very, very messy. Oh, KSA. Oh, what?
Does Pooh not hear him? He has to. Did Pooh not hear him? There's no way.
I mean, it kind of seemed like he just ran right by him, making noise based on what I could see and hear.
There's no ghost walking there. I don't think. It looked like he actually just didn't hear him. Maybe the headphone thing turning off wasn't as false as we thought it was.
Oh, the timing. Keller.
Keller could be on for all 3 here.
How does he know? Uh-oh.
KSA.
Uh-oh.
Oh, God. Get him. There's 2 in front of you. Oh, you only get ops for 1. Thankfully, he has support of his teammates. And Bokura fall. Okay. There was a moment there. Looked a little shaky. It didn't end up being that case.
I feel like 0-2's looking at Ubib over there. He's like, hey, by the way, probably don't double peek, double repeek into 3 people. And then Ubib's like, yeah, but I'm 9-4.
Yeah.
So
that's just how it works. That's how the math. That's Filipino CrossFire math. If I have more frags than you, I'm repeaking.
He's like, what did you say?
Send it.
I'm going in.
Kill the market player.
He's in an even worse position than he was last time as well, because there's no falling away from here.
He has no intention of falling away.
Yeah,
because it's more aggressive.
The second, if he misses a shot, that is it. So you have
Just
to
don't
hit,
miss.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
You have to hit at least one. He's going to actually play this nice and smart and throw a smoke. However, that chip's out in front of this, so...
Oh, I knew.
Uh-oh. Yeah,
so
there we
dead.
go. The second you miss a shot, you're a dead man. That is what we call a bad positional play.
Yeah, but I think he tried to make it work by throwing the smoke, because you have like 2 seconds to kind of see where the enemies are at, and then it's fully plumed. Fortunately, the one-way worked for the enemy team instead.
I feel like they could see also the angle that the smoke was thrown in and tell that it was pretty close.
Yeah, they triangulated it.
Yeah. You get
That's
their
maths there, baby.
protractor out. They're
Elvin, what are you looking at? He's so focused on the box.
He's like, that box looks so good, bro. Well designed.
Incredible
Look
craftsmanship
at the
on this
shading.
one.
Yeah.
Tino, you got to win this one. No,
Oh my
not
God.
again. Tino, we're needing more from you. We're not getting it. KSA, impossible spot, and seen off by Key up close. This is still an incredible game of Crossfire for many a reason.
Mm-hmm.
It's 4-4. It's anybody's game. Although I will say I feel like NT should have been able to get more done from the Blacklist side.
True.
I also feel like a lot of the rounds are just kind of being gifted to them, so I wouldn't even be surprised if SCJ go Blacklist and just kind of roll over them. Speaking of which, it's Keller now with an AWM. Why not?
Triple on
3 of them, yeah.
I mean, it works. I mean,
Look at
Ranking made
this.
it work, but Elvin, he says it's my turn to push. NT's like, this is familiar.
He's going to sit in mid as well, in towards mid pit. I don't even really blame him. That's
Yeah.
a pretty strong angle to hold.
You have to fall just to get him.
Yeah.
You might die to Keller as well.
It's a nice little way of playing mid that completely makes sort of NT feel so uncomfortable.
I don't know the translation to English for that call out. Maybe dugout.
Yeah, pit is, I think,
Dugout.
We call it
pretty common.
garage.
And back home we call it hukai.
Who high?
Hukai.
Ukai.
Yeah.
Ukai. I like that. Oof. I don't like that though from Elvin.
Yeah. As soon as he turned around, his dome just got split open. Jeez. That's the second time that happened.
Are we pushing mid?
No. Baki's like, no, Brendan. We're going tunnels. Well, should have listened to Brendan.
Re-peek.
Oh,
He's
you gave
re-peeking.
him time to take the AWM out again.
You knew he was re-peeking. He wants thirds. He's hungry.
They didn't listen to Coach Brendan, man.
Yeah. I'm just on that next level of Crossfire coaching.
True.
You got to trust. I just see things other people don't,
Yeah.
including the entire minimap. And
The outline of the X-ray.
I have all the information that they don't, unfortunately, for them.
I think SCJ should be kind here and give him 1v1s.
True.
Let's test him.
Be the homies.
I think that's fair.
It's a 1v4. Let's give him 4 1v1s. There's one.
To be fair, I think he saw KSA and he saw that coming from a mile away.
They heard me. There's the first.
What?
Have the C4, but who cares about planting?
Come on,
We can
Mousy.
fight.
One tap challenge.
Oh,
nah.
Lose at the second 1v1. You hate to see it.
He looked so unhappy with that. Did you see his
Yeah.
face after that? He's like, no, why is he there? I mean, there were 4 people. So
Tried to do the one tap challenge.
All
Tried
right.
to kill 5 with 5 bullets.
End of the half. Is this the end of the road for NT? They're a round down, and it, like you were kind of talking about this, it does really feel like a lot of them were gifted over. Oh, poo. That is not the way you want to start things off. Neither for Mousev either, as he also gets clipped to this.
Whoa.
Okay, there we go. This is feeling done.
Yeah.
Whoa. Oh.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
This is
Yeah.
quick.
Speaking of 1v1s.
It's not even a strat, bro. It's just like, all right, whoever you see, just shoot him.
Yeah. Whichever way you guys are facing when you spawn, run that way.
Yeah. Well, that Crisp is on his own.
Dat crisp.
Still going. Tino. No. Felt tempted by a peek.
when you hear Dat chip, do you think of a French fry?
Yeah. Like chips. Yeah.
Whoa, that's crazy. I didn't even think
chips.
about that. I think about like the little fried, potato chip.
Oh yeah, no.
Sorry,
In
potato
England,
crisps.
Chips chips are like you call French fries. We have like, I guess would you call them thick cuts?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thick
but-
cut.
So that's
French
what we
fries.
would think of like as chips. That's the
What about the thin ones?
Yeah, people would call them like, oh yeah, everyone calls them chips, but like they're kind of like known as French fries. Like, if you saw like chips and French fries, you'd instantly know the difference,
I see.
sort of thing.
Yeah. Elvin, 1,500 damage in 10 rounds.
13.
That is 150 ADR.
Yeah.
Quick maths.
You're a smart man.
How'd you do that?
How do you do that?
Just built different.
Yo, who cannot see anything? Even with the glasses.
Oh,
my God, KSA! I mean, the spray was perfect. It just so happened that the man was out. Oh, Keller?
He had his cape on.
That's offside.
Drifting down the stairs.
There
oh
we
my
go.
God.
These are so quick.
This is exactly what we expected, though.
It is.
Yeah.
SGJ go Blacklist side, and they just start rolling them.
It's a Filipino BL side, that's for sure.
That just been tagged on the cross as well. At the 13 to make matters even worse. Tifo goes down. Elvin could get one here. And he will. Nice and simply as that chip gets clipped. Simple stuff. Key of it all to do. Elvin wants more.
Yeah.
Stolen away.
Key is like, the key from last game just disappeared.
Those
No,
fights don't
don't
look
be
good.
sad, bro. You guys are the third
That
seed.
crisp.
You know, just enjoy the moment if you are on
Yeah.
MT.
Enjoy the holiday.
If you're SGJ, you have to win.
That's true. The pressure's on.
The pressure's on. The flame is loaded and ready for them. That's for sure.
I have it typed out in the chat right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just ready to press enter.
You know, just end the tournament on a good note. Honestly,
Pause
for SGJ,
on.
right?
Attack pause.
Why?
Grow up, NT.
Oh, no. They're trying their best to win.
It doesn't feel like it.
Wouldn't you do the same? All right, we're going through the smoke here. Flash is good. Oh, they checked both
that's
corners.
such
Very
a good
nicely
execute.
done. Yeah, that was really
Yeah.
crisp. Sorry, Chip.
Yep. And there we go. Mouse V does get KSA. Yeah, this is cooked.
It's a great
I
execute.
mean, what do you even discuss in the tack pause? Like, I'm actually serious. What
Genuinely.
do you
What time is it?
like? Where do you go to?
3
Like, what's the
PM.
first
Late lunch?
What are we eating, boys?
Oh, he's spotted. Yeah.
crisp?
Yep. That crisps.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean.
Dim
Wow,
crisps.
okay.
Oh, wait. SGJ? This is
Wait.
just BM. This is just BM.
This is actually BM.
Yeah. This is just BM.
I can't believe they did this.
That's so
Wait, what is
mean.
the timeout for?
That's so mean. Look, what are we saying over here then?
All right, let's see.
This is BM. This is definitely just BM.
I mean,
I'm
he
trying to
looks
get
serious.
0-2's attention. Like, bro, what?
I mean, he looks serious. He's actually talking to the players.
There's no way that he could be being serious here. There's no
Right,
way.
some high fives. Maybe a little bit of bittersweetness on the side of SGJ. You know, it's like, oh, we're playing really well now after we're knocked out. So maybe it's just a little bit of, maybe he thought the vibes were down or something, and he just wanted to.
I don't know.
Maybe just wanted to take a little time to say, hey, you guys are doing well.
The reassurance timeout.
I'm trying to have a positive view on this. I'm trying my best, guys.
Key is trying his best not to smirk right now, right? Mouse V is like, it's like Thierry Henry
Yeah,
trying to control it.
if anything, it gives NT just a bit of a chance to have a break and converse themselves. But yeah, interesting call, to say the least.
Dude, I bet 0-2 could pull off like the coolest samurai cosplay, that's for sure. With that haircut,
Yeah.
would go hard.
I like the turtleneck the coach of NT is rocking. It is a little bit colder today, to be fair.
To be fair, right? NEXTTOP has like one of the cooler jerseys.
Yeah.
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 They've got a really cool logo too.
Yeah.
I'm actually a big fan of LCKs, like the dragon, like etched into it. I think it's pretty sick.
We're gonna have a tier list on who has the best jerseys here. Soon out.
I think here's the worst.
Oof. That's going to be quite the spicy one. But speaking of spicy, Bakyu does get 2 with the AK. And they're tired of this. After the timeout, just send it in mid.
Why did you give them a timeout? Why did you give them... Actually, how hilarious would it be if they lose now as well?
I mean, it's just that little extra motivation. As NT are like, wow, they really did that. Okay.
Yeah. BM timeout? All right.
It's time to
They
start.
deserve that.
It's time to start playing.
They 100% they deserve that round.
Absolutely.
For pulling that one.
That's hilarious. Well done, NT. Screw your BM timeout.
Yeah.
Hit him with the Viana special. Right
I mean,
there.
even if they only got that one round, I'm like, at least they got their
Bit of
revenge.
justice,
You know,
yeah.
they had their one round to
Hey.
just absolutely roll them, and then
10-5 is better than 10-4.
True.
It
And
does sound-
that was my guess, right?
vibe-
10-5.
You did. Okay, I need NT
The
to get one more.
prediction?
The prediction?
Coach Valdez.
I need one more from NT. Come on, the boys.
Come on, Pooh.
Pooh Masterclass. Pooh Masterclass. Pooh Masterclass.
Oh,
no.
One more.
Pooh Masterclass. No! Pooh Disaster Class. Disaster Class. Oh, he's absolutely been caught in such a compromising position. What happened? That was
All right. This
dreadful.
I don't
I think
understand
I-
how he missed that.
I think mine lost. I was like, so it's up to you two. No. So I
Yeah.
predicted 10-4. You were
Yeah.
10-5.
Yeah,
10-5,
you're out
10-6.
now. He's at 10-5. I said 10-6. Comes down to it. Actually, really comes down to like this round because if it goes 10-7 or more, I'm the closest.
All right. Let's see. Let's see who's gonna be correct. Is it gonna be Valdez and or Neo?
This is what we're hyping up right now.
I can sense it. Key is going to recover from his 3-11. He's going to be my savior.
He had a great first map.
Yeah.
You remember the 3K in round 1?
Oh, fuck you.
Ooh, nice shot. Redemption for Pooh.
We needed that. We really needed that. The gang of 10-6 over here needed that badly.
Match points.
There he is, Key. He's towards A, then they're kind of feeling A a little bit. Oh, they're pulling away from it. That's unfortunate. They've had a lot of success to B, so I don't really blame them.
That's like a mid lineup. Yep. The hotel's occupied. Pooh is in base, but can he hit the shot? It's kind of wide.
Are they gonna go like spawn to
A?
Yeah.
Nope. KSA just
They
climbs
still
up.
have
He's like, nope.
Tino, and they've got the bomb and connector. But yeah, there's a big presence there in spawn.
No, Key.
Uh-oh.
Yes, Key.
Wait, what?
Yes, Key. Yes, Key. Let's go. We are so back, baby. We are so back.
Yes, Key is crazy.
All right.
Oh, that chip as well. We are so back. Pooh Masterclass might be inbound.
That's amazing. He missed an entire clip
Yo,
on
babe.
that Colt.
Yobib's still alive. Do they check it? Oh,
yes!
no. Mouse V.
Yes! Let's go, the boys.
And there it is.
A genius.
What if we're all just wrong and it's like 10-7?
Hey,
NT are going to win this
because
one.
Because of the meta
No.
game, if it goes 10-7, I'm the closest.
I was talking about 10-5 on map 3. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Not this map.
Yeah, 10-5 NT map 3 when they recover.
Yeah.
A Swamp Gaming-esque choke from SGJ.
The numbers are so good on the side of SGJ. Elvin's got a 2 KD, 18 kills. Yobib over 2 KD. But struggling to put the cap on it. All right, we're rushing.
Yo, Pooh is in tunnel.
Going down.
He's in tunnel.
Oh, that's quick.
Yeah, hit him. Tino takes some damage through the corner of the wall. Pooh Masterclass.
Elvin?
Oh no, the boys, they're falling apart. Keller and Tino on low as well.
Oh,
okay.
okay.
3 made 2, and both remaining players towards SGJ are barely alive. So it feels wildly unlikely, if I'm being completely honest. And definitely is now as well. Tino, all that's left, and it's seen off. The NT recovery arc begins now.
Start the music again. From the top.
All this because of an SGJ timeout.
Yeah.
True.
Right to
All
BM,
right.
and look where we are.
Tragic. Let's see. I mean, look at the numbers, bro. It's all on SCJ, but NT, very, it's a very Vietnamese scoreline where everyone's just equally spread out.
If you're NT, do you call a timeout after you win this round?
Yes. 1000%.
Just to annoy them more than anything.
Yeah.
Even if it costs you the game.
I would be so
just
tilted
to annoy them.
if they did that.
And hit him with a 5-man long push. That's where it's at.
Yeah. Just something absolutely insane. Bot Q, this is risky. Oh, with the risk as the reward. Quick trade, though, from KSA. Good spacing.
Doesn't go spawn. So instead, he's actually rather would occupy the second floor position.
Oh, Tino's out.
Lucatino, key. Yeah, took him 2 seconds to line that up, but it's fine. Oh, Elvin, there's a dude next to you, man.
He's standing next to you. He had the C4 as well. That chip, he actually could make this a little bit spicy still.
Well,
not to be.
Well,
yeah, just a plain potato chip.
Ready salted.
Yeah, original.
Yeah.
No salt and vinegar.
The best flavor.
And yeah, I mean, they get the plant. This might be SGJ denying the timeout.
Yeah, there's got to be a here, surely.
Surely.
Two on the retake. Pooh and Mousev.
Surely.
What have you got for us? Anything so far? First fight. Not too bad. Skeller will get caught. Still maybe a chance here as well. Both shots being missed on the side of SGJ, but time is ticking. It's of the essence of drive-by. As Pooh going to get clipped, and it leaves Mousev with all to do. This one done here, and the Colt will confirm 10-7. SGJ take the series. Well, a conclusion in favor of SGJ, but not without his storylines, not without some interesting moments throughout. NT had a couple of rounds, especially in that second half, which at least kept us entertained. But ultimately, the result always felt like it was going to be the same.
Yeah, SGJ, very nicely done by the end of it all. It was definitely a fast and loose series. You know, both the teams were out, and you could see Yobib crying there on stage. He knows that he's capable. The team was probably capable if they played a little bit better in some of the other matches, but just not getting across the line. It feels very bittersweet to win after you've already been knocked out. So they get the win. Feels good, but also feels bad.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's the feeling for you for, you know, your own region in a sense to have the side be kind of so close but so far?
Yeah, it feels very horrible, man. Honestly, I feel like SGJ, man, this roster has been around for like 2 years. I mean, Elvin came in the latest on the squad, but the expectation for the side of SGJ, you know, was to be competitive in this group, especially, right? I mean, you had the third seed of Brazil, and then you have, I mean, it's basically the group of life. That's why we called it the group of life. I mean, who do we point out on that side? I mean, Antisocial 3BL, the expectation was we could have at least been competitive and even beat these two teams. But obviously that didn't happen. And I can feel what Yobib feels at the moment, because I feel like the expectation was there. We could have gone farther. This could have been the tournament, especially fully knowing that SEJ, especially when the MACTA era was happening, they couldn't find any more opportunities to qualify for tournaments like this. So yeah, it kind of feels bad because this opportunity doesn't really come often, and especially with the competition back home, everyone's getting better now. It really isn't sure that what if SEJ doesn't qualify for the next year's CFS. So that's the thoughts, I think, and that is going through Yobib's head at the moment.
If they'll stick together, should there be any changes?
Not so sure, man, but I feel like this could be the beginning of the end of this roster.
Ooh, okay, well, we'll have to keep our eyes, of course, on that scene over there. 10-7, of course, like we mentioned at the end. Yobib, very good performance from him. Elvin and Tino, not too bad in behind as well. On the other side, that chip, both maps, in all fairness to him, pretty solid, in all fairness. And, you know, you can give his credit. A bit of a change-up for Key, who was pretty dominant map number 1, then pretty non-existent map number 2.
Yeah, I mean, on the side of NEXTTOP as well, you saw that MouseV's got both his hands on his face, just absolutely showing a lot of frustration after a loss. It's like, you know, they came out, they were having a lot of fun. You know, there was fist pumps after 3Ks in the first round and stuff like that, and they were winning, and then they were just getting absolutely crushed. So that's a big emotional swing for sure. Elvin having a couple of back-to-back really good maps as well. So shout out to Elvin. We talked a lot about Yobib. Yobib was definitely putting on the flashier plays, but Elvin very consistent. 125 ADR, just really good stuff from him back to back. So you can see the talent's there. They were able to absolutely crush NEXTTOP. SGJ definitely felt like the favorites coming into this one, and they proved it here tonight.
Exactly. Really good to see, of course, from them. And it's about whether we can kind of get more in towards potentially next year, right? We'll have to see. But of course, that will basically be how Group D will finish up, in the sense of, yes, there's a fight for seeding of 1 or 2 between 3BL and Antisocial. That's to come, but SJ NEXTTOP, prior to this matchup, we knew it wouldn't make a difference, basically. They were both guaranteed to be out. You pick up 2 losses, that is it. You cannot make it out of the group. So it doesn't make a difference for Group D as a whole, but it's nice, I guess, for SGJ, just in terms of, I guess, maybe just a bit of personal pride, Sneaky.
Yeah, I think that's just to kind of avoid the wave of people that are gonna get on them if they do lose 3rd seed to Vietnam. I mean, no offense to Vietnam, right? But I mean, you guys got 2 good teams, and the rest are kind of and especially the expectations here for SGJ. I mean, coming out as the 1st seed, especially the previous 1st seeds that we've had. I mean, you had Pacific MACTA, you had Execrations. They have gone farther than this, and yeah, I feel like it's, you know, a bit disappointing. So I would say SGJ. Just like how I said earlier, right? I feel like this could be the last time that we see this roster together.
Yeah, which really is a bit of a shame as well. For NEXTTOP, unfortunately, it's not really so much the team itself. It really just feels like they need to maybe kind of hunker down on the demos a little bit. I think that's probably where success, if there is going to be any of it, will come forward for them in the future. I don't really think the individuals are that bad. It just feels like they're more, as we kind of like to call it, their macro sensor play seems a little outdated, let's say.
Yeah, absolutely. I think at a certain level, your region is getting stronger and stronger, and everybody mechanically is so strong. Like, clearly all 5 of these guys are very capable. It just feels like they don't really have a certain direction altogether, whereas other Vietnamese teams, I mean, you look at Wolf Empire as the main example, and you're like, whoa, they really have the full package. They're all incredibly strong at just shooting their shots, playing the game, but also they have fantastic leadership, great preparation. It feels like it is possible for other teams in the region of Vietnam, but it's just going to take more time. You know, they need more people to develop over time. It's not going to happen overnight. So as Sneaky was saying, it's still a region that is very top heavy with the top 2 teams. And even at this point, I mean, it feels like Wolf Empire's like pretty far ahead of ranking, at least at this tournament. So, you know, maybe even more separation between those 2 top teams. And yeah, it'll take time for everybody else to really develop, but not this time, not at this tournament, because you look at Team Lotus as well. They're also having a big struggle time in their own right.
Yes, it's very, very true. We're going to be getting into in just a second. Since you're not joining us for this game, what's your thoughts on that Imperial matchup against UBEC? Where are you thinking that one's leading?
I just feel like Evolution Power, you know, any any Chinese team is going to be incredibly strong, even if they're 3rd seed or 4th seed in some tournaments. They're always going to be really strong. So I feel like people shouldn't overreact from Imperial losing to them. And Imperial didn't play their best game for sure, but that's going to make them even more hungry. And I feel like their level of experience and ability should be enough to take down UBEC, but UBEC is really the biggest dark horse in my mind and absolutely could get the win, and I think a lot of people will predict them. But I had to go for Imperial just based on record, you know, and history.
And currently by now as well, UBEC are by 1 AP ahead of Imperial. I mean, that would be a huge upset not to have them in that next stage, just because they're sort of always like a playoff guaranteed team, basically. It's just unfortunately the playoffs never been that great for them. But you know, Jordan was touching on it a little bit yesterday as well, where they're a side that when they lose, and when they eventually start to lose, they then start to spiral out of control. So the hope is that for Imperial, you know, that loss against EP hasn't really completely shattered them. So that for them not to make it out of Group C would be quite an upset, quite a big upset, it feels.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like if Imperial cannot get out of this group, I feel like that would be somewhat of an equal result that SCJ just had. I mean, Brazil is obviously, you want your first seed to come in and kind of have a big splash going into this tournament. But obviously, it's not the same Imperial that we usually see when it comes to group stage. So, yeah, it would be quite the curveball if they do not make it. I mean, it would be sad for them. Good for me, so, you know.
Yeah, exactly, exactly.
I wonder who Sneaky predicted for that match.
We are seeing, of course, the Intu get sort of ready over on the stage, and we'll be throwing there in just a moment. We got, of course, Group D now for the most part concluded in terms of the teams that we make it through to that next stage. Group B is also the same as well. Wolf Empire and All Gamers have also already made it through. It's all just about seeding. We've got the interview ready for you over on the stage. We're going to throw it on over towards Matt.
Here on stage, usually we have our winners' moments with a bit of celebration, but I know that this one is pretty hard. I have a lot of respect for Yobib here, so good in that game, but of course, not in a place that this team want to be right now. 0-2, the coach with us as well. Yeah, I have to ask. I mean, I think we can see, but I have to ask. I know Yobib's upset right now, and I guess the rest of the team are as well.
Pero Doro, naramdaman mo ngayon parang malungkot ka raw. Ano ba yung feeling mo para sa team natin?
Para sa akin ngayon kasi nararamdaman ko ngayon malungkot kasi hindi kami nakapasok kahit hindi namin nalampas yung kahit group stage.
He said that he's really upset because he knows that we can go into the playoffs, but we failed right now. But next season, we'll do it.
Yeah, I know you don't feel like you've shown the best of what you can do. I think also, you know, other people know we can see better from you than we did here as well. So this must be so hard. Here we are at CFS again. I guess you feel like you've let yourselves down. Do you feel like you've let other people in the Philippines down as well?
Feeling mo ba parang na-fail mo yung Pilipinas at yung sarili mo sa naging outcome dito sa tournament na to?
Siguro ganun kasi sa mga daming nangyayaring mali sa amin sa team namin. Kaya ganito yung pagkatalo namin ngayon.
Yeah, he feels like that. He feels that he let down the Philippines and himself, even the team, because there's so much issue going on, going into the tournament, things that did not go as planned. So that's how it is. It is life, and it is CFS, but maybe next season we will be ready, very ready.
0-2, you're the coach, so I know you've got to kind of take this on your shoulders, right, for the team and look after these guys. What about yourself, though? Are you regretting decisions right now?
Well, if I'm going to be honest with you, like some of the decisions that I made, like if I have a chance, I would change it. Like more warm-ups. Because yeah, so much easier happening now. But we'll learn. We'll learn from this, and we'll come back stronger next season. I promise you that, man.
We know. We haven't seen the best of you here. We know you're stronger than this. I know that's no commiserations or consolation for you. Personally, out of all the teams here, your players are always coming to me. Tino in particular, who was always like, rise above, and chatting with me. You guys are always so nice to be around. I think so many people are sad that you won't be with us throughout the rest of this competition. So, you know, we're all feeling sorry for you as well. Yobib, if you can, is there anything you just want to say to family or supporters or fans or the team? Anything you want to say to people?
Sa lahat po ng mga
Yeah, we know it's very, very hard. I'm sorry, Yobib. I'm sorry you're all feeling so sad. I know you have so much more to give, Yobib. I know what an amazing player you are. I know you constantly keep impressing people. 0-2, I know you always want the best for your boys. And I know the Philippines care about you a great deal. Yobib and his team get the win, but not as many as they wanted. It's too late in the tournament for them. We are sad here on the stage to be saying goodbye to these wonderful guys from the Philippines. Join us after the break. You've got to show these emotions. You've got to show how important it is. We always celebrate winners, but look how important this is. This is not just a game. This is CFS. We'll see these guys back, and we'll see you after the break.
Precisamos cair, tá? Ele em casa, ele é o meu filho, é o Davis. É o meu filho em casa. Quando eu vejo ele lá nos quiosques lá dele, né, lá, aí eu vejo o Ryu. Já não é meu filho, é o Ryu. Parece que incorpora o personagem nele. Mas o meu filho é tudo de bom na minha vida.
Aí começou a jogar aquilo, aí dali o cara ia pra Lan House. Aí da Lan House o cara falou assim, ninguém ganhava eu nem sabia que ele era jogador assim. Aí o rapaz falou assim, que eu preciso ter uma conversa com você e com sua mãe. Eu falei, comigo. Ele falou, ó, investe nesse seu filho aí que ele tem futuro.
Aí eu comecei a jogar o CrossFire BR, foi quando veio o BR. Eu comecei a jogar CrossFire com 30 FPS, 40 FPS. Aí na época, o cara, o PH me chamou e falou assim, cara, por que você joga tão bem de tarde e à noite você joga tão ruim, cara? Porque na tarde eu tinha um computador do Lan House que era melhorzinho, e o meu computador de casa era muito ruim. Aí daí tudo começou, quando eu comecei a prestar atenção em campeonato, que eu nem sequer imaginava sobre campeonato, nunca tinha assistido campeonato, nem nada. Aí só foi acontecendo no presencial do Arrobalan. Aí eu fui me interessando mais, aí desde então nunca mais parei. E pra mim foi onde mudou minha vida. Em 2019, quando eu conquistei o campeão, o título. E a gente joga todos os anos pra poder chegar nele, porque sabe que aonde a gente tem a oportunidade de poder mostrar o nosso potencial, a gente tá todos os melhores jogadores do mundo, e poder até mesmo em financeiro, em reconhecimento, é uma coisa nova para mim. Mas o melhor momento foi quando eu fui campeão do CFS em 2019 e em 2020 que eu fiquei em segundo lugar, que eu também achei que viria, mas o CFS 2019 foi tudo na minha vida. Então, já faz 3 anos que eu tô na Imperial consecutivo, e essa mudança foi um pouco ruim no início, porque pegou a gente de surpresa, onde os jogadores iam pra China, e nosso time acabou se desfazendo. E o Lucão joga com ele há tanto tempo, desde 2019, 4, 5 anos, por aí. E o Fefe também entrou logo um ano depois, e foi muito difícil aceitar essa mudança, né? À toa que quando houve, eu chorei na hora que a gente teve a reunião, chorei porque, querendo ou não, a gente cria uma amizade, eu tenho sentimentos pelas pessoas, mas conforme o ano passou, a gente não veio com título ainda, porém nosso time tá num nível bom.
O sonho dele, né? É algo assim que eu vejo que realmente é a vida dele, né? O jogo é tudo pra ele. E eu acho que ele vai crescer muito ainda, entendeu? Que ele é um bom jogador. E é isso.
Hoje em dia, é repetir o que já foi realizado, que é o CF Star ser campeão. Obviamente, em todos os campeonatos que vier pela frente, óbvio que queremos ganhar, mas o foco principal sempre vai ser o CF Stars, pois é um dos melhores jogadores do mundo e a gente tem que provar para o mundo quem somos a gente. Só queria agradecer a todo mundo que sempre torce por mim, que me mandou mensagem, que fala que eu já fui um dia a referência para vocês, até mesmo quando eu tô nas ruas, em shopping, tem pessoa que me vê, pede para tirar foto no aeroporto mesmo, indo viajar. Só agradeço a vocês por terem assim, esse reconhecimento, ter esse carinho por mim, e que eu vou fazer sempre o possível para que vocês tenham o melhor resultado de mim em todos os anos daqui para frente.
Hello and welcome back to the downfall of the Philippines. My name is Kai, joined by Elfish Guy and Sneaky Frog here for the English stream of the Grand Finals.
Bro.
I just wanted to throw Sneaky straight off.
I honestly cannot believe they've actually done this to Sneaky. They've literally put him on the desk to watch both of his teams get absolutely blasted in their most important matches back to back. I really feel sorry for you, Sneaky, but
guys hear what they're saying?
It do be like that sometimes.
It do be like that sometimes. It's the one time the West can really,
really
rub it in
West
as
League
well.
on top, baby. Let's go.
I swear, if UBEC wins today, I'm rubbing it in both their faces, man.
If LCK win today, I'm rubbing it in.
Or
if they somehow make it through.
UBEC is playing, yeah.
These, of course, the games we've got. We've got Imperial taking on UBECMANIAC, may I say, for our second game of the day. Then we're following that up with Wolf Empire and UNKnights. And then we can follow that one up, of course, with Q9 LCK. Now, this game has a big difference where genuinely it could decide, well, it does decide who makes through the group. The UNKnights game doesn't against Wolf Empire. They're already guaranteed first. UNKnights can't make it through. The last game of the day can, by a technicality. Still have impact there. If LCK beat Q9 and if ranking beat Vasco, it then gets very spicy indeed. So it's not a direct LCK beat Q9, they're through, but with a few things going in the right way, LCK could get lucky. Do they have a chance? Very, very slim, if we're being completely honest. But this one is not the same. This is a direct. Winner of this is making it towards the next stage. And let's be honest, and obviously, Sneaky, you have your biases here, but let's talk about what is the non-biased thing of, it's actually a surprise to see Imperial struggling in a group. This is just something they don't usually do.
Yeah, for sure, especially the maps that was actually picked yesterday, right? I mean, we had Ankara, we had Subbase. Obviously, both of those maps were in the map pool of this squad. I mean, Imperial has a really good Subbase. Imperial has, well, one of the best Ankara in the entirety of Brazil.
Yeah.
We just didn't see it. I mean, we did see it. I mean, it is 10-8, 10-8. But when it came to the tail end rounds, like, the calls were so bad. Like, they could not close out both games for some reason. And, yeah, Evolution Power, they just played better on the day. I mean, YZK, finally, we get to see what he's made of as the MVP.
Yeah, and even on the other side as well, X2Q on Subbase, or kind of a redemption arc for him after that 0.2 that they had in their first game. So yeah, I mean, it is one of those where for Imperial, it's just shocking for us to see a side that are normally so consistent in the group stages fall as flat as they did. Chokes, that 7-2 second half on Ankara was pretty awful to watch as well. So maybe there's a world in which UBEC are coming towards this with actually more confidence than they originally would have had.
Yeah, here's the thing. Like, for me, obviously, I'm leaning quite heavily towards Imperial. I think there's no real surprise about that one. But if there was a way for this to actually come together for UBEC, I think this is actually the formula for that, right? We've got an Imperial that have lost a pretty close matchup yesterday. It was a pretty, I would say, disappointing game as well from that perspective. 10-8, 10-8. You feel like you've gotten close, but you don't really get any reward for all that hard work that you've put in. So I have to see if maybe UBECMANIAC can find a way to capitalize on that. But we'll talk about that in just a little bit. It's time for us to jump over the stage and welcome our teams back again.
Well, we are upon a pivotal moment in Group C. For these two teams, a chance to unlock the next stage into our knockout finals. The loser is going to leave CFS 2024's Grand Finals. Let's meet our challengers. First, welcome the proud powerhouse of the CFBL, Brazil's Imperial Esports. We've just seen one Filipino team eliminated, looking for revenge for their region. It's UBECMANIAC! And our battle is about to begin. Teams, get ready. This is your chance to unlock the future.
Both teams as well, of course, hoping to unlock a win to put themselves in towards that playoffs. But it's not going to be the easiest of games for UBECMANIAC. They've got an uphill battle here, Sneaky, it has to be said. You know, there's easier games to have to try and win to try and qualify. And Imperial, arguably, there's, you know, definitely kind of some, especially by our predictions, we kind of see as the favorites in this group.
Yeah, for sure. I can't blame you guys for thinking that, in all honesty. So here we go. Here's the non-biased Sneak.
Yeah.
So I can't blame you, man. Honestly, I feel like, especially the Animals, after losses, he grinds the hell out of the game. And I feel like they did right after it. They probably pointed out every single mistake that they possibly can fix. And I feel like Imperial is going to come in today with like a different wind, because this is a needed game. This is a needed series to qualify for the groups. And currently, I mean, they're down like a map in terms of map score, so this is a must-win series for them, honestly.
Absolutely. Basically, everybody has been stepping up in their own regard. Even GDSC obviously is negative in terms of his KD. Actually had a lot of good moments yesterday against EP. It just wasn't enough to get them over the line for a win here. And this is a side, of course, #1 in their region, even though Summer Championships was a little bit disappointing with Vasco going just a tad further than the Imperial boys. It was still, you know, they are still a side who see as the best coming from Brazil. On the flip side, for UBECMANIAC, this is a side, of course, who've got kind of a lot to prove internationally, right? What these guys can actually do on the sort of the big stage, right? They've got a couple of players themselves, KLB and KLP. Both of them look very solid, Jordan.
Yeah, most definitely. Look, I tend to agree again across the board. What we're saying, it seems like really is that UBEC comes in as the, I suppose, the slight underdog. Maybe slight is even a little bit of an underselling it. I think they are a pretty reasonable underdog here, quite frankly. I would imagine we're going to need to probably see, you know, the peak of UBECMANIAC over this entire best of 3 to have a really good shot against Imperial. I think generally speaking, Imperial, the level that they bring is of quite a decent quality. Like their quality at its worst is still better than most teams internationally. So I want to be seeing 100% UBEC, maybe even 110%. And I think then in that case, they would be able to challenge Danimals up against KLB in terms of key players. I don't hate it at all. I think KLB definitely has been a solid standout for UBEC so far in this competition. As far as Imperial's concerned, though, I think you can really go down the list. Like, again, they've got no shortage of fraggers on that roster. I might even want to sort of throw GDSC in there. I think in terms of impact plays, at least, I feel like he's actually been one of the standouts for Imperial so far at this competition. If we're just taking stats out of it and looking at the eye test, I feel like GDSC has actually been a bit of a sort of a player that these guys are relying on a little bit at the moment. So, yeah, any number of individuals you could actually take your pick from here for Imperial.
What are your thoughts on that key players comparison?
Not gonna lie, it's pretty good, honestly. Both teams, that's where their strength lies. Honestly, the Animals, he is the system when it comes to Imperial. Same thing here for UBECMANIAC. It's more of like whoever is just smarter on the other side. I mean, KLB, despite being such a young IGL, he's still had a lot of distance. Obviously, going second, almost beating SGJ REBORN in the grand finals is already good distance from them, especially going into this year where they started off top 4 and then they went top 2 and now they're here. Maybe the improvement keeps going up. I mean, the chart is going up for them in terms of improvement, but is it gonna be enough? I'm not sure even.
I feel like we need like 110%, if we're being completely honest as well. Talent predictions coming through. There isn't too many surprises here, if we're being honest. It's Imperial across the board for the Chinese and the Vietnamese stream. I think it'll be mostly the same part. Of course, one specific region, the Philippines, as they go UBECMANIAC. Benj and Sneaky. So Sneaky, fair enough, right? Bench has been taken over by Delusion recently.
Bench is full of cap.
Yeah, we saw him go for NEXTTOP earlier. So Delusion has taken over my good friend. So you can ignore that one. Sneaky bias. And the rest of us sort of understandable. Philippines obviously go for UBEC.
Yeah, of course.
And Portuguese obviously go for Imperial. So you really have to look at us on the English stream, the Chinese stream as well, and the Vietnamese stream as guys who, I guess, don't have those biases.
We're knowers. You would say we're knowers.
Yeah, knowers of ball,
Knowers, understanders, we know. We know. No bias at all. Yeah, look, I think if you're really being honest about it and you're looking at it from a logical standpoint, there's actually genuinely no correct argument that you can make to say that UBEC should be the favorite in this matchup. Like, the experience is there for Imperial, the individuals are there. Yes, Imperial did have a bit of a stumble against Evolution Power, but frankly, that is a series that they could have just as easily won. I mean, 10-8, 10-8, that's, you know, a couple of rounds away from being a 2-0 as opposed to a 0-2. They actually looked fantastic in that opening game as well against A-Lotus. And look, A-Lotus not exactly a fantastic team themselves, but Imperial, you know, they're kind of, I think, still bringing a pretty decent level at this competition. And even what we've been seeing from them, again, bringing it back to the eye test, I don't think they've looked awful at this tournament. I think they just got a little bit unfortunate in that game against Evolution Power. So barring that one storyline around Imperial maybe having some kind of tilt that does affect them at these kinds of big events when things start to go wrong, potentially being a factor, I think everything else is actually kind of pointing in the way of Imperial. And quite frankly, if I'm Imperial right here, I don't really feel like that tilt factor comes in from that last game, truly. It'll be more so in the playoffs where that is actually going to become a bit of a factor, because realistically, if you're Imperial, you're looking at this one thinking, look, we're probably not making it out of this group in first seed at this point anymore. However, we should very easily be making it out in second seed, and as long as you make it into playoffs, you can go from, like, you have to beat everyone to make the, you know, make the championship anyway. So as long as we make playoffs, we can get it done. And I think Imperial's a good enough team to kind of know that and understand that. So yeah, realistically, not really finding too many convincing arguments as far as I'm concerned for UBEC in this one.
It's true. If you want to be the best, you got to beat the best. And Imperial know that, though. Sooner rather than later, they're going to have to face against the top teams, your Wolf Empires, your AGs, your Q9s. It's going to have to happen. And of course, you know, the best teams, 3BL, of course. But as that kind of point was saying, do or die. This is a must-win game for both these two teams to stay alive in this tournament. If you don't, unfortunately, you do get grouped. It's as simple as that. And regardless of how it comes about, it doesn't really matter where it's the scrappiest of 3 mappers or the most swift of 2-0s. All that matters is the win in the end of things. But speaking on the flip side, what's the win factors for UBEC and the lose factors, I guess you could say, for Imperial? What is going to mean that UBEC find the advantage here?
I think if UBEC can find their consistency between all the maps, especially, you know, if Kano can finally step up, if Loy, you know, can play the game outside of map 1, would be nice if we can have that. I think the biggest matchup as well, outside of the key players that we have had, is probably the sniper matchup. And I feel like KLP can definitely take it to Imperial when it comes to, you know, the sniping department. Obviously, we've already seen, you know, some stuff from him, especially the map that they won against EP. I mean, yeah, it just needs to be all the players have to be on point today, at least in aim. And now it's just going to be KLB's job to try and figure out the brain of the animals, which is going to be tough.
I will say 9 times out of 10, I would disagree with that sentiment on the sniping. I think he was incredible. However, he was actually really poor yesterday. Struggled. He really, really looked uncomfortable. And XQ wasn't even incredible in a sense himself, so it did feel a little awkward. Of course, the map comparisons here to take a look at. A few maps which are a little bit weaker that kind of stand out. Compound over towards UBEC is not a super strong one, but not super strong as well in terms of Imperial. They're going to play it loads. Black Widow, pretty even, but UBEC have a slightly better win rate. But then you got to take it with a pinch of salt of the caliber of teams they're beating there. And even though UBEC are 100% on it in Eagle Eye, it's still a very good map for Imperial too. So what do you think is the permaban for UBEC here?
They're probably gonna remove the compound map, if I'm not mistaken. I feel like their inexperience on that map is honestly can affect this series. I feel like we really don't want to go anywhere close on compound if you're any team against Imperial Esports, because I feel like it kind of fits the style of Imperial of like sit, wait for enemy to make mistake, and then you capitalize right after it. And yeah, I mean, I feel like it could be compound. Wouldn't be surprised if Imperial would want to take this to Mexico, but I wouldn't advise it.
Yeah,
it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting. I was going to say, I think just having a look at the previous matches these teams have played here in Group C so far, if I'm not wrong, every single one of them has been sub-base Ankara. Regardless of whether it's, you know, Imperial versus Lotus or Evolution Power versus UBECMANIAC, it's been sub-base Ankara in some way, shape, or form. So I was looking at the stats there. I think definitely we're going to be seeing a sub-base somewhere. Maybe that even sneaks through as a third map potentially. But every possibility that one of these two guys just decides to pick it up as a choice as well. I don't hate the choice of a compound ban out from UBEC. I think that's definitely a go-to. But yeah, sub-base Ankara seem like they're a very, very real possibility. And maybe even that Eagle Eye kind of like sneaks in somewhere potentially.
Maybe map 3.
Yeah, map 3 maybe would be my guess.
If you're UBEC here, what are you picking into? If you're the coach of UBEC, what are you
I'm slamming sub base ASAP. Map number 1.
You're picking into it?
Yeah, I'm picking into it 100%.
Right.
I feel like sub base.
Even though Imperial don't mind it themselves?
Yeah, I feel like there's nothing really that changed from Imperial. From Hanoi, just like how I think we discussed this earlier, right?
Yeah,
There's nothing really that changed from Imperial, from Hanoi. And I feel like, having, UBEC, the tanks, obviously, was like posting all over the place. Oh, we're VOD reviewing, we're not resting at all. So obviously, the sub base map is very heavily studied for Imperial.
Yes.
So maybe they want to attack that.
Well, enough deliberation. Let's get into it. We're going to kick-start this map veto process. UBEC with the first ban as well does give Imperial the choice at deciding where the decider will go. They basically get that pick there, but at the same time, who knows? It might not even make it there. That's a luxury in some senses. But yeah, first ban for UBEC. Couple of different ways. You were originally thinking the compound, which is the smart choice. Exactly what they end up going for. I don't think there's any question marks there. That's pretty standard.
No real concerns for me on that one. Imperial obviously get a little bit of an advantage here in that they're probably expecting that compound ban to come out from UBEC, so gives them a little bit more wiggle room with their ban to be maybe a bit more of a target ban, something like that. Because quite frankly, I don't really think Imperial would have wanted to pick into compound anyway. As you sort of mentioned, it's not one of their go-tos. But yeah, we've talked about the strength of the Philippines region on Black Widows, so maybe not a bad shout there from Imperial. But now is where things get interesting for me, because like I've said, and I've rechecked that stat, every single one of the series that these teams have played has been sub-base Ankara, is as the first two. So in some way, shape or form, they're picking one of the sub-bases, one of the Ankaras, or it's being picked against them. And I think that that's a very real possibility that we're going to get that through in this series as well. So sub-base taken
the Ankara
straight away. Ankara, it's a bit of a go-to for Imperial. Wouldn't be surprised to see it get picked up here. Maybe they're going to go for a curveball and try and leave Ankara there for the decider.
Could be a cheeky Eagle Eye.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well. We know Imperial likes a bit of Eagle Eye.
Black Widow makes sense because I feel like Imperial doesn't really play that map per se, and I feel like you need to be very fast. And from what we've seen earlier, right, a lot of more lower tier teams actually pick Black Widow to beat top tier teams, but curveball.
Why did you say this was a bad idea?
Mexico, because, everyone from their region, I'm saying this because, there's Manila, and then there's Cebu. They love Mexico and Cebu, man, actually.
Okay. So do you think UBEC could potentially have a chance there?
Oh, for sure. Someone please pull out the shotgun on their side. I'm trying to see some XM1104 action.
Yeah, we haven't seen it yet, have we?
It is within the CFS rules. It does say CFS at the end of it, so you could use it.
Exactly. Decider going to come through as well. I'm expecting an Eagle Eye ban, second wave here for...
could be Port, actually, for UBEC. They might just ban out Port. I
guess they did have a 100% win rate, right? It's just the fact that they only played 4 times.
They've maybe learned the lesson from Pacific Magda of playing Imperial on Port. We know what happened there. Jordan knows what happened there. So I feel like just avoiding Imperial on one of their stronger maps is there. Oh, really? I think you dare it, honestly.
Wow. All right. So you get your real choice here, Port or Eagle Eye. I think, honestly, Imperial are happy with either.
Yeah.
I would tend to agree. Honestly, I don't even know which one's better. I feel like it's kind of just a coin toss.
Probably just ban. If you want to play it safe, then you ban Port. Just go Eagle Eye. But if you want to play it risky, you could go Port. Oh, they're going Eagle Eye. Okay. This series has just became a lot more interesting. Now we are seeing the Eagle Eye 2.0 for map number 3. Obviously, UBEC, one of the few teams who actually love this map. So I would say this is a good veto overall for UBECMANIAC, actually. But Imperial, they're the type of team to be prepared for these kinds of vetoes.
They'll be ready for this. This won't be unbelievably shocking for them, I think. The big, for me, I know you've spoken about kind of the Mexico in the region, but I think generally speaking still, with sub-base, it feels like a big win factor. If UBECMANIAC want a chance in this, I feel like they've got to take sub-base for me. If they don't, I don't know if they have a chance in the series.
For sure. I think Mexico definitely could probably save him, but knowing Imperial and the Animals' monster preparation, he's probably has like 5 different shots already to try and counter this UBECMANIAC squad.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, veto concluded, players getting ready in towards the server, starting to warm up, and all of the rest. Show is nearly on the road as well. As we're going to get started in towards this one. For Imperial, it's about sort of redemption for their own sake off the back of yesterday's quite disappointing loss.
Yeah, they wouldn't have liked to have been in this position. They would have much preferred to have already made their way out of Group C, qualified with the 2-0, but they've still got a bit more work to do. Again, though, it's not, you know, it doesn't feel like a terrible situation to be in for Imperial, but I want to sort of reiterate that, like, this is actually a very important match. Like, this is kind of do or die for both teams in this, and so we're almost, I think maybe with the exception of Sneaky, kind of like looking at this one being like, Imperial have won this, you know, like you kind of walk into it like, no big deal, don't worry about it. But really, this is a pretty high pressure game. It's do or die, it's make or break. You have to win this, otherwise you don't go through. So things can go wrong in those kinds of games. You have an off day, maybe someone's not feeling great, didn't have a good sleep last night.
True. Or
potentially UBEC's just absolutely popping. That's a real factor as well. So things could go wrong here for Imperial, and in an hour or two's time, we could be sitting here going, wow, what just happened?
Yeah, exactly that. And for Imperial, if that was to happen, I think it's definitely safe to say, you know, incredibly disappointing tournament to the point of maybe changes on the horizon if that was to happen. Of course, maps have sub-base. They say, you know, you take what you want away from them. A lot more maps played over towards Imperial, but when you look at UBEC, I think the side is probably also caliber of teams you're playing. You know, the top three, obviously, relatively, including themselves, obviously, you know, relatively solid. It does dip off quite quickly after that. So you always have to take those kind of win percentages with quite a pinch of salt in some of these kind of slightly smaller regions. Same with when we see kind of maps like 3BL and LCK, because they just batter around the rest of the teams in their region. You kind of can't look into it too much. It's more about what they do internationally, which makes the big difference. Subbase has been a map in which, even though it's picked it against them, Imperial also like, right? We know, you know, they picked it yesterday. So they know it's a map which they're confident on. I just wonder how they respond off the back of their mistakes yesterday.
Yeah, that UBECMANIAC subbase from their finals appearance, I cannot erase that in my brain. That was a 10-0. Like, that's insane. Hopefully, maybe, I wouldn't say they're going to repeat it per se, but yeah. Let's see.
We'll have to see. Well, we're about to get things live here. It is map number 1 in our second best of 3 of the day. Subbase is where we head.
All right. Subbase map 1 between Imperial and UBECMANIAC. Must win series for both of these two teams if they hope to stay alive in the CFS 2024 Grand Finals. Imperial to kick things off on Blacklist side, already copying a little bit of chip damage there onto 7, but not an overly enthusiastic approach from the Brazilian squad to start the map and series.
KLP. A little hold towards wood. Smoke in that area. But for now, not a huge amount to work with. Very tentative, as we always expect out from Imperial.
Yep, GTSC trying to get some lockers control. KIB just jump spotting it from rafters, but it's going to be a little nade. Just trying to dissuade Imperial from pushing on into lockers. But I don't think that's the game plan. This is a classic Imperial pacing, right? They're just waiting around looking for any tidbit of information, and they're going to act upon it.
Vastly different in terms of the pace of that previous game as well. That one, most rounds are done in the first 30 seconds. This one, nothing is done in the first minute 30 seconds.
I feel bad for Jordan because he couldn't experience it.
I was watching it. I got to watch most of it, apart from the time where I was in makeup for, I think it took like 8 rounds.
Need to make you look pretty for the screen.
Yeah, it takes a lot to get you camera ready, fella. So.
Not sure what you mean. Like, what? Can you explain what you're trying to say there, or?
He says you're ugly, but KLP.
Hang on a minute.
Does get the sniper down. Flash is gonna go through nade. Not gonna be on the money, but Loy's around the corner. He's gonna be defending, but the Animals is not gonna check him. Does get the 1-for-1. 7 has gotten control of Heaven. But there is still one player on the side. Can JJ hold this at least enough to get the rotations going for the smoke to clear? But it seems like Imperial, they're kind of just going to rain down the nades, rain down the flashes. JJ gets his head taken off. But can UBEC do anything about this? It seems like they're running out of people.
They are. Numbers not looking good for them in the 2 versus 3. Wanting to try and isolate a fight, but Imperial just don't need to peek. They're going to come over, sure, but for the most part gets avoided. That C4 planted too, with all the time pressure on UBEC to make that move. Kano tagged, and KLP's not exactly doing too much better himself. He opts for the M4 over the AWM. Moves his way down. The first fight and the second is good. 7 does so damn well.
Love that. Pretty straightforward round, really, for Imperial. It wasn't a whole lot of nuance, really. Just group up, push into heaven, down the stairs, into the site, get the plan, play out the post plant 3v2, comfortable as you like.
Yeah, very similar concept to Curve in Compound, but KLB and Kano wanting to get some pressure down on towards the machine room. Kano has to be careful about his head, but they're just going to go back. They're just going to push them back, but Imperial's going to welcome it. They're just like, all right, we're going to wait. We're just going to wait.
They kind of want them to peak in a way as well. This is what Imperial do very, very well. They sort of want the UBEC side to overextend so they can get a numbers advantage and then react off it.
Man, 7 already with 2 kills, and this kid is scary when he gets momentum.
Yeah.
I mean, us 3 know that well, from what we've seen back in Hanoi, I mean, 7, one of the highest, if not the highest rated player in that entire tournament despite losing.
Nate, my KLP doesn't do all too much.
You guys ever hear the story about the tortoise and the hare?
Yeah. Slow and steady wins the race. Yeah, that's Imperial. They live and die by it. Same with LCK.
Hey, it worked for LCK. I respect it.
Yeah. It works later as well for LCK against Q9. Who knows?
Yep.
That would be one of the wildest upsets to date, but
I'd be down for it, honestly.
Just
Wait,
gonna-
never mind. I'm not down for it. They're my predictions for champions.
yeah, true. They would make it through regardless, though, so they'd be all right.
For sure, for sure.
It's like a win-win. We're under the minute mark now. Imperial now starting to make a move. It's Locker's control that they're taking. And obviously, it's something that UBEC know all too well about. They've held their util till very late in the round. They know this is a standard for Imperial, who finally take that Locker's room control.
Well, here comes the util. About 40 seconds left on the clock. Imperial think that's the go signal. Ends up being not a bad start to the opening exchanges. Yes, the C4 fell, but Imperial more than clean enough on that entry to go and recollect it with plenty of time left remaining to get the plant down. And once again, it's a numbers deficit for the retake. Nice arm shot connection this time from Eagles, and that's a little bit more like it. We didn't get that yesterday, but we have started nicely for Imperial today. So nicely, in fact, that UBEC are going to be forced to use a very early tack timeout. That's only 2 rounds in, so they're really feeling unsettled in this match.
Yeah, they might actually try to swap whatever they're doing at the moment because they're not actively taking map control. They're just letting Imperial, walk into their defense, and I really feel like that's not the way to beat Imperial.
True.
I feel like you kind of have to take the fight to them instead, and you're going to try to win fights from there because Imperial, man, they've already gotten so much reps on just straight up executes on sites because of their playstyle that they just know what to do as soon as they got into the site. And they do know how to play against passive defenses because, I mean, hey, that's how you play. That's how they play as well on the GR side. So it's not unfamiliar for them what UBEC's doing.
Not at all. I don't know who's sitting just behind him there. Who's this with the blonde hair?
That's Kano.
Yeah, he's got a Howl mouse mat. Pretty sick. I respect that.
Probably not even the real one.
No, definitely not.
It's like, it's kind of hard to translate the pesos to USD or euro. It's like 40 bucks.
40 bucks, yeah.
Yeah, 40 bucks for the mouse pad.
It's quite kind of expensive actually.
Yeah.
I bought a mouse mat off, was that Temu, I think it was? And it was like four pounds.
Did you actually?
And I bought one just to see what it was like.
Was it good?
Just because I,
No way. There's no way it was good.
Because I have like, literally like 15 mouse mats, like from like top companies and stuff. And I was like, I'm just gonna see what this one's like. It's really good. Like actually, genuinely really good. Like, I use it as it's a massive one. I use it as a desktop, and I put my good mouse mat on top of that. But it's really solid. Like it's actually I'm actually, for £4, I'm quite impressed. And it's like, the Japanese wave? Yeah. That's what it is. That's the design. It's pretty sick, man.
You're going to have to link it to me.
But that is that, but in like the sort of neon rider colors, like like bluey purple kind of, yeah. It's pretty good, man. I got to say.
Nice.
£4.
No, it's just making me feel bad about my mouse pad. I think it was $150.
Jesus.
It's like a Saturn. I think it's Saturn Pro. I think
is it glass?
No.
No, because they're expensive.
But it's huge. But this round as well is actually kicking off a little bit quicker. UBECMANIAC are
Just like how I said.
Just going to try and get a little bit more aggro into Wood. And honestly, Imperial was sort of moving through the map a little quicker this time as well. So they've come to a head, and it has traded down effectively for the GR side.
I mean, that is what I said, right? I feel like UBECMANIAC needs to, put the fight into Imperial instead of them just waiting around on these sites. But Kano, he's going to be out in the open. KLB, where is the response?
They don't expect him.
He's just going to keep quiet, but he wants the trade, man. He wants the trade.
Oh, he's got youth on hands here. Needs to be careful. Swing and a fight. GDSE is doing so well in this round and so well in this map so far. 5-0.
That was nasty.
Just like I said, GDSE feels like he's coming up with a lot of impact frags in this event.
Yeah.
There's another one. Down to 1 HP, but still a gun in the game. A numbers advantage for Imperial. UBECMANIAC isolating themselves for the moment. Playing 1 to B, 1 to A. And of course, Imperial will slow things down again.
The animals are spotted, so they're going to have a clue, actually, that this might be an A-side take. 30 seconds left, and this could be bad for Imperial if they cannot take out Loy in the headshot position. Does get tagged up, but what a shot from the animals to clear out Missile. But here comes KLP coming in from behind. GDSC crouched up and ready to go. Shot on the sniper. And that's a 3-0 start for Imperial, despite a good start from UBEC as well.
Yeah, I actually think the response from UBEC there, off the back of their attack pause, is really good. I think for them, getting proactive and actually trying to fight up close is the right way to go about it. Because they were letting Imperial roam around the map freely and let themselves sort of set up in a way. I like that way in which they respond, but massive round from GDSC. He's gone absolutely huge there. 2 with the M4, 1, or 2 with the AK, 1 with the Orm right at the end. Big round to be taken, and of course, in taking that, 3-0 start, and it sort of nullifies that attack pause, which later down the line could have a pretty big knock-on effect. For UBECMANIAC, if things go south, especially in that second half, there's nothing really they can do to slow it down.
Honestly, it kind of surprises me a little bit with how slow Imperial does play in some cases.
Yeah.
Like, you are now up 3-0. You are fragging well, you're trading well, your side hits are looking so clean and coordinated. I actually think getting in UBECMANIAC's face a little bit here and putting that pressure on them quickly could pay quite the dividends. You know, when things are going well.
The, like, it ain't broke, don't fix it mentality of, like, if this worked last round, let's do it again type vibe.
Maybe.
Shots ringing. Eagles trying to take out KLP from the jail position, but he is not moved just yet. KLB with the exact same jiggle peek at the moment. GDSC around the corner. But I don't think they're going to go too far forward just yet until GDSC finds something.
GDSC, he could work from here last time. It's again just waiting for a swing in back box, but he makes his way forward. KLB drops down. He doesn't want to stick up for that fight that lost into that previous round. Actually, GDSC is just going to dip away himself. 45 seconds. Imperial, we do need to make a decision. We are very indecisive. C4 still in mid, sort of just loitering around.
Oof, they're going to go for heaven, actually. And Loy, last time he tried to defend this, he got instantly traded out. But this time the expectations are there for the side of UBECMANIAC. Flash is going to go through. 4 players blinded. Information now on the side of UBECMANIAC. How are they going to respond to this second mid push instead? They're going to go into the B site, but people from above. KLB is going to get the first one, second one as well on Ryu Zhao, and the rest of Imperial just fall. And that initial shot in second mid, that initial flash from Loy made everyone in Imperial panic and revealed everything for UBEC.
So in hindsight, right, you know, we've just wasted, what, 2 minutes, basically. What did Imperial actually gain? This is the question marks I have with these sort of slow styles of play, because LCK is the same, and we see this in the West League. What do you gain in these 2 minutes where you do nothing? Because we don't see them do anything. They don't gain any information. They don't bait any fights in. They don't even really bait any util up, because everyone expects them to play slow. UBEC are doing the perfect thing. They're holding all their util late round, because that's when they're going to need it. So I never understand it when it's done all the time.
I have a theory about it. I feel like they're playing with, like, the anticipation of UBEC. It's like, oh, 30 seconds left, they're going to push. Maybe this is the time. Maybe they get a bit nervous if ever that does happen. But look at this, change of pace. 2 minutes in, and it seems like they want to go fast on this B site. They do get the full clear, but it is a 3v3. Eagles might need to get a pick or two if they do want the guarantee.
You'll take this, though, if you're Imperial. 3-on-3 post plan, it's not a bad spot to be in. Eagles has got a really nice line to hold. As long as he's not concerned about mid or lockers, he'll just be locked in. And of course, he's got the backup there of Ryu Zhao and Seven watching both of those angles. So all he has to do is focus on hitting this one shot. And he does, of course, land it. Takes a bit of a chunk back in response. He's down low, but as long as he's surviving behind that box, Seven will be there to help him out. Nice trade. It's Imperial. Looking like they're going to get themselves a fourth. Seven hiding behind the girder. There's nothing KLP can do about it. It's another round for Imperial. Nice change of pace.
It's a good round 2 as well. Credit where it's due. That's where you have to change it up. If you're going to play slow, you can't always continue like that. You've got to have a couple of tempo shifts. You can sort of condition them through slow plays, sure, but there's got to be a bit of variation, and that's where it is for Imperial. But UBEC, variation of their own. They wanted to go quick. They want to fight early in this round. Will it work out? This first fight is not good. GDSC is going to get the second as well. Overextensions, KLP also spotted in towards lockers.
Yeah, he wants to fight this. I mean, there is a guy in passage. Loy can cover him, but I think it's a bit dangerous to actually fully hold lockers here. It's not the best start, but I did see the vision from the side of UBEC, right? They're trying to get early machine room control, and that means they're going to get mid.
I want to try and change things up. I mean, the one round that did go well for UBECMANIAC was that one round where they played a little bit more aggressively. That was towards Wood, but they're just trying to take matters into their own hands a little bit, because it seems like when they are allowing Imperial to dictate the pace of this, whether Imperial goes slow or a little bit quicker, it doesn't seem to matter. It just isn't working out for UBEC. So they want to try and be proactive, but even that is not working. So backs are kind of against the wall here, UBEC. They need to find a way to step up, and it's just not happening. Ooh. Not in this round, certainly. And also, knowing that they have already used their attack timeout, it really does leave you with few options apart from, I don't know, maybe hope you get into this second half with 2 or 3 rounds to your name, and that brings with it some kind of winds of change. You know, side swap can do a lot, but right now it's looking like Imperial are kind of wiping the floor with UBEC.
5-1 right now, 7. He'll dip down towards stairs, and that's the support of the Eagles. Eagles are the AK too. Doesn't want to use the Orm in this one. GDSC is the one wielding it. My assumption that was a spawn-based peek for him, but hang on a second. Danimals and Ryuzo both going to get caught early. You got KLP back sight, but he's seen off it. Whether it was the HE or the rifle, both results were going to be the same. So they do get the sight itself. If Eagles can hit a big shot here, it might give them something to work with to get this C4 down.
And these nades are brutal. I mean, half HP on Eagles, 7. Got to be down to just a bit of HP, 82. Still pretty healthy. Metal box is going to be occupied, but all 3 members on the side of UBECMANIAC has decided to just swarm him. Ooh. And the numbers game adds up for the side of UBECMANIAC, and they do get another round on the board.
KLB trying to get fired up, but not quite there yet. You know, he's letting out a scream, trying to pump the boys up, but just falls a little bit flat when the scoreline's 5-2. You know, even it didn't even really feel like he was fully committed to it.
Yeah. I like this. I like this a lot. That's a good move from Kano and Co there, who move forward in towards Wood, just to aggress in towards Imperial's face, and they're still causing a bit more damage behind it too, as GDSC also going to get tagged down low.
Ooh. I mean, that's fine. I mean, 4 versus 3. GDSC is low HP. If I was UBEC here, I'd be happy about the position that we've been in, but and last time there was a 3v4.
Timing.
Stuff did go sour, so they're going to have to keep locked in.
Yeah, Ryuzo has been able to take some map control. Being active while it's all going down elsewhere on the map. Looks like he's kind of been given the role of just trying to work the map, see if you can maybe find a pick somewhere, see if you can find an opening. So let's see what happens here. If Ryuzo can activate from the vent, Eagles has got himself into Wood as well, and GDSC just set up on that Locker's line. Not able to land his shot there. Seen Eagles go down in the meanwhile. Starting to fall apart a little bit for Imperial here.
KLB outside.
Oh, good position.
Yeah, he's just basically the insurance policy to catch people on the wrap. Yuzao might be in a bit of trouble in a brief moment. If KLB looks his way, he should. Doesn't matter, actually. Good work by Loy. Like you mentioned, C4 down, and GDSC, no chance for him. Not in a 1 versus 3, surely not.
Not with his amount of HP.
Yeah, he's going to be hurt as well. Loy ready for this fight. The caught on the swing, and it will not get even the fight. KLB get another once again. That one feeling a little bit more convincing. Round by round, they get louder, longer, more proud.
Starting to get into it. But 6-3 still potentially on the cards here, and that would be quite a solid first half for Imperial, though. Feels like a bit of a cursed number. I think they were up 6-3 in both the maps yesterday against Evolution Power at halftime as well. And went on to lose those maps 10-8, so...
Let's get 5-4 here.
Yeah. Could be a bit of a cursed figure.
5-4, yeah.
We spoke about angel numbers. That's devil numbers.
That is true. Oh! A tooth to the stomach, man. That's gotta hurt. I mean, JJ back in the metal box position. Flashes are gonna rain, but everyone is blind except for him. I mean, there is a bit of delay, but that box is getting absolutely pelted with bullets. Now's not the time to pull out the nade, but he pulls it out anyways. Somehow, someway, JJ is still alive. And 7 is kind of stuck on the underside, and a really good clear by Loy and JJ. Very nice proactive play, but do they know that Ryuzao's right behind him on jail?
Talk about the plan, guys. They want to get 5-4 to avoid the curse.
He needs more than one kill here, Ryuzao, if he wants to save this round. Unless he waits until his team's rotated all the way over to B. They get that freebie onto Kano and instantly get the plan down. He's just about whiffed that last shot, though. And this is where things go from bad to worse for Imperial.
Yikes.
Ryuzao will drop. And 5-4 feels like it is on its way. It's a good recovery from UBECMANIAC, quite frankly.
Dude, they could just play standard 2-2 at this point, but it's a bit risky. Kano is going to go down, but GDSC going to be down to low HP. Eagles still posted up on the outside position right into the entrance of heaven, but look at UBECMANIAC. They're like, all right, we can just retake. Honestly, we have numbers, so why not?
I like the idea as well, just play retake. You can sort of back yourself in these spots. C4 going to go down. Open plan? Yeah, seems like it. Gives them the chance to play around. Ooh, boosting towards Vent. Who wrap in. Eagles. He's going to play up towards Box. All the way back in lockers. GDSC roaming around the site. He's so low. He actually needs to get a really fortunate fight in his favor. It's not going to be the case. Swing and a miss coming forward. JJ will see it off. And that'll be a 4th for UBECMANIAC. A one-round game. Imperial 5-1 up, letting it slip. This is super unlike them, but so far this tournament, it's been a bit of a regular occurrence now.
You know what? I think the craziest storyline here would be Imperial gets off to such a great start on the map, which, to be fair, they did.
Yep.
And then slowly but surely that gets taken away from them by UBEC, and they're starting to have those flashbacks to yesterday night against Evolution Power. It gets in their heads. We go 1-0 UBECMANIAC, and then they've got the advantage in this series and a very real chance of knocking Imperial out in the group stage. That would be unreasonable. But it's starting to feel like it might be doable here for UBECMANIAC. We'll see if they can start off well on this blacklist side. It's a massive brawl, but no one's gone down initially. Eventually, Danimals will cop one.
A baffled Loy stays alive there.
Yeah.
Attack's so low, and he was even getting spammed as well. The bullets were just whisking past him.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, it doesn't make sense why you have 3 AKs in this map.
Yeah. There's so many spammable areas as well.
Look at UBEC, 4 M4s, bro.
Yeah. I think that's a smart way to play it.
Yeah. Play the map, but it seems like, you know, other players would rather have the satisfaction of the one tap, but...
That's ego right there.
That's just ego. But man, I mean, that was actually a good response from the side of UBEC, right? I mean, players take machine room. I like the instant responses, like, oh, they're in machine room. Let's get some action happening in second mid, you know, make them panic, get the rotations going. And now they're just kind of playing with the silence here of Imperial, and now they're like probably nervous with anticipation.
Yeah. Just control. Feels like it's going to be the priority of where we want to head. Farm shot from KLP. Gives Ryuzao the ability to reposition. He re-peaks, in fact, as he wants to continue gaining that info. And he knows they're not committed to lockers.
Oh, but look at this rotation. They could have second mid control. No smoke to block off any of the sidelines here. But 7 is the guy in the way. We know what 7 is capable of. But with 35 seconds, 2 players in control room already. So this could be a well-read rotation from the side of Imperial. GDSC in heaven already. And they're taking their sweet time, but here comes the flashes on the site. Loy's going to be the first one in. 7 with the first miss, second miss. Eagles is going to get Loy in return. KLB will get 2 with the entry. DDSC is going to fall down. KLB on fire with the M4. And Ryu's out, the only one left alive. And what can he do? He's a single man against 4.
UBEC looking like a well-oiled machine. And Ryu's out, nothing he can do. And
that was really bad.
The cheers are starting to be bigger and bigger. But yeah, you're right. I mean, Imperial, it's definitely looking a little bit shaky now. And UBEC looked great in that round.
Is this the end of Brazil? Is this tournament the end of Brazil? Because Vasco are not exactly locked in. It's only antisocial.
Antisocial. Goken will save Brazil.
Yeah.
I'm telling you right now.
Is it 2017 again?
Bro, it's kind of poetic though. No?
I know, yeah.
You say Vasco aren't locked, but like
it
would have to go pretty wrong for Vasco.
True, but the fact that there's still a chance, I think, is probably in itself quite damning for a team of Vasco's caliber, right? This is meant to be a team that should get through no bother, and the fact that there actually even is some sort of debate about it is in itself something, you know, them picking up losses. I mean, they're generally a side who have looked very strong. Obviously, Q9's fair enough.
So this means CFWL is now the new second best region.
Damn right, brother. Damn right. Let's be honest, can we see a 3BL top 4 finish?
What if 3BL just wins the event? That's what I'm saying. Snare is the new do.
Yeah. Snare MVP. He's already my MVP.
But look at this, just a bit of woods control, not much interaction between the two teams, except the nades. But GDSC, watch your head, but could have easily actually gotten that metal box control, and that would have forced a lot of rotation from Imperial.
Forcing them back, though. A minute to work with now. Smoking towards lockers. They're trying to bait out an Imperial fight, but nothing really being offered over.
Oh, Brews, I was so lucky that KLB has an AK right now. That 4-box would have been spammed a while back.
Holding locker solo though, so this typically ends up being a one and done kind of a position. See if it goes that way. It hasn't quite. In fact, there was a good shot in from Eagles as well. Just hasn't worked out for UBEC this time around. Maybe a little bit too one-dimensional, you know, if you're going to push your way in through lockers like that.
Not a fan. Oh, okay. Imperial timeout. But yeah, just like how you said, Jordan, I'm not a fan of just pure lockers push, because I feel like, you know, you kind of put yourselves in a bad position. There is still, you know, jail you have to clear. There is still site you have to clear. There's so many angles you have to clear. That's why I do prefer the, you know, 3 lockers, maybe 2 lockers, and 3 players coming in from passage instead.
Yeah, but not only that, it was just contact play as well. It was completely dry. No util. Not able to unsettle any of the defenders there at all.
A lot to talk about. Daniel's getting pretty vocal. Imperial. Yes, they've still got a lead, but it's by no means comfortable. Especially, I think, in the way they would have felt coming into the game. I think they would have had a lot of confidence in themselves, saying, all right, we're the favorite side, we're the better side in most cases, but they're not playing like it. They're not playing like a favorite. They're playing like a side who are head-to-head, which I think actually is more so credit to UBEC. They're playing up to their opponent, whereas Imperial, not so much playing down, but UBEC are just playing so well at the moment. There's still these holes in the game plan. I mean, I do also say, I mean, this is sort of something you touched on, Sneaky, where nothing changes for Imperial on sub-base. It's always the same. Like, there's no difference, no matter who they play against. There's no variation in the calling style, which, in a sense, you do have to sort of blame the Agile a little bit, but it always looks the same, plays the same, which makes them very readable.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the Animals, at the end of the day, he's still a very, very good IGL, honestly. I mean, that system that he had, even though it's somewhat repetitive, it got them farther in the international scene. But KLB going to be the first one to eat the dirt. But is this going to be a full A rush from the side of UBEC GDSC? KLP misses his first shot, but they need to clear missile immediately. And there he goes. GDSC is going to go down, but 7 still in heaven. But the running one tap from JJ is going to take him down.
Yeah, rotation's coming through way too slow for Imperial to stop them from taking the A site. And the timeout from Imperial might have actually worked against them. Imperial are looking much better. Sorry, UBEC are looking much better in this round. Looks like we're going 6-6 though. Yep. See what Imperial can do on this retake, but look at the smokes everywhere. It's going to be very difficult to get any work done. Eagles still good for one. KLP whiffing a lot of shots right here. And under pressure as well behind the silo. This is starting to become a bit of a problem. Loy, the last one standing, but time is definitely a factor. And if he can get Ryu's out, he might have won the round anyway.
Close.
Time is on Imperial's side this time around, and 7-5 will be the score. That may be the straw that breaks the camel's back. That's a really painful round to lose for UBEC.
Yeah, that is the definition of the finest margins. Absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, everyone just collectively whiffed on their side, so it seems like UBECMANIAC, I mean, it was a really good start to the round, in all honesty, but the breakdown of that retake defense was absolutely insane. I don't know how Imperial got back onto the site, but
I think UBEC are also awesome that. The coach, he could obviously was very visibly distraught after seeing that. He looked very tilted.
Yeah, he's probably thinking like, hey guys, we could have easily won that round if could have hit your shots, but guess just gotta keep your composure together. But it's really hard to keep your composure, especially after that type of round, man. That is absolutely tilting.
3 more rounds is all that Imperial need. Take their opponent's map pick. Pretty close, that's for sure.
I mean, still a lot of these rounds coming down to the wire, so not impossible.
No.
And Imperial got to be having a little bit of PTSD from last night, so don't want to be letting this one get too close, lest they suffer another 10-8 deficit. It's looking okay for the meanwhile, but UBEC have maybe in a sense gone back into their shells. We're seeing a little bit more Imperial-esque play from them.
Yeah, really fighting fire with fire here, feels like, for UBEC.
I don't know if I'd call this fire, mate.
Yeah.
It's more like water.
Fighting water with water as they slowly trickle downstream. But Imperial will be used to this as well. It's not exactly the most uncommon of play styles in Brazil, too. You see. What's he got for us? Flashbang round, and does a good job of catching a lot of them, but he can't get the kills behind it. KLP for that first, jumping around the corner. It's a very good execute coming forward on towards the site. Once again, rotate a little bit slow. This time a much harder retake for Imperial.
Great work from UBEC, juggling the aggro quite nicely, dancing around, unsettling the Imperial defenders. Once again, it comes down to what would kind of need to be a miracle retake. Last one was somewhat opened up by Eagles.
Yeah, this is way better positioning, honestly. Ooh. But, free pot shot from Eagles misses twice. The Animals and 7 getting absolutely swarmed. So 6 and 7, granted, the last round was tilting. It seems like didn't affect them that much.
Flawless as well to make it even just a little bit sweeter. Really well done. But yeah, no, just not enough coming forward from Imperial. That first fight that I think it's Ryuzar taking over towards Metal Box, he has to get one. It's just like a bare minimum. To slow them down, to give themselves a bit of confidence in that retake, but he doesn't. Double Nugget comes over towards stairs. So KLP would have been caught on the cross in terms of spotted by Eagles. Well, they'll be somewhere here. Just where they expect them already down. Now they will. There's a flash, but he'll get out of there.
Yeah, just needed to get KLP unstuck there. I think he was trying to go for a very quick peek on the A site. Maybe try to catch the missile player peeking, but seems like that's not the case. And back to waiting we go. It's a bit tough, honestly. I mean, the setup for Imperial is absolutely passive. I mean, you got 3 players B, and A players are as far back as possible, with the exception of GDSC, who's just probably spamming crouch with a nade in his hand. Yeah, I mean, no nades baited.
They are not committed to anything right now. C4 is still outside of wood. AJ will pick it up and
B split.
Yeah, feels like it. Bit of Locker's control being taken here. Smoke will bound off the wall, so it gives them a bit of room to work with. And the spammer towards back box will give them some coverage. They can start making their way forward. Just takes a shot on instinct. Doesn't spot anything. 7 will, though. That's important. KLB getting caught. He's on a bad way to start things off, and it gets better as Ryuzao adds another to his tally. There is responses, though, that don't look too shabby from UBEC. So there might still be something left to work with here. Ryuzao and GDSC aren't exactly healthy, but then again, neither is Kano.
I'm not sure how GDSC is still alive, quite frankly. He was floating around in no man's land for a very long time, but he's fallen. And once again, Eagles comes into play. He's 18-7. He's got to step up in a big way right here. Kano is so low. All it will take is one shot from anybody. They're going to get aggressive. Kano's going to push his way forward. How is that possible? UBECMANIAC are keeping themselves in the fight.
That's big. That's a big round from UBEC. That flashbang was absolutely exquisite as well. It gets both of them. Eagles just so blind, and Kano gets both as he 180s head on the swivel. That is massive to tie this map up 7 apiece.
Jeez.
Oh, they want to take the fight to UBEC now. Kano now ready for it. The Animals. Nades are going to be thrown, but Kano is ready with KLP. Oh my word, is this a breakdown of Imperial? GDSC still alive. Ryuzao, Eagles as well. 3 very formidable players. But with the numbers that UBEC has, they're going to look for a site.
They're super flustered, Imperial. They're panicked. Hence why they're making the decisions. We saw the exact same thing happen against Evolution Power on this map. Where things were going okay and they had a lead, and as they start to lose it, they start to really make these very audacious calls, which obviously just don't work out.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you just got to force it. One of those moments where the enemy does expect you to force it. And I mean, UBEC, they could just sit outside. You already know the Animals is, it's not really uncommon for him to start pushing woods just to put more pressure on the outer players, but I mean, UBEC is like, oh, he's going to 100% do this. It's 7-7. He's going to try to break the monotony here.
Yes, still looking around. What about shot? I'll take that.
GDSC, impact player.
He's get tagged up, though, quite a bit himself. And he's playing a pretty common angle. He's been playing it more or less every round. So we'll see.
It's just an info angle.
How they deal with him, yeah.
Oh, they're going to send a day. I mean, GDSC, the only player on the A site. Ryuzao is going to start to do some investigating, but it might be a little bit too late. GDSC, 5 HP, A site wide open. And Ryuzao and Eagles going to be stuck on the heaven position, but I think E4S might try to go around in stairs. Not so sure if this is the angle.
These A hits have been super successful for UBEC, and the holds have generally been pretty solid as well. Another 2v4. Got to go for it. Eagles, not landing his shot, but nor KLP. Still, won't really seem to matter. UBECMANIAC.
Oh, they want to chase him down. I can hear the comms.
They're going to be taking the lead at 8-7, just as the map kind of reaches its precipice.
That was very funny. I could hear everyone wanted to collectively push.
Yeah.
And I heard KLB is like, calm down, calm down, calm down.
What's he saying there? Let's go?
Yeah, let's go, for sure. Yeah, he's definitely saying let's go.
What's the translation?
No, it's just let's go.
Okay.
I'm telling you. I'm telling you. It's
I
like
thought that was the round.
equal.
I thought that was the live round. I was like, whoa, hang on. This map might be over.
That was 2 rounds ago.
I'm getting excited, mate. I'm starting to believe.
There you
shot
go.
there from Eagles. Second, not so good. We met with HE.
made.
He chunks quite a bit of it, and Lloyd does really
Okay,
well,
Lloyd.
actually, as he's starting to make some pretty decent progression out towards Missile. Once again, the real distinct weakness out for this Imperial side has to be this A site. C4 goes down, and a tough retake here as Lloyd goes huge again. He's been a bit quiet, but he's picking his moment
Here we go.
to come alive. Kano also finds one of his own. It might be a near flawless round. UBECMANIAC are putting Imperial in the grave.
Mate, my excitement might have been a little bit premature, but it was warranted in the end. And we've got 1 round required now for UBECMANIAC.
Is it going to be an A stack for Imperial?
See, I reckon you better take this one, mate. You're basically jumping out of your pants right there in that last round. So
with zero sound.
I want to hear that with audio as well.
All right, let's see. Not now, because we're gonna have to wait.
This is your round. I'm just saying.
I'm just gonna say I'm super surprised that we haven't seen Imperial just maybe put one more guy on A, right? It's like,
that's what I'm saying,
it's
too.
relentlessly A. Because, and credit to Ubek, if you're KLB calling this, you're like, this is working. We don't need to change anything up.
Plus it's 9-7, so why not send a day again, man?
Exactly. Like, it's one of those things, like, also, I think probably on the flip side for Imperial, they're thinking, oh, okay, they're not going to go A again, surely, where Ubek is saying, why not? Like, this is working. Why not try and hit this? So, the thing for me, I'm so surprised that Imperial have, we spoke about them, how they don't change the setup ever. Nothing ever differs. This is where we have to adapt on the fly. You have to look towards Danimals and say, you've got to change up your setup in some way.
But Eagles is now not playing Heaven on A, actually, curiously. Neither is 7.
If they hit A, GTC is in so much trouble.
Yeah. They're really committed to this B-side defense that the Imperial does have, but Kano is going to make some presence known with that smoke. Could be the opposite, actually, but problem is, it is looking like a B-side take. This is going to take a few good shots to get into, but it is a B split, so it's no longer a full lockers play. Swing from KLB. KLB is going to take the fight. 55 seconds left. UBECMANIAC playing time to get in here, but the fights are going to go through. KLB's going to get one. Eagles will get JJ. It's a 3v2. It's going to be a rough one. KLB gets another one. Now it's equal. KLB. Can they finish this round? Both of them.
C4.
Out in the open, but here comes the shot from KLB. And is it going to be the beginning of the end? But he runs out of ammo at the wrongest time. The Colt only has 7, but he only had 2.
GDSC, the A anchor goes big on B. Well, 1v2 right at the tail end there. Keep them alive. Yeah, I think Imperial get incredibly lucky there, for being honest.
They do. Yeah, I can't blame Ubek for going B there either. I mean, they've conditioned Imperial to think they're going A. The pressure's on. They're thinking, surely at this point they've stacked an extra player over towards A, but Imperial stay strong with the 4 toward B. And UBECMANIAC don't make the right call this time. They almost still make it work. But just imagine they go A right now. Like, if they just go A right now, they win this game.
Yeah. If they go A any round in the second half, they win the game. If they went there every single round, Imperial don't change anything.
But we do have the benefit of the down, because we can see the top down.
Yeah, it's true. It is true. They're now bringing another man over, in all fairness. Danimals is going to come and support.
Oh.
Again, he's 4-13. So support's a loose term.
Yeah, actually 7 swapped back to the AK this time. So he's going to have an additional rifle. It's going to be E4S with the only sniper. 7 down to 20 HP. Second mid control going to go in the way of UBECMANIAC, but they back off immediately. They do not want to get pelted by nades. There's still plenty of time to work with. 7 down to 1 HP. But look at the amount of nades they baited. 2 smokes already at 1 minute. So I assume that the execute's going to come at around 40 to 30 seconds.
I mean, this would be the round where you could go B and really make something of it.
Might be, actually.
Oh, what's the call going to be for Ubek? It feels like so much resting on this round.
Oh, but the fake smoke to control room. This might just be another B-side take, but hopefully it's not a full commit towards lockers. Oh, God. It might actually be, but never mind. There's going to be one player going on the passage position, and that's going to be Loy. That's going to make or break whether or not they can get into the site. So they do know exactly where he is. KLB punished on the cross this time. And Eagles going to have to back off. Oh, but the shot from Loy. That can actually save this round. Loy still alive in the middle, but he does get taken down by the wall bangs. Kano is going to move forward. It is a 3v3.
Got to plant.
He's going to have to plant. Put the C4 down and get that timer started, but the Animals is already in the passage position. He's spotted by JJ. JJ communicated it. Flashes is going to go through. Lockers is going to be occupied as well by Ryu Zhao, but there is a player watching it, KLP, with the sniper, but they don't want to lose that jail control as well, but he does miss the shot. Now they're in lockers, gonna have to be careful, gonna have to avoid all those angles as much as possible. Second miss for KLB, doesn't miss thrice. Then he does go down just in time, but the second sprayd's gonna go through. It's a 1v1 to save the time. The Animals right behind JJ, who's gonna do first! And UBECMANIAC takes set number 1.
This one, we can't even really attest it to a crumble from Imperial. They just got outplayed. UBECMANIAC, what a performance from them. Second half in particular, absolutely excellent. And this is now reaffirming the ideas about this sub-base for Imperial. This is no longer a good map for them.
Did have all guns blazing really on both sides, didn't we? It was a great start for Imperial, but started to slowly show signs of weakness in that first half, and then it really started to slip in the second half. UBEC played a great second half there as well. They looked pretty switched on. I mean, there was a couple of speed bumps on the way, but getting it done in the high-pressure moments, I was not sure that it was going to pay off, to be quite honest. I thought almost we were going 9-9, especially when KLB missed a couple of those shots with the orb. Either way, they get it done, but 10-8, I mean, again, another 10-8 loss for Imperial. That's their third one in a row for the event. And on one side, obviously that's got to hurt them, but on the other side, you know, you have to look at that still and say, look, it's a 10-8 loss. It could have just as easily been a win, and it's a completely different ball game. So I think it looks good for UBEC, definitely, but we can't go into this next map and say, yeah, they're definitely going to win this series still. Like, that is just way too close to call one way or the other.
You can't discredit Eagles by any means. 1.91 rating for him, absolutely incredible. You can't discredit Animals, not only in terms of the rating, but actually I think Sneaky,
for sure,
I'm going to say the call-in, man. I know this guy is touted as a top IGL, but the lack of change and the sort of, I guess, stubbornness for this system, I think is the thing that actually cost them there.
Yeah, I mean, he just got out-called by a 19-year-old the last 2 rounds.
Yeah.
It was absolutely insane. And to be fair to the Animals, right, I feel like they, especially in the last 5 rounds, the conditioning that they've done, you know, on the A side, and they hit A side again. They hit A side 3 times, and then they eventually went B. So it's kind of confusing at this point. As an IGL, like, you really don't know where the read is at. Are they actually going to go A or B? There's no more pattern anymore because the randomness is there for the side of UBEC. But at the same time, I mean, some of the other rounds were just pure mechanics from the side of Imperial. That's why they won. That's like, just like how he said, the luck was on their side at some point.
Yeah, absolutely. Mexico, of course, is the map coming up next. And we Sneaky already touched on it, but this is a map which is played within the region. So for UBEC, they're not exactly too upset to see this.
I think it's a bold choice, as always. If you're a team that's picking into Mexico, we know it's a heavily GR-sided map. If you pick it, 9 times out of 10, probably you're going to be starting on the blacklist side. And if you've already just lost map 1, you know, the vibes are not feeling good. You're already struggling to get rounds in that second half, or that second map, first half. You know, maybe goes 7-2, 6-3, something like that. It can definitely get to you mentally now. I mean, statistically looking at that one, it's not up there really for UBEC, so you can see why Imperial have opted to go for it. But I do always feel like Mexico is quite a risky pick. I actually almost prefer to see it left as the decider map, just because of the side allocation conversation. So we'll see what happens here for Imperial, but I'm not against the possibility that UBEC can actually make this happen here on Mexico.
And we've already seen as well Brazilian teams struggle on this map with Vasco against Q9, right? So this is, for me, where I've got to say I'm a little concerned for Imperial. Not only that UBEC, play at least domestically in terms of the pogs, maybe not so much officials, already played twice, but I just think, honestly, all of that for me is really out the window. I think it's just, the vibes are dreadful. The amount they're choking, the amount they're letting things slip away from them, and with how fired up UBEC are getting, I'm actually very concerned for the Brazilians.
Yeah, for sure. I'll be concerned as well. I think at most the developments of the meta, at least for Mexico as of recently, I think BL has gotten a lot, at least slightly more comfortable because there's like actual setups now coming out, you know, the lineups of the smokes, lineups of the nades, but at the end of the day, it's still Mexico, right? I mean, you hold the angle as a GR and then you win 80% of the time. So, yeah, I mean, Imperial better put out their entire strat book for Mexico just to get the BL side in. Even then, at most you can hope for is 3, maybe 2, at most, maybe 1 as well. I mean, even getting 1 round on that first half is going to be at least good for your GR just to get the little delay going.
Yeah, exactly that. So, little worrying is sort of the feeling that we've got. And for Imperial, they are now 1 map away. They're on the brink of being essentially eliminated, not making it into the playoffs, which is insane. The number 1 team from Brazil, the number 1 team from the entirety of that region for a long, long time without that much contest. Sure, Vasco did better at the Summer Championships, but it's always been the Imperial show, or this sort of core of players for kind of a while now, at least the last year and a bit. And the fact that we're in a spot where we can talk about not making it the way towards playoffs does, for me, really change the narratives about that scene as a whole.
I mean, this was a team that finished top 3 last year at this event. At least the core of it, Danimal, GSC, and Eagles was the core of the Vincent roster, and obviously now they're here in Imperial with, I would argue, a stronger looking team personally than what we saw there. Just in the eye test wise, I think 7-7 in particular is a really, really good pickup for these guys. But to get grouped, that would be really quite unseemly for Imperial, for any Brazilian squad. I think the bare minimum really is to make it out of your group. But if you were to not make it out of the group and have it be at the hands of this like up and coming, I guess, young sort of fresh team from the Philippines that we haven't really seen do anything at this level before. When you're like the veterans, I mean, Danimal's won one of these, mate. Like it's, you know, he's a G. So that would really be, this would be the biggest upset of this event so far. I mean, there's no doubt about that, but I don't know, are we getting a bit ahead of ourselves here? It is still only 1 map down, and it was a very close map. So moving into Imperial's map choice as well, you know, can you still back them? I think you can. I think you can make the argument that really they should still have the mental fortitude and the ability to come back in this series and win it 2-1.
Yeah, you can never, I feel like with Imperial, you can never completely discount them. That's the main thing about this side. They've always got something up their sleeve. It's just the worrying factor in the fashion at which they're losing these maps, which for me feels like this inability to close things out. And that obviously is going to have a knock-on effect later down the line. So for UBEC, they're fired up. Momentum in their sales, there's definitely a pretty good feeling in their camp. You can see, KLB slowly but surely from 5-1, they got to 5-2. And then really got going, and bit by bit, round by round, started firing it up. We're going to fire up the volume here, of course, for you as we're heading in towards map number 2. It is Mexico coming up next. And Imperial, their life in this tournament is on the line.
All right, big half here for UBECMANIAC. I mean, there is a bit of pressure on them starting on this GR side that obviously you do need to get 6-7 rounds to feel comfortable. So a lot of work to be done. And Imperial are going to go fast to start this map off. Surely not what UBECMANIAC were expecting, and it's already working out for Imperial. There's 1 or 2 trades coming back, but it's not nearly enough to make this one look doable. UBECMANIAC beaten for pace in this round.
Quick play, I like it. KLB, got to call himself out of this one. Best of luck, that's for damn sure. It feels pretty unlikely. Couple of taps, he's not getting too far away. Bit of a damage on towards Ryuzao, but when Eagles doesn't even peek, Jay doesn't need to peek. Ryuzao will fall, the quick trade will come through, and it's as simple as that. Good start for Imperial. Like Jordan was saying, they just beat them in the pace, and they're more than happy to take those early jewels.
Yeah, it's kind of a it's kind of like a very Brazilian thing, right? Like you're going off of timeout, going off of freeze time, going fresh from a new map. I mean, you're just gonna jump straight in, see what happens. And if you lose, that's fine. You only lose one round. It's still early in the game. If you don't, hey, that's a good start, especially in Mexico.
This time, slower. And allow the smokes to come through in towards mid and the nades behind it as well. They're going to play retake on towards mid after those smokes dissipate. He comes over. Despite landing basically at the feet of JJ, it does basically no damage.
Well, straight in through the sewer this time around, so really changing it up, and it's working out. It looks decent for Imperial to begin with. Effective trades so far. They've already cleared the avenue into the B site, and that is a super decisive round. Guess we're getting an idea as to why Mexico was picked here by Imperial. But let's not forget that 3 maps in a row, now 4, we've seen them start very well. And 3 of those maps in a row, we've seen them end up actually losing 10-8. So I'm not prepared to get too far ahead of myself here, even though Imperial are looking great right now.
I don't like the way that UBEC's playing this GR side, not gonna lie. I feel like maybe overcommitting on some of these angles. To be fair, the setups from the side of Imperial, right, they're not that complicated. They're like, all right, let's smoke in the front of water, get the flash going, let's just get out, 5-man, rush everything, and yeah, it just worked out in their favor. To be fair, it is that type of map.
Yeah. Absolutely. This time, UBEC is playing all the way back into the side, not even aggressing for mid in any way. I like the way Q9 played this, actually. They were quite consistently, when they were on this GR side, fighting in around mid with just behind those smokes and sort of baiting your opposition to really awkward fights in, around, and trying to flash yourself through. That, for me, felt really good. That's sort of the prime way to approach this. It allows individuals like Koi as well to do a lot of heavy lifting.
Yeah, but playing this far back means Imperial does have control of most of mid. So that's going to allow more setups for the Brazilians here, at least in terms of the nades. So they could take out KLB and or Loy with 2 nades, but they only have 1 now on Eagle. So at most they're going to ask for his damage.
UBEC got to win this round. Can't be affording a 3-0 deficit on the GR side of this map. It's going to be quite the rebuild for UBEC. It almost requires a near-perfect half from here on out. Not impossible, of course.
Oh, Kanon's going to go for a check. And good thing they had AK-47s. That is not much damage. Flashes are going to go through, but I think they have a rough idea of what they want to do. Long players are going to be fully blinded. JJ gets 2. 7 does get 1 in return, but TDSC tries to get Loy through the window, through the wall, but KLB does get Eagles in return. TDSC barely breathing inside of the side. 24 seconds left, and he does get taken down. Never mind, it's actually 7 on the other side. 2 and 1, and that's what you're asking for right there, Jordan. You can't lose 3 in a row on Mexico.
Through the window, through the wall. There's a couple of bars that can get thrown in there as well that I'd love to throw in. Sneaky's rap godding on the cast.
Oh, because UBEC's on.
But yes, good response from UBEC. Oh, how long is that going to last though? We're right back into a 4-on-4 now, and Kano needs to be very careful with his positioning there as the bullets are whizzing past his head. He's survived.
Just traces everywhere.
Yep. I low-key want to see. Remember when Vasco played this map, right?
Yep.
Silva was just hanging around in A entrance with the smoke. I
Yeah.
want to see that.
That's smart.
Whoa. Jesus.
That's a change-up. I like it. The fact that he gets away alive means it's not seen as a bad play. Information play, damage dealt towards Eagles. That'll make him a little nervy in that sense. I don't hate it. Kano going to pick up the AWM as well.
Well, fast re-aggression from Imperial. It astounds me that they decide to play faster on this map than any other map.
Kind of forced to, honestly. It is Mexico, so the size of the map kind of forces you to decide quick, or else,
death.
Do get flanked immediately. Oh, Kano's a sniper? Alright, they swapped out with KLP. Bit of a Bogdan action here on the B site. It's not a hard angle to hold, but a minute left on the clock, and you're going to be a bit nervous. You're going to be thinking, what site are they going to take? Is it going to be this one?
If he dies there, he's sort of isolated. They're going to have to play retake. If he goes 1-for-1, it might not even be enough as well. I'd have to get a quick rotate back over. That could be a little tough. Either way, they're going to commit towards his B site. First shot, missed. Goes back in towards the goal. He's looking for the angles through the side of that. Great, but down he goes. This is looking good for Imperial and looking very, very good. Just not enough done in the fights taken by UBECMANIAC.
Yeah, just can't be missing those shots, honestly.
Yeah.
Right now, it really does feel like UBEC are getting absolutely dominated in the aim department. It's a nice shot from KLB, mind you, but still has a lot of job to do to bring this one back to a winnable position. 2v1, retaking the B site does not feel good.
Yeah, no spotted.
Yeah, GDSC, they're going to swing together with him, and that'll be an easy cleanup for Imperial. 3-1, already kind of hitting that pass score for this first half, if you're Imperial.
I heard the mental 1-2-3.
Yeah.
Both of them did. But timeout for the side of UBECMANIAC, not surprising. I mean, especially when you are on the side that is supposed to be the one scoring the most points. So, gonna try to see if they can get 5 in a row here, which is going to be a monumentous task against Imperial, because just like how I said, I mean, despite map 1, you know, the Animals is a hard man to read.
It's true. This is so far very, very solid for Imperial. There's not really a lot you can complain about. Yes, they dropped that one round, but the macro side of things are actually looking very, very good over towards them. So they're pretty happy. Pretty worrying as well for UBEC. Of course, Tanks having a big conversation himself, but yeah, not an easy spot to be in as a coach to try and bring them back into this.
Yeah, and looking at Imperial, seems like the assistant coach is on the seat because the head coach is playing on the team.
Yeah.
Must be nice, honestly. Like, I think the other coach is just there to like have a sixth perspective, I guess, on the game. And the Animals is more like, all right, this is how we control this, and that. More of a micro kind of guy. Maybe the bigger picture is where the coach is actually going to come in.
Yeah.
And here we go. Imperial, 3 in this game so far. And UBECMANIAC needs to get 5 in a row to get a good half going. But already smokes in towards mid. Wow. They want to take center road fairly early here. And the Animals not going to eat that nade. Only takes 4 HP out of the equation. But the Animals wants to go straight into JJ. JJ does go down. Kano could be up next, down to half HP. But here comes Lloyd with the retaliation. So it's a 4v4. But it's not that comfortable on the B side. They do not have B long control.
Yeah, but there's a big flank from GDSC still in effect over on A, and these duels seem to consistently be getting won by Imperial when they matter. GDSC, I think he's going to find a pretty good timing here. Yeah. There's no one expecting him that late in the round. C4's gone down. KLB, last man standing. Once again, tasked with a clutch similar to the last one. 1v2, Eagle spotted out, Danimals in the back corner, choosing his time to peek, in fact doesn't. And Eagles, the tap required, gets it done.
That was close.
Another one for Imperial.
God, that duel with the angle that is the size of a credit card, man.
Yeah, exactly. Fine margins is essentially the takeaway from that. But I don't know about you, Ziggy, this is, as weird as it is to say, 4-1 sort of feels done. That's just sort of how Mexico plays out.
Now here's the Cope take.
Go on.
This map is the BL-sided now.
That is Cope.
Absolute god tier Cope right there. But, hey, I mean, it could happen.
It can. It's possible. No doubt about it. But UBEC are going to have to find a way to get that aim switched back on. They were looking much better on sub-base.
Ooh, wow.
And this is kind of looking like child's play right now for Imperial. I mean, if this is how good Imperial can look, it really does make you wonder, how did they lose that first map?
Yeah, what, or just in general, like, what is wrong with them on sub-base? Why is that this, like, weird, all of a sudden kryptonite?
Hey, but there's a 2v3 going on.
Yeah, that bomb's already ticking, though, and Not an easy side to get back into, but 2 quick kills. Give JJ a chance here. Swing on the backside. He knows what Eagles is. Eagles once again thrust into a 1 versus 1. Last time out, he won. He's just trying to play the time as much as he can, dancing around, just showing his presence, but not committing to the fight. And he's done enough. He's brought enough time. He's also going to get the kill again. Eagles, clutch king at the moment for Imperial.
Running out of bullets at the last second. That's like the 3rd time that happened to JJ. And 5-1, Imperial really making it known that Mexico is their map. To be fair, they are closer, compared to us at least.
True. It is literally their map.
But man, this is quite the hard time for the side of UBEC. I think they cannot figure out their priorities here, whether or not they want to stack A, whether or not they want to take center road, whether or not they want to kind of fully stack B. It's all over the place for the UBEC squad at the moment. KLB gonna get pelted with flashes in the forklift position. Does get naded out. Loy could be up next, and just look at the kill feed. It is just bodies after bodies after bodies.
Has UBEC used their timeout?
They have.
They have. Yeah, they have.
Yeah. I honestly think at this point, best case scenario for UBEC might be they just get blasted on this map and
quickly go
forget
into
about
map
it.
3.
You know, just forget about it. Like be like, well, we never really stood a chance on that one.
Yep, and KLP gonna be the final one left alive. Isn't that funny, actually? Like, you'd rather get 10-1 than 10-8 for the sake of mental.
I just think it saves the mental.
It does,
I think it's just much better for, like, in a way, I think the way that Imperial have lost the map number 1, but also the whole series yesterday, where it was like, oh my god, if I just, that's the one where you can't sleep, because if I do this one thing, if I played this one round different, or this one individual fight, if I took it differently, I could have won that, right? And that's one of those where you've got that lingering, but at least in this, you can kind of just laugh it up and be like, next time, guys, I guess.
All right, well, we've actually got the XM out from KLP. He's going to try and change things up. It's worked out. He's got himself a kill with it. And JJ has actually found a bit of a cheeky flank in there as well. Just got lost in middle. So UBEC might get themselves a second here, though. GDSC's definitely not out of this round. A 2v1.
For sure.
KLP, stone's throw away from death.
It's KLP. Let the shotgun. Oh, he's dropped it.
He's hurt too.
Well, he's just given away his position with that util. So not sure about that.
Nope. Even lost some HP dropping down GDSC. Yeah, I think JJ's just going to wait for the C4 to go down, and then he's going to challenge from center road, but I mean, would have been nice if he had an additional help here.
Yeah, this is not a bad spot, though. We're talking about 1v1. He'll tuck his head in towards forklift.
Just got to hit the headshot here, really, for GDSC. That's what it comes down to.
You feel like you back him, though. The confidence that this Imperial side have had.
12-3 as well.
Oh, he spotted him out as well. He does damage, but he also takes some himself. It's an awkward fight and one in which he's not going to win. Imperial, let that one slip away. An aggressive round from UBEC. A bit of a change up in pace actually works in their favor.
Eagles would win it.
Yeah, true say.
To be fair, Eagles has like unlimited ammo on his Colt, apparently.
Yeah.
Just never runs out.
Even so, best UBEC can do is 3 at the half. It's not good enough for your GR side. It's as simple as that. 9 times out of 10, 99 times out of 100. Whatever way you want to put it, it just requires something to go miraculously wrong over towards Imperial. Which, granted, they've done quite a few times.
JJ has somehow snuck all the way from A long behind the enemy lines. They have no idea he could take out at least 3 dudes. Everyone has nades out.
Oh.
My god.
No!
Oh!
Okay.
Oh, he gets 2. Either way, he gets 3! JJ going absolutely rabid right behind the enemy lines.
That could have...
Off of the whiff as well.
Whoa, yeah. Could have definitely fallen apart.
After the whiff to actually recover like that, fair play.
Yeah.
He's going to start blasting. Oh, never mind. Let KLP get the kill, man. I want to see the XM in action.
Same.
Maybe in the next half. But 6-3, if UBECMANIAC obviously convert this round, which they should. Pretty dire circumstances still. I mean, they have brought some life back into this map, but boy, they better have a good blacklist side.
If ever there was a time, though, to find a bit of form, it would be now. Eagles is low. So even that shotgun at range
He ran away so quickly.
Yeah,
he realized,
some serious damage. But that'll be that. KLB going to see it off 6-3 at the half. It's good to see UBEC back to a degree, but it still requires so much for them to get back into this game. They've got to do something which not many teams can do. It feels very, very difficult. Like I said, though, if ever there was a time, though, to find form, if ever there was a time to get a couple of rounds in quick succession, to be at the tail end of the half is the best time.
For sure. But this is going to be UBEC's attempt at playing this BL side, and they're going to take that mid control very quickly. I think KLP might have seen an outline or two, but here comes the Tracers. KLP actually getting reused down. The Animals in a very dangerous position is going to eat some nade damage.
UBEC gets this round, I start to believe. You know what I mean? Like, if they get this round and they do it convincingly, then I start to have some faith in that Blacklist side, and if they can put together a couple in a row and really unsettle Imperial, I think that's where they can actually activate this possibility of a 2-0 upset.
Look at this.
It would almost be worse, I think, if you're Imperial right now, being again up 6-3, and then having this equalize at 6-6, being on the more favorable side, but knowing that you've potentially squandered a map-winning half, getting in your own head. So I think if Imperial want to win this map, they should be trying to do it cleanly. And UBECMANIAC seems to have just switched on in the last few rounds.
Yeah, they're looking okay. Like I said, if ever there's a time to get a couple of rounds in quick succession, being at the tail end of the half might rile you up a bit, and it feels like it absolutely has.
Yep.
Last man of Eagles. We know he likes his clutches. This one's not happening.
Yep, that's a Fife timeout if I've ever seen one.
Yeah.
So this is going to get back into the corner in the B site, and UBEC will find themselves a bit more time on this BL side. Cannot. I mean, the entries mindset. Always got to fight. Always got to look for it. Oh! Does get legged.
Uncharacteristic miss there, in all fairness, from Eagles. I can see as well, just behind me while this round's sort of going on, that Daniel's been getting pretty vocal, pretty loud, as you would expect. And RGL trying to stop his side from choking here.
Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. It's still 4-6. It is still Imperial on the GR side of Mexico. All signs should be pointing towards Imperial winning this map, regardless of that first round going the way of UBEC.
I'm a believer.
I'm not a believer yet.
Look at this utility highlights. To be fair, I think the way that you kind of offset the advantage that the GR has is like lineups, man. It's got to be nades.
Yeah. Speaking of lineups, wallbang one there by Loy, but
fast KLB's already up into alley.
No one's fighting it. They're thinking that the shotgun could come out again, which is impossible to fight there.
Yeah, he might actually get considerably overlooked. If they show just a bit of top mid presence, KLB might get completely overlooked for just a brief moment, just enough. But Eagles will be getting that first. So at the very least, finally a bit more success coming back towards Imperial.
Yeah, everyone's more focused on the A site for the Imperial squad. To be fair, I do trust 7 to just hold B by himself.
Yeah.
Oh, Atlan's here by the Animals. Does spot Cano, and 7 will get Loy as well. JJ around the corner, the only one left alive. Well, that's an easy cleanup.
That's much better by Imperial. But you can even see for them, they're not exactly celebrating yet. They know that there's still a lot of life left in this map and this series.
Man, this map is so brutal for entries, man. Like, look at Loy, 1 out of 10. I mean, I can feel it. I mean, someone has to go in first, and it just so happens to be him.
Go fast this time for UBECMANIAC, straight into middle. It looks like Imperial well set up to deal with that. UBEC, they had a bit of success in the first round of this half, but that might have been a false hope for us and for them. Unless KLP can conjure some magic here, the 1v3.
I remember a KLP clutch.
Well, GDSC and 7 are both low. And he's got the C4, and he's got a lot of time. There's a few ticks in the book to make this one doable.
7's holding that off angle, actually. Oh, still gets shot, but GDSC all the way in fork, playing it extra safe, man. He's not revealing himself.
Still can be isolated on that site. Eagles coming across now to keep an eye on the rotate to B.
Yeah.
But honestly, these are 1v1s for the moment.
Have a smoke down, so gives him a bit of options of where he wants to maneuver around. Gonna pick Ali.
He's just trying to bait them into thinking he's crossing middle and going B. And it's worked out, but he's not really aware of Eagles' position. It was almost so doable.
Well, I mean, Eagles, right place, right time. I would have expected the Eagles to actually just go replace the angle that Seven was holding earlier. Would have been a bigger map control for them, but he saw the vision. He saw the future. You might say, might have unlocked it, man.
Might have unlocked the future.
Eagles, though, he's won this. It's 1-for-1 so far between the two snipers.
Imperial are hoping they have a future left in this tournament. They expect it to. Oh my god. A couple of missed shots there, both by Eagles and KLP.
And that's a very scary angle to take as well. If you are a KLP, the jump spot always wins in that position, but center road not going to be wide open this time. The Animals is holding the angle that I told you earlier, where Silva was just sitting in the smoke in front of A entrance. And Seven in the long angle, of course, one of the few teams who actually run the double OM setup in Mexico. But let's see, Loy has to be careful. Seven has the long angle in towards Ali. But yeah, it's just going to be the same old quiet round. Waiting for the smokes, waiting for the enemy to step in first, but no one wants to go forward yet.
1 minute 20. No commitment by anybody. Slower call by KLB. Reining these guys back in just to have a decision late round where they want to go off the back of the early round aggression.
Jeez. And the Animals catching the swing of KLP here, which would be very important, but they do get center road control temporarily. No one's going to fight on the side of Imperial, but this is the perfect macro from the side of Imperial, right? As soon as they get center road, back off as far as you can into the sites and maybe catch someone in waters, but KLP is going to get retected. Long, good shot from Seven through the Tracer. And Loy is going to try to force his way into a site, but that's one too many players that you have to deal with. JJ, the only one left alive. Granted, you have the most frags, but it's going to take a monumentous amount of effort to get the clutch going.
I mean, it's another attempt for UBECMANIAC, but let's be real, it's just too far gone.
Damn, protect this to Eagle Eye? I'm down. Like, even if hypothetically UBEC loses here in map 3,
hypothetically, of course.
I still would reckon that that Eagle Eye is going to be very close. It's going to be probably one of the better games here in the group stage.
I'm just concerned that UBEC might have fallen off a little bit. You know, they've kind of left it all on the table in that first map, and have they got anything left to give?
Yeah. Eagles. Oh my god, he just got absolutely sent on Kano with the Colt. Ryuzao 7 does get 2 in return, but Lloyd does get GDSC eventually. But can they make it into long? JJ does get shot with the Colt. Oh my god. 3 bullets later, and they have a 2v3.
Nice angle here, though, from Seven, but found out. Finding the C4. UBECMANIAC trying to stave off this map point for Imperial. 2-on-2 the retake. Smoke's going to go down. A little bit of a progression smoke, really, from Imperial. They are being kept at bay by the util, and Loy has crept around behind him. The angle, difficult to trade. Ryu's out. Now, up against it in this clutch. Time ticking away from him. Loy just goes flying across his screen. A bit of a risky play, but shots aren't connected by Ryu's out until now. He's got KLP low, but he needs to move fast. He has to just sit this defuse almost. I think he had to just sit the defuse. If he did, he might have won the round, but either way, he won't now. And that is UBECMANIAC prolonging what feels like the inevitable.
Yeah, I would have liked that him to just stick it. It would have been one that would have worked in his favor as well. He, don't know if he even really knew it, but just because of how low KLP was, he couldn't afford to peek in that position. So yeah, it's tough. It's a 50-50 one, which doesn't pay off for him. 9-5. UBEC do what feels like they're prolonging the inevitable, ultimately.
Oh, but Eagles with the sniper. He has won this angle time and time again, but he is no longer on the pillar position. Instead, he's all the way on the right side, bit of an off angle, but if he does miss, he might be a dead man, but Kano is going to be the first one down. Loy is going to be crawling in towards mid, but here comes the Animals with the M4.
There we go.
And just like that, UBECMANIAC get crushed, and set 2 goes to Imperial.
A good, a strong, a confident response coming forward from Imperial. Now we move towards map number 3. Unfortunately, it did feel like it was too little too late before we saw anything really from UBEC.
Yeah, I mean, did we... I think... I don't even know if I would really say we saw anything from UBEC that kind of really got me excited there on Mexico. I know, I can kind of understand the angle you're going for there. There was a couple of rounds in there that they did manage to put together back of the first half and the first round of the second half. There was maybe a string of 3 rounds there, but it was never really in a position where it actually felt like it was doable, or it actually felt like they were on top of things, or even remotely trying to pull Imperial back in any way, shape, or form. I always look at that and see the 3-0 lead that Imperial got in the first half and thought, go on map 3. And so we did. And obviously we were sort of questioning Imperial, the pick of Mexico. Is this going to be the right choice? Oh, we've got our answer. That's pretty obviously a damn good choice from Imperial. They looked so confident on that Blacklist side. Didn't really show much weakness on the GR side either. And so, Bob's your uncle. Off we go. Map 3.
What went wrong, Sneaky?
I feel like it's gotten to a point where Mexico has been banned so much back in PH, especially up against UBEC, that maybe they haven't gotten their reps in, especially when it comes to you know, the official games itself, right? Because scrims play very differently compared to official games, and they only got to play 2, at most 5 if you do include the regional finals. And yeah, it seems like they might be a bit rusty in the map of Mexico, and it seems like they were just lost everywhere. And Imperial, they just took advantage. I feel like Mexico is a map where it is down to the bare essentials of the game of CrossFire, is just timing nades and whoever just shoots better. And pretty much GDSC shot better because he's the MVP.
1.88 KD, 1 kill per round, which is, you love to see it. And of course, 71 ADR. Pretty simple showing all in all from GDSC. When he got tested, he came up on top more often than not. I also think Seven and Eagles really both at that moment. Seven was locking down B very, very well in that second half. And on the flip side as well, Eagles was great in the clutch. And now we head towards this map number 3, and it is very much all in the air. We're talking about how we're potentially Imperial, with this lifeline extended, might be able to stay alive in this tournament, which at one point was looking doubtful.
Yeah, I mean, either way, I think this obviously comes down to a pretty exciting map. Both teams going to be feeling pretty pumped up. Obviously, a lot of pressure on them. So, I have to see how they go. It's time for us to take a short break, though, before we do head into map number 3. Don't go too far away. One map to decide whether it's Imperial or UBEC going through to the playoffs.
With the first swing, and he does find the 3rd kill, eventually goes down. Jumping in, misses, but the Colt is good. Down to 1v1. For this one area, the spot is good!
Are you going to push over? The answer is yes. Unfortunate for them as Gokin just shuts them both down. Headshot with the Colt to follow it. And a third!
Looking for more, no one around that corner. The way deep. Nevis is on the box, and he also gets dropped as well. A couple of attacks, BM is going to fall. Hang on, we're on this. Sticking it, might just block, and they might just get it. No.
That 4-1 stat. Good hold the side there. This time, they will. I feel like maybe Swamp didn't really anticipate that. Whatever the case, that was a very quick round.
Onto this exact position, but Kiko's got the spray! Picks up 3 in a row!
Nice good! Insane!
Seven arms down Mino and looking for a second kill, but it's not going too well for Imperial.
Drop off the rafters. This has gone horribly wrong. Zay has to save the day. He needs a multi-frag and he'll get it. That is huge. Zay.
It all comes down to this. Essentially, a best of one to decide who is moving forward to the playoffs and who we have to bid farewell to. And it's Eagle Eye 2 is where we're going to be heading. This one all comes down to this. And Mexico was a bit of a non-starter for UBEC. But we can sort of forget about that. It's a map they don't play a lot domestically, so we can sort of give them the benefit of the doubt. That was always a punish pick. This, on the other hand, the worrying thing for me, and this is what we were talking about in the veto, is we're actually saying Imperial can pick into Eagle Eye. This feels like a punish pick. The fact that they've got it as a flow, I'm a little bit worried for UBEC.
Yeah, I'm a bit worried for UBEC as well, but I think I'd rather just avoid Port entirely from Imperial, considering how much they mastered that map in actuality. So I think they're just really trying to, give themselves the best chance in this entire veto. So I think Eagle Eye got pulled out, but yeah, I mean, I understand the doubt here, man. I mean, Imperial, I've seen them play in this map, and it's absolutely insane. Even on the PL, they're very effective.
It's true. I do always look towards the Eagles on this map. I mean, I look towards the Eagles always when we cast Imperial, but in particular on Eagle Eye, he is incredible. Not just because he's called Eagle and we're on Eagle, but he's also very, very proficient on this map.
It's true, but what I will say is I would kind of just like to see UBEC win this, if I'm being honest.
Yeah.
Like, toss my prediction in the bin, that's fine. Just want a bit of spice going into the playoffs, because I'm looking at the groups and I'm thinking, I mean, Antisocial 3BL definitely confirmed for Group D. Wolf Empire, All Gamers, all but confirmed for Group B. Evolution Power already through from Group C. And then Group A, Q9's confirmed, and we're kind of just waiting on that Vasco ranking game. Realistically, it'd probably be Vasco here. So I don't really feel like we're in a position where we're going to get any surprises out of the group stages necessarily, unless it comes here. Unless it comes right here, and UBEC can get that upset over Imperial, and what an upset that would be. all of a sudden we finally got like this kind of like cool storyline to follow going into those playoffs outside of what is the expectation, what is the normal. Maybe you could make the argument that, yeah, 3BL making it through to playoffs, that's pretty cool as well. It'll be the first time we get to see that from them at an event like this one. But I think just from the standpoint of, you know, the surprise factor, the wow factor, the excitement factor, getting the UBEC team or the team from the Philippines, just in general, either way, whether it was them or SGJ, through to the playoffs would be pretty cool. And on top of that, the fact that it would be the Imperial scalp that they would claim on the way makes that even more of an enticing prospect. But it's obviously, in my opinion, I think quite unlikely at this point. I still think Imperial have got the chops, and especially after what we saw. First map, very, very tight win for UBEC. Second map, dominant display from Imperial. It does feel like Imperial are pretty squarely on top in this series, so I'm still going to lean my prediction in that direction. But, you know, best of one, basically. Anything can really happen, and UBEC just kind of got to get into this game on Eagle Eye, all guns blazing, and hope for the best.
Put it this way, you're not the only one who hopes UBEC win. Not just Sneaky. Every other team who's qualified hopes UBEC win, because Imperial are a really uncomfortable team to play against when they're at their best. The only thing is, they haven't been at their best at this tournament. So this is where the chance really arises for UBEC. But again, it would be cool to see for the storyline. It would be cool to see for the narrative, and also probably for the flip side of the narrative of Imperial, where I think they'll then be forced to make changes. This is now a poor showing at the Summer Championships by their standards, especially considering that this time last year, top 3, one of the best teams in the world, poor at the Summer Championships, and then if they have a poor showing here, don't make it the groups, surely changes on the horizon. But that's all talk for the future. We have got our final map here in this series. It's Eagle Eye 2.0. Welcome in to map number 3 here. Like we said, a best of one basically to the side, and it's Eagles who starts well on Eagle Eye 2. It's in the name, it's in the game, but a quick response going to come back and forth, and actually looking very favourable towards UBEC. Danimals reacts well, gets a kill of his own, 7 left all alone in a 1 versus 2. This is a quick start.
Yeah, a bit of a BL-leaning map, so we do want to see UBEC kind of get off to a good start here, maybe go up 5-4, 6-3, something like that. That would be the expectation with the sides that have been selected. Already a good start from UBEC right here.
Yeah, kind of brave to go for that, honestly. That's like a very common pub strat back home. Like, you just send one guy in mid and do as much damage as possible. If you die, you die. If you don't, then that's a 3K ready and waiting for you. But at the moment, look at this response from UBECMANIAC, though. They're just going to stay in base because they know that, you know, 7 does get antsy from time to time. He likes to be a bit proactive, so they're going to try to catch him off guard. But they're going to start to move in towards that B site.
All right. Yeah, got to get a bit of a wriggle on eventually. 7's got absolutely no idea what's going on, though. He's got no vision, no info, no nothing, really.
So far from the B site, too. It's going to take him a while to walk all the way to B. There we go. He does confirm that it is going to be a B site plant. 7 now full ring this mid position. Has to be careful from spawn, but I think KLB and Loy knows that he does have that sniper, so they're going to stay in very uncomfortable positions for him at least. KLB staying at that corner of the cable car where the glass is, so he's probably going to shoot through it. And there it is, KLB playing with the window, but he might actually have costed the round for them. AK in the hands of 7. Loy's going to be fully blinded.
Oh, man.
And where the hell did that flash come from? Did he? Oh, he threw it on his own. Not like this, man.
Can't be losing that. You really can't be losing that. Like, especially in that fashion. Isolating yourself away in 2 separate aim duels. That's not it, bro. That is not a team that's going through the playoffs against Imperial.
Oh, it's tough. That's a really tough one to lose, considering the start that they had. It looked so good in the early part of it, but they've really let that one slip away. Those are the sort of rounds that can really hurt. You've given Imperial already a leg up early and towards this, and started to get them fired up early as well with 1v2 clutch.
And it's going to be the default deaths at the start of the round. UBEC realized that Imperial's not going to push mid twice. So they're just going to be staying around, kind of trying to get some information of where E4S and GDSC is. Ryuzao kind of wants to actually jump spot with his teammate here, so I think he's going to be playing with the information, and Eagles might peek around the corner, but yeah, everyone's just staying put.
How big and how important is that one round going to be? I mean, if this ends up being a really close map, UBECMANIAC going to be kicking themselves for that loss. But maybe Imperial is just going to put their foot down right here and make it somewhat of a non-factor. Dominate UBECMANIAC in this first half. So far, leading quite positively. Won that first round. Good start in the second here. And UBEC not really looking too threatening in this round so far. They've sort of frozen. They've lost all their map control. Danimals is flanked around behind them.
No, but look at KLB. Could be the other flank actually incoming too.
He's out. Triple stacked here as well, but and goes Eagles. Not a bad start as well. Ryuzao jumps off the box, but that'll cost him his life. Good response. 3 kills for the trade of 1. Puts Danimals all alone now. This is tough. Long rotate for him. He's sure he's on for the flank, but the bomb doesn't even need to go here. And JJ can just keep his attention drawn as the C4 gets planted. And yeah, JJ, he's just trying to buy as much time as possible. It doesn't even matter whether he stays alive here, in all fairness. As long as he keeps playing Ring Around the Roses, this round is done, and it will be regardless. Wins out his fight, and then there's UBEC who respond well. That's a much better round.
Yeah, that timing could have easily went wrong if the Animals went a lot earlier with that flank, but KLB was also having a general idea that he wanted to go through that mid position, and he did start to pincer all the A players. And by the time that the Animals made it too long, it was already too little too late, man. Oh. KLB has to be careful about that. Even the tracers of the nades can be used to line up through the smoke.
UBEC happy to kind of take it slow on this blacklist side. Seems like they'll just set up. Wait to see whether or not Imperial are going to get up to any shenanigans on this GR side, which they did in that first round. And it kind of worked out well for UBECMANIAC in that respect. Obviously, they didn't win the clutch, but by and large, you can make the argument that these 2 rounds so far, UBEC have kind of looked the better squad.
Ooh. KLP had an opportunity. Danimals there. He nearly punishes as well as he re-aggresses. Danimals nade bounds over, more damage on towards KLP. He's actually quite fortunate to even still be alive. For UBEC, there was a moment there, a brief moment, it did look a little risky. Thankfully not to be in the end. No commitment just yet.
Yeah, honestly, it wouldn't be too bad of a call if UBEC just smokes the mid position and they could just go through mid into B, considering the numbers, but it seems like they have a better idea. KLP is now in tower, and if he can spot Ryuzao, actually, this would make the A site a lot easier to take. But here we go, flash grenade on the A site. Everyone's going to be fully blinded. Let's see if Eagles can respond. Does get 1. GDSE is going to go down. The KLP and JJ is going to get 2 from the side of Imperial, but here comes the response from 7. Does get 1 with the sniper, but Kano and JJ, they do have site control.
They do. And Imperial are playing very far back away from that site as well, so it'll take them a little time to get ready for this retake. UBEC looking pretty solid so far on the map. I'm liking what I'm seeing, but got to make sure they convert these clutches.
Oh, bit of damage here from Kano. The Animals is also absolutely getting pelted, but it's a 1v2. Kano, is he aware that both of them are low HP? The cold is going to be enough. He's going to have to just buy time, or he's just going to have to kill them both. Here comes the pistol. The Animals is 1. Defuse. Here comes the defuse, but here comes the axe. But it's not enough time for him to make it on the site. It is planted for stairs. And that is another lost round. Yeah. That is tragic.
Another lost round that really could have been a 1 round. I mean, there's a half second in that one. Let's have a look and see how close he might have actually gotten. Don't get that on the replay. Might come next round. But realistically, you're looking at this and UBEC probably should be up 3-0. And they're down 2-1, which is obviously a scary prospect. You don't get those opportunities all the time, right? And you need to be converting them against a team like Imperial. If you give them too much space, if you give them too much time, they're going to stop making mistakes. And then the rounds won't be as easy to win anymore, and your opportunities have dried up.
Yeah, but luck is always a factor of competition, so can't really be too mad about it. KLP, though, gonna get his head taken off by the Animals all the way from Bridge, and he's gonna keep going. He knows that he has a numbers advantage. He wants to press the issue, but Kano around the corner doesn't expect the IGL of Imperial to be in front of the smoke. And he does just back off in towards Hotel, and here comes 7 to help.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, you know, like, UBEC, the rounds are not going to be as easy as they might have been now that Imperial have made their inroads into the map. 5v3.
Yikes.
Good response, but still more needing to be done to swing this in the favor of UBEC.
Tough shot to miss there for 7. All's tagged. Ellie actually faced another tag as well. Reaggress is pretty nice there from GDSC. And leaving Loy all alone off the back of Eagle's arm shot.
Yeah, they got no utility, no nothing. So, Loy, he's going to at least try to get this 1v4 going, but the spray isn't going to even hit GDSC. So that is a timeout immediately for UBECMANIAC.
They need it. They need it. You'd have to be a little bit tilted with the way things are going here if you're UBEC, because, again, they could have a lead, they could have all the momentum, it could be the pressure on Imperial, but it's exactly the opposite. So it's looking like, if you just take the score at face value, quite a comfortable game so far for Imperial, but hasn't necessarily been.
No. The way this is going right now, though, for UBEC, it does feel like they're running out of chances in this first half because of how close a couple of them have been. Not an easy conversation as well. The coach tanks right in this sort of spot. You're getting pretty fired up, and it's good to see that everyone's sort of turned around and listening, but yeah, this is awkward. We kind of saw this in Mexico where they kind of squandered a lot of the chances here, and the worry is that Eagle Eye is more of the same. Just because, again, we spoke about this when we were going through the veto process. Wherever these maps go, especially in the decision of the decider, it's always going to be favorable towards Imperial.
For sure.
And for UBEC, and unfortunately, I think they're just feeling that now. It was all well and good they got sub-base, right? But the rest of this map pool, the Imperial have 10 times the amount of experience on it and considerably more, you know, reps internationally, right? Against a variety of different oppositions, something which UBEC can't speak about.
Still plenty to worry about on the side of UBEC. Granted, this map is more GR-sided more than anything, but some of those rounds, just like what Jordan and you said, yeah, should have been won. But just like I said, luck is part of competition, and they're just going to have to deal with it. 7's going to go down immediately at the start of the round, where they tried to go fast into Hotel, but they finally punish him for it.
Yeah, where's the adaptation from UBEC? Can they use that tac timeout to great effectiveness? Timeout didn't really pay dividends on the last map.
Okay, nope. Gonna go support Loy over here. Animal's not committing to the fight in window. He's just having a little swing in case some stairs presence has come through. Now they know isn't a possibility as Animals can tuck his head here. Depends how aggressive he wants to get. They flash over. Loy dips away. He should know that there's got to be some level of aggression here. It's an awkward angle, and dropping down, Loy loses his life. Quick trade coming through from Kano is great, but even still, it's information gathered for Imperial with that loss of life. So they can take a small win there.
Yeah, for sure, but there's still a minute 30 on the clock, so time could be played here. Kano has to be careful. There is a sniper. GDSC has been hitting with it, but yeah, UBEC, this is the right decision to do so. The Animals got some information. We all need to slow down and use the time. Yep. Here comes the ace site smokes. E4S still.
He hits these, doesn't he?
He hits these,
he
that's for sure.
These.
Oh, but look at the peek from KLP. He was stuck tunnel vision in towards that long room, and here comes the ace site. It's wide open, and they just have to plant the C4 and not mess up this retake defense.
UDC might get gifted one here. Kano might be overextending. It depends if he double scopes in. That actually cost him his life. And I feel like it did, right, on that swing. He was looking toward top side, double scoped, and the swing below, reuse out 1v4. Unfortunately, nothing this guy can really do. Constellation kills are great. They're good for the stats. It's not going to affect this round, though, as a whole. And he's seen off in the end by Kano. Response from UBEC.
There we go. Something off the timeout compared to Mexico that there has had some effectivity to it. But to be fair, they did anticipate the Animals was going to go crazy in that 5v4 because, you know, someone needs to be the guy moving forward for the side of Imperial, especially in those disadvantaged situations. But what is going to be the change here for the side of Imperial? No, the Animals is still, he wants to go forward.
Yeah, a little bit isolated. Need to be careful with this kind of a fight. UBEC been hitting some decent shots on this map so far. As long as UBEC can keep this within 1 or 2 rounds, I think the conversation is still going to be, this is doable. Just got to stop Imperial from front running too hard. Imperial are prone to dropping some rounds in the late halves, the late maps. Seen it plenty of times at this event so far. So always in with a chance.
How many rounds are you looking for, Sneaky?
In
this first half?
Say 4. No, never mind. Maybe 5.
I reckon you want 5. I think you do definitely want 5 here if you're UBEC. At least.
But impossible.
Yeah, Ultra Cope would be 7, but, you know. It's already done and dusted. Maybe 6.
Yeah, ain't no way you're getting 7. I've crunched the numbers.
Ooh,
Quick maps.
Pause on. That has to be for Imperial. UBEC
There
already
we
used
go.
theirs.
They heard Jordan. He's like, the caster curse is on, man. We need to time out.
We need the timeout to wear off the caster curse.
Forward hold towards A. This will be a fast flank from Imperial. If UBEC can't knock Danimals over quickly, this is fast becoming a problem. Information definitely gathered there by the GR side, and they're on their way over. Great work from Danimals, anchoring the site beautifully. And another kill comes through. This was looking great for UBEC, but it started to fall apart a little bit. Need a couple of quick frags in here, and they do get one, courtesy of KLP. C4 still yet to be planted. Ryu Zhao out in no man's land, but the shot will miss. And it's on to KLP to step up once again, and he cannot do it this time. So Imperial are going to go to 4.
Yeah, that was just insane from the Animals, honestly. He wasn't backing off anytime soon after that flash. They do bank it on the side. And I like that he actually peeked right before it popped, and he unpeeked, and he's still not blind. I mean, he just knows his timings.
That's an interesting timeout call, I reckon.
Let me see if the Animals is mad. Seems like it's not. Maybe the quote-unquote assistant coach is seeing something that we aren't.
The assistant coach?
Yeah, because the Animals is the head coach.
Yeah, it's
He is
true,
the
but
system.
yeah, I guess I can see where you're coming from there. Yeah,
This is good for UBEC though, man. They get time to breathe.
yeah, it's true. It's true.
But what could be changed? That's the question. What could be changed for the side of UBEC? I mean, to be fair,
hit your shots.
Hit your shots, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Stop
I think
whiffing.
maybe punish some bad habits on the side of Imperial. I think they should not be allowed to have that much hotel control this early in the game.
I think really what it is just clutch up, you know.
Yeah. You need JJ to activate again because he's been clutching.
It sounds silly, but it's just... this is going to sound horrifically stupid. But I think what it comes down to for UBEC is win your rounds. Like, you've already done the work to pretty much win these rounds, and you're not actually converting them. If they had won the rounds where they had a player advantage, or they were in a 2v1 clutch, or whatever, they would have the 4-2 lead. But Imperial have been far more clutch, been better under pressure. Individuals have stepped up in the key moments.
Yeah.
Whereas UBEC, all of that's missing at the moment.
Yeah.
Sort of similar to what I said, like a round or two in, and I said the big thing for UBEC is they just don't capitalize upon their advantages and the opportunities that are in front of them.
Yeah, some would say it's luck, but you know.
Luck is just being prepared, or some quote, something like that.
Yeah.
Luck is
some old dude from the 1800s.
Yeah, what are you saying? Like, luck, there's no such thing as luck. It's just like preparation or something like that. But Imperial feel more prepared right now.
Luck is the friends we made along the way.
You reckon you made some friends here, Sneaky?
I met Matt. Bench.
I met Matt.
Me and Matt have gotten very close because I keep info dumping on him. And he's just listening.
You did put me on the top one of your idiot list this morning, so I'm not going to put you in my friends category.
Hey, that one's deserved. That one's deserved at this point.
We'll see who the idiot is after this one. Who predicted UBECMANIAC again?
Hey, I got an excuse. I got like 5 excuses for UBEC at least. It's like, okay, we're young. Okay, so first competition. But to be fair, right? Did you expect UBEC to get this far in the series?
No.
Probably not.
No, not at all.
I mean,
This is still a bad tournament from Imperial so far.
No, being real, I think actually the teams from the Philippines have impressed me at this event. I had zero expectations for them or SGJ.
Without Maxter especially.
Yeah, without Pacific Mountain here, I was like, there's no way. But they've actually done pretty well.
Oh, 7? Oh my god, what a quick scope from 7. Can he hit another one? Yes, he can. And all of a sudden, that mid-control into the B site has gone into dust. KLP
Big nade.
and KLB. Let's see if they can get anything going, but look at where the C4 is now.
Nade just clips on the door there, and it works for 7. He's off the ace here.
Still ace.
He might just get it. Oh my god, 7 with all 5. What a way to shut it down at the end there. That is an incredible round. Eagles looking a little worried because his arm roll might be up for grabs here. 7's done so damn well. Brilliant round as 5 for him and 5 for Imperial. Now, and unfortunately, best UBEC can do in these last couple is 4. Nice open. Not a bad way to start it off. More behind it too. 7, that ace might be needed once again, in all fairness, my friend. First shot missed, though, from him. A repeat, and he will deliver. He's had some great form these last couple.
Yeah, 7's been sniping out of his mind, but look at the animals from behind. He is 1 HP. They just need to confirm his death. Nade is going to go through in towards House, and he even gets the HP off of Loy here. But can they get into the site? That is the question. The animal's probably going to go in first. And Loy is just jump peek, and he doesn't know that the animals is actually right under him, and this could actually cost KLP his life, and the animals does get spotted immediately. Good thing Loy turns around in time. And there we go. UBEC benefiting from Imperial's timeout.
There's this round again.
That's just insane.
Ace from 7. Some quick shots from him, and the Colt, of course, to clean it out.
Looking like Hanoi again, man.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my god.
What a performance from him, of course, out in Hanoi. Final round of the half. UBEC desperately want to get a 4th. It's just a question of can they? If Imperial gets 6. Honestly, if Imperial gets 6, I probably feel like it's kind of done already.
Yep. Oh, they saw the outline of the animals through the smoke. Ah, but KLB just misses the opportunity to take out the IGL.
6-3 curse, though. What about that?
Could be.
Could be.
60 curse plus Jordan curse.
The animals close behind this smoke. Playing with fire a little bit. Spamming through it. But just going to back off. Yeah. Nice little shot of presence, honestly. It's going to give UBECMANIAC.
He's going to go down bridge again.
Thought about pushing forward. You reckon he goes again?
Yeah. Why not?
Run it back.
Run it back. But they kind of expected now at this point, right? Like, already at the last point of the half. The animals just did this like 5 times at this point. Yeah, he's just going to keep it quiet for now. KLP still all the way back in spawn. Making sure that that hotel window is ready and held in. There we go. Does it again. Gets punished for it. But I think UBECMANIAC at this point, they know the animals is going to do that.
Yeah. His best thing can do is just stick it at the backside and even kind of utilizing 7, bringing him over as a supporting element. Doesn't end up happening. Under a minute, though, and we do need to see where do even want to go. It feels like this is a B lead, despite the C4 being over towards A. Shot's got to hit, and 7 misses. This is now where they're in a lot of trouble. We'll use our rotating over. He might be able to catch a couple on the cross, but he's got to hit these shots. Timing might beat him. He does get 1. That's good. No trade as well, as no one's near enough. So at the very least, maybe still a chance here in this one.
KLB.
Might have a world to work with here. Spamming on the smoke. Loy lucky to avoid the bulk of that spam as well. All down to 2. In this 2 versus 3, and GDSC's tagged up to make matters worse as a C4 goes down.
All right, they cannot mess up this 2v3 retake, that's for sure. They just gotta stay within the sites, play your angles.
Bro, where's KLB? He's on the other side of the bloody map.
I think he's gonna flank. Might be a flank incoming, Eagles. Can't get into the site. Here comes the window, and there we go, Kano. Does get GDSC.
All right.
And E4S, the only one left alive, does get the golden headshot, but I think that is the only thing that he can get. He's blind for 20 seconds.
It's done. It's done. It's all good. They locked that one in at least, but Yeah, I still think that's a pretty disappointing half, all things considered, for UBECMANIAC. They get 4, which it's workable, no doubt, but that really could have been at least 1 or 2 more.
Yeah, I agree. I definitely agree. I think they'll be upset with kind of how things were, especially in the way in which, especially the first 4 rounds, a good couple of them could have gone their way more. And they just fell flat by the finals. The margins nice.
I have a feeling that the replay guy is like saving all these lineups for like his own.
Yeah, yeah. That was a
like,
nice little nade set there, in fact. A lot of damage was dealt by it.
Thank you, though. I'm going to watch that later.
Yeah. We see what their lineups were as well, their timings. But either way, round advantage for Imperial. Can UBEC get back into this? They're not exactly down and out for the count, but still sort of on the brink.
Well, there we go. KLB does get the animals first. IGL on IGL action here at the early stages of the second half. C4 is still quite a ways away. But 7, he didn't expect Loy to be in that corner. GDSC is going to take down KLB, though. But does he know Loy? He's still in the corner, but Loy is in danger. Good angle there from E4S.
It was a good start for UBEC. Seen this movie before, though, and I don't really like how it ends for this Philippine squad. Kano has to hit the shot, and he does. Beautiful stuff. Settles it back a little bit, again, in the favor of UBEC, but he is still kind of isolated on an island. He spotted GDSC on the cross. Luckily, the timing just paying off for him.
And Kano has been stepping up big, especially in this round. Not just this. He had a really good sub-base game as well. But see if E4S can do anything about this. Cable car not going to be occupied by anyone. UBEC obviously fully aware that he can be occupying that tower position. But 40 seconds left. Not much time for E4S to try.
It's not easy, is it? 1v3. Basically a done conclusion here. And now he's spotted out to make matters worse. He's going to C4 down. That's something, but dead instantaneously. UBEC tie this game up. Imperial, surely not another choke from them. Surely not.
I wonder if anyone has tried like a... So we had the Fefe timeout, right? What if we had like a Fefe diffuse? Like you don't diffuse it immediately.
Just wait for a second,
Just
little
wait
chat.
for a second, yeah. Would be nice, but currently there's no struggle at the moment. So no use to talk to your teammates.
I think actually, I think Imperial are doing the Fefe win the series. You
True.
don't win map 1.
Yeah.
you win the other 2 maps.
Is that similar to MG Special?
Yeah. Well, that would be they don't win the series at all, which they might also be doing here.
Brazilian crossfire, baby. GDSC for the first. And the kill, and they step away. They don't need to stick around. I kind of like this. They're desperate to bound on in off the back of that opener. So there's a rush, there's no risk involved too. A double pump at it, and a nice find 2 to make matters just a little bit better. Reuse out on towards Loy, and Eagles on towards JJ. He will surely lock this one into place. 2v5. I'm going to assume no chance in hell.
Yeah, it's going to take a miracle, that's for sure. Monumental effort from Kano and from KLB. Reuse out, going to get tagged up a bit, though. Lots of damage incoming. KLB needs to get a whole lot of damage going. But Imperial taking their sweet time, making sure that they can attack this site from both sides. But 7's already inside. I feel like KLB has no idea, but the animals tagged up a bit. But oh, look at E4S around the corner in second mid. Oh. KLB, you have to be careful about this, but he is more worried about Hotel. And Eagles only gets the tag, but they don't get the finish. And here comes the assault on the site. And it is going to be one person falling. 6-5 Imperial with an absolute start on that round.
Yeah, big. It is big. GDSC opens things up. They get a second immediately off the back of it in that kind of second look in towards the A site, and then it all sort of slots itself in towards into play. So very good work coming forward from them to reclaim that lead, but it's still just the Imperial side being made to work for this more than sort of, I'm assuming they expected to. Ooh. Aggression coming for. I like this though from UBEC. This is a little bit of a difference. Eagles could be in a bit of trouble though. He's jumping across the angles and will actually sort of force them away, but
just gonna force
JJ sticking around, yeah.
Unless they reforce mid, but I wouldn't advise it because the angles are really good for the side of UM. Yeah, just go B. Yeah, you got no choice in the matter if you're Imperial, but at the same time, this is a good spot for UBEC to kind of secure this round, fully knowing that you forced them on the right side of the map. Oh, watch ahead, Loy. Does get the dink. I'm surprised he stayed that long on the angle, but 1 minute and 30 left on the clock. You know exactly where the enemy is going to go, thanks to Kano's position. So it's all up to UM whether or not you can actually hit your shots. Second mid is non-existent for the side of Imperial. And UM taking their sweet time. The Animals ready, waiting for the entry, but he's playing with the time, man. He's playing with the timer, playing with the emotions of the UM squad. Here comes the flashes. Site is about to be taken. The Animal is going to be the first one in. Big. And he does take down JJ. Look at that double entry, but KLB finally with an answer on that sniper. But can they keep going? KLB does get one with the M4, but Kano around the corner does get the shot. Can he get GDSC? GDSC down to 1 HP. He's finally dead. 45 seconds, and it's only E4S.
This is a crumble. This is really a crumble from Imperial. Every single time until now, they've had a numbers advantage. Now to 1 versus 2 for Eagles. Really tough predicament, and UBEC have won a round out of nothing. They had no right to win that. Imperial have let that one slip massively. I'd love to see the player cams for them because I'm sure there's some pretty forlorn faces there. They're very long.
That's 6 and 6. UBEC's already tied it up. JJ once again with an absolute performance, but KLB immediately down. But look at this. Immediate control in towards Hotel. Loy gonna spot it out, and he's gonna go back immediately. He knows that there's people in Hotel. 7 is gonna take down JJ for checking it. Nade's gonna go through. 78 HP for 7. Definitely doable, but the flashes are making the delay painful for Imperial. But look at the numbers. E4S will get Kano. And it seems like UM, their bad habits are getting punished at the moment.
There's actually a team flash as well. 7's flash banked off a pixel of some sort, which slowed down Imperial. Thankfully, it's not ended up being too costly as Lloyd left all alone. They're barreling towards the A site. Simple and effective. Lloyd will be seen off momentarily. We'll get another consolation, though. You take that at the very least, but not going to make a difference in the grand scheme. This is how things are going. Back and forth, and Imperial have got the lead.
For now. I want to believe, though. Do you believe?
No.
Sneaky, do you believe?
No.
Bro. Why are you asking me if I believe in UBEC?
Because if you don't believe, then they're really doomed.
Yeah, true.
Dude, I believe up until the score is 10.
All right. 10-10?
Yes.
What happens if it goes 10-10?
I become an impartial caster again. Let's see, man. I mean, Imperial not finding the same openings as they did in that last round, but this is where Imperial is actually very comfortable, right? We just let them set up, let them do their thing. But 7 gonna be spotting out KLB. KLB was more busy about Hotel than the B-long position itself. And Loy could be up next. And look at this entry from 7. He may be down to 1 HP, but it doesn't matter. They have control of the B site. There's only 1 more player in long. KLB gets his face taken off with the AK. That's 2v4.
7's so confident, man. You love to see it. When a player's playing like this, it's a bit of a joy to watch. He just wants to fight. He backs himself in every single angel, and it is working. Halo, no chance here. Yeah. Seen off by GDSC. 2 rounds ahead of UBEC. 2 rounds away from taking the map, the series, and moving on towards the playoffs.
That is a roughie. It might just not be coming together for the Philippines today. 8-6, UBEC, they need this next round. Otherwise, there might be a few more tears on the stage.
Maybe some in the green room as well with sneaks.
I already have one earlier, but you know. Oh, Kano. Ah, so unlucky. He couldn't get Ryuz out there. Kano has to decide. He's kind of trapped in long room. Can't get out.
They're kind of giving him the opportunity to get out, though.
Oh, wait.
Or at least to fight. Yeah. Like I said, they just stopped holding him. They could have easily tunneled in there. Thankfully, there will be a bit of a trade that comes forward, so it's not the be-all and end-all.
And it's only one piece of the equation out, too. You still have 7 who can definitely snipe GDSC just as good. It's going to be a tough one, man. 1 minute and 35 left on the clock. The anticipation probably killing UBECMANIAC at this point. KLP out in the open, not the best position to be in, but where is the help? They need help from KLP immediately. Does get the dink on Ryuza, but it is through the box, and he just swings the corner. C4's down. But does he get more? It seems like no is the answer, so it is all on KLP to get the 1v3. Nade's going to go through. This is looking unlikely, man.
Tough spot. Yeah, Imperial. See off that round. One more is all they need. Map, series, playoff point on the brink of going the way of the Brazilians. And unfortunately, UBEC, many a chance, many squandered. And they'll look back probably on this map and said, we could have done actually better here.
100%.
We could have given ourselves a 4-2 start.
Those extra 1 or 2 rounds right here.
Yeah.
It's, you know, 8-7 maybe favoring UBECMANIAC. Still feels like a completely different ball game. Not to mention the ripple effect of what the implications of those rounds might have been on the momentum. But maybe it's just a little bit too far gone now for UBECMANIAC. They left a little bit too much on the table in those first couple of rounds, and they are being punished for it by Imperial. 9-6, 1 round away from securing Imperial a place in the playoffs. Loy, the first to fall for UBECMANIAC.
Yeah.
And to make matters worse, KLB got legged early in the round as well by the Orm, so you're kind of already like 3.5 players in this sort of spot. It's not nice. I mean, KLP wants to fight up though, reclaim a bit of the space out towards B long.
Not the best smoke as well there from KLP. It's a bit deep on stairs, but Imperial's not gonna be in that site to fight for it. Instead, they're gonna go back on the A site. And they are gonna challenge the singular player, which is Kano. The youngest player on the roster, having to hold them up against 5 veterans.
Not a good start.
XP, not the best start. Gets hit in the heart twice, and he's just spamming at this point. He's fully blinded. And it could be the beginning of the end for the youngest squad in this tournament.
Yeah, it's all on the shoulders of KLP, as it has been so many times in the clutch, but his success rate, his conversion rate has not been high, and it won't be high. This is a 1v5. It's impossible. Imperial secure it. They take the series 2-1, and they book their ticket into the playoffs.
Well, unfortunately for UBEC, the fairy tale was not to be. It's Imperial, who, honestly, the only way to put it is survive. But maybe worrying in itself that we have to talk about survival for a side that's meant to be of the caliber of Imperial. And you can even see it wasn't exactly celebration or elation at the end there for Imperial. It was relief more than anything.
Yeah, most definitely. I don't think that's exactly gone to plan for them here in the group stage. It wasn't awful. Certainly could have been worse. But, you know, a loss against Evolution Power, that may be, I think, acceptable in some cases.
Sure.
Some arguments to be made there that Evolution Power, you know, deserve to take top spot in terms of a power ranking, if you will. But getting taken that close by UBECMANIAC maybe starts to raise a couple of questions. And also, the problem here for Imperial is that they, in theory, be taking the second seed out of Group C, which means they're going to play against the winners of Group B, which means they're playing against Wolf Empire, which already is a pretty scary matchup. And also, that's the matchup that they lost at the Summer Championship that knocked them out of the playoffs. So, you know, it seems like something's definitely against Imperial at these kinds of international competitions. But I want to say for Imperial, at least, it surely is only up from here in terms of the displays that we're getting. Like, I still don't think we've really seen the peak Imperial just yet. That was decent, but it wasn't amazing. And I think we can definitely expect to see better from them coming into these bigger matches. We'll need to see better from them if they want to get over the line against Wolf Empire.
It's true.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like job done, but not job done phenomenally.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we've got across the line, which is great, but they've still got a long road to even being remotely into a position of comfortability in this tournament for a team of their caliber. Sneaky, give us your thoughts, man. You know, this is it's a bad day for the Philippines in the international scene.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a lot less sad for this loss, honestly. I feel like UBECMANIAC is really a project that for the entirety of the Philippines where, you know, he put 5 of the best young kids with the best mechanics into a single team, give him one of the most experienced coaches to have ever stepped into the CrossFire scene back in the Philippines. And I feel like there's going to be so much potential here next year for UBEC, because the way they started the year is they got top 4 in our equivalent of CFWL, which is Masters. And then right after that, they got top 2 in regionals, second being going into the second seed. And I mean, taking a map off of EP, taking a map off of Imperial. I mean, I would be like, oh, the kids are a real deal. I mean, they even made them sweat on some moments here. So, I mean, I'm looking forward to what UBECMANIAC can offer next year in this position.
Talk about leading by example. Daniel's set MVP 1.5 rating, or 1.5 KD, may I say, for him. Does mean that Imperial booked that second spot coming through the groups. It's Evolution Power, who of course got that #1 spot with the win the other day against Imperial, and a Lotus at that bottom seed. Lotus, not a huge amount to offer up for them. They basically got the spot because of Wolf Empire's performance at the Summer Championships. But UBEC, there was a lot of promise there, and I think this won't be the last time we hear from those guys. That's for sure. But in the end, Sneaky, as 2 West League casters and a Philippines casters, the West League is better.
I hate you guys so much right now. You have no idea.
Wait, are you casting later on today? You're still going?
I'm doing 4th.
We're doing 4th. Because I was going to say, you know, like, it's easy for us to sit here. We watch these first 2 games where the Philippines teams have kind of got blasted. But you do kind of have to bear in mind, like,
LCK against Q9.
It's unKnights up against Wolf Empire next, and then LCK versus Q9 after that. So it's kind of like, mate, we're all in.
We're all in the same spot.
We're all up the creek without a paddle today. That's all I'll say.
unKnights, no chance, right? And it doesn't matter, because even if they win, it doesn't affect anything, right? Actually, does it?
It may affect the seeding. It may affect the seeding, potentially. Like, if unKnights would beat Wolf Empire, there's going to be the potential 2-way tie between All Gamers and Wolf Empire for first, second seed.
Yeah.
That'd be a conversation. But again, that requires unKnights to beat Wolf Empire. And actually, unKnights would be 2-1 there as well, so it would be a 3-way tie.
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
But is unKnights going to beat Wolf Empire?
Yes!
I don't think that, bro. I don't think that.
Pietro Masterclass inbound. And then you also got LCK, who genuinely could still qualify. Theirs is also equally as difficult.
Unlikely,
you know, we're talking about they need to beat Q9, and then Vasco need to lose to Ranking. Ranking, but a woeful tournament. Yet to pick up a win. Leaves a big upset there. So, you know,
well, I mean, if LCK would beat Q9, they'd be 2-1. Q9 would be 2-1, and then Vasco, even if they would beat Ranking, would be 2-1 as well. So it's, again, another 3-way tie possibility. So
true.
Look, there is a world for both of these West League teams, but I feel like today is the day where you get those favorite matchups up against the underdogs, and you just think there's not much really to sort of be written home about. In my gut feeling is that this match that we've just watched, the UBEC game up against Imperial, will probably be the closest one on paper, and in actuality as well. That ended up going to 3. I don't know that I would have predicted to go to 3. I do think UBEC looked good enough though to kind of contest Imperial in some way, shape or form. But I don't see unKnights really competing against Wolf Empire. LCK, granted, looked pretty decent yesterday, I thought. So
Like Q9 are up, they're gamers, you know what I mean? They're some serious gamers.
Yeah, I don't think the style, honestly, is going to work against Q9 because they're also slow.
Yeah, it's true.
So they're going to have a slow off. And Q9 is absolutely, just like how I said it at one point, right? They have the best defense in the world, so they're really good holders, so LTK is definitely not going to have an easy time.
A slow off. I love that. I love that. I mean, it's not going to be lovely to watch, but I love that. Either way, we've, of course, concluded here. I think there will be an interview getting ready on stage as well to see who from Imperial. I'm assuming probably Danimals will probably end up joining.
GDSE, actually.
Is it GDSE? Oh, yeah, he is. Okay, GDSE is joining over as well. I wasn't sure if Danimals, because he also got the MVP, but just send whoever they want, I guess, over there. But I think, interesting, I'm wondering, obviously, not too sure what Matt's going to ask, but I would actually love to ask, sort of, how are you guys actually feeling? Because I don't think they're happy right now. We're talking about a really unfortunate loss yesterday, which obviously we didn't get to collect their thoughts on that loss to Evolution Power, which they should have won, right? Or at least they should have won at least a map. And even that's being conservative, right? They could have definitely won the series too. And for me, they felt like the favorites going towards that series. And then you drop sub base again, 10-8 in a really dire fashion by being in the lead, choking it out. Then you have to really work hard in a reverse sweep, and you were made to work for it. So against a side, of UBECMANIAC, who, no offense to your boys, but like Imperial shouldn't have to worry about them.
Yeah,
but they did. So you know what I mean? I'd actually really love to know what the vibes are on the camp. I don't think they're going to be like happy. I know they're happy to make playoffs, but this is meant to be a top 3 competitive side.
Yeah, that's like it's like expectations, right? For the side of Imperial, just like when we were discussing, like you, me, Jordan, I did say Imperial is not the type of team to lose in group stage, like at all. And all of a sudden, like it took him like a reverse sweep to get into playoffs, and this is a team that's already tenured, right? I mean, the Animals has already got his trophy, Ryu's has already got this trophy, and yeah, I'm just surprised at the level that kind of they were playing at, that UBEC can kind of go toe-to-toe with them.
Yeah, it's crazy. So it'll be interesting to hear from them. I think it'll be sort of, a little bit of happiness they're going to get through, but
it's more like
definitely, yeah, exactly. I think it is relief. You can even see from the coach when they won, it was no celebration. He was like, whew, like, thank God we actually made it through.
They would have got reamed if they would have missed out on this. Like
roster changes up the wazoo if they lose that game.
Sure, but I mean, just think about the backlash as well from the Brazilian community.
Yeah, we know it. They're vocally quite strong. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. Even still, I don't know. Like the road ahead for Imperial's pretty damn tough. So,
well, at least Imperial's not going to be alone with the entire region getting playing. They got SGJ with them in the exact same boat. UBEC, they got just like how I said, UBEC got 5 excuses. They're like they're young. This is their first tournament.
I think everyone back home is probably going to be quite happy with UBEC.
Yeah,
I don't think it's been a bad tournament from them at all. I think they've had, obviously beat Lotus, great. Expected that, they've as the favorites proved it, and yeah, they've pushed a top level team. Their team who were top 3 last year, the distance. So I think people will be quite proud of them. I feel quite proud of them. I've already just met them, but
I'm happy.
They're good. I think SGJ, they're definitely not. They're even. In their win against NEXTTOP, it didn't mean anything, but it was just, you can still see there's some weird rounds in there. So, yeah, I think, do you reckon there's going to be changes there?
Yeah, probably. I feel like in that last game, they're probably just out of it at this point. Like, I feel like there was barely any comms at that point, and they just kind of played it out. And honestly, just like I said, man, the Filipino pug style is like in our blood, so it's no problem that they can just kind of play like that against NEXTTOP. Yeah. So just like I said, man, I feel like I don't want to offend SGJ, of course. This might be the last time that we see this roster together because, I mean, granted, Yobib, he is an insane player.
Yeah.
This is already the 2nd year of trying of them going into international, and granted, they did do well in the APAC tournament, but it's online, man. I don't count that.
Sure. Okay. I'll rate you for that. So that now means we have the majority of the groups sorted for the most part, right? I think, let's just assume all things go the way that they should go. That means now that we have Antisocial and 3BL making it through. We don't have the seeding yet, but they make it through regardless.
Yep.
Obviously, from our group, we've just done Imperial and Evolution Power making it through. We now know the seeding. EP first, Imperial second. From Group B as well, Wolf Empire and All Gamers should make it through if the game goes expected, with unKnights losing, and then of course in towards Group A as well. That one's the only one that has a little bit of doubt, but still Q9 should be LCK every day of the week. But that one should be Q9 and Vasco making it through. So for the most part, there hasn't, well, not even for the most part, for the entirety, there's not really been any upsets.
That's what I was
All
saying.
the favorites made it through. It's more just about the favorites make it through in terms of seedings. Now you could argue about Wolf Empire and All Gamers. I currently view Wolf Empire as probably the best team in the world, but then
it's hard, isn't it?
The argument that I kind of made of why I actually went for All Gamers, despite some of the championships, was actually that even though Wolf Empire are, I would say, the best team in terms of the way they're playing right now, the reason I went for All Gamers is veterans of international tournaments, guys who have won this time and time again, and also sort of for them, it's about revenge, I think, as well, and they always ramp up in towards playoffs. So that's why I look at them, and they probably avoid Wolf Empire for quite a while. So who knows?
I think I'll go Wolf Empire from here on out, probably. Once we get into
if I
playoffs.
could change, I probably would.
But we'll see. Yeah, I've been looking at the way the groups have played out. As you say, there's not too many surprises, but these seeding matches are actually very important. I mean, 3PL, Antisocial, that'll be the battle for first in Group D. That's basically the battle to avoid versus Q9 in your first match in the playoffs, and that could be potentially a pretty big deal. So, still a lot to play for in this group stage, but looks like the interview is finally ready to go, so we'll jump down to the stage with Matt and see what the team has to say.
We have our Brazilian team, the legends of Imperial Esports, through to our knockout stage. Congratulations for the win there. Filipino teams, we know they can be unpredictable, difficult to prepare for. So please ask GDSZ here, how did you prepare to face UBECMANIAC?
Nós sabemos que as equipes filipinas são bastante imprevisíveis, né? Então gostaríamos de saber que tipos de preparações nós fizemos.
Estudamos bastante, como a gente estuda todos os adversários. A gente sabe que a UBEC é uma equipe muito qualificada, vieram por seus próprios méritos, tinham ganhado de todos os times da Filipina no seu campeonato. A gente conseguiu fazer um trabalho de antitático e estudo em cima deles.
As for the Philippine teams, we know that they are pretty strong, so we have studied their strategies and their maps so that we secure the victory.
Yeah, definitely. Good to see you prepared for them instead of just thinking, well, we're going to outplay them. I want to ask you about sub-base. We keep seeing Imperial play sub-base. You keep getting off to a really good start. Couple of times now you've lost it 10-8 by the end. So what's happening during sub-base that means you end up losing?
Nós vimos que no mapa sub-base, né, nós tiramos uma vantagem inicial bastante grande, mas depois no final acabamos perdendo. Gostaríamos de saber.
Do outro lado, a gente tem uma equipe muito qualificada, como eu disse. Assim como ontem a gente conseguiu, não só na sub-base, mas no outro mapa, conseguiu ampla vantagem no mapa. A gente acabou cometendo alguns releases e acabamos tomando alguns rounds em sequência que colocou o adversário na partida. E acabou infelizmente custando o mapa, ontem e hoje também.
We know that the Philippine team is very strong in this map. Even though we secure the advantage on the map, but we made some mistakes. So that also means that we lost this map.
Okay. You, GDSZ, over here, when you're playing, we see you a few times shouting at your team and shouting towards the other players. Is it frustration? Is it encouragement? Tell me what you're doing and feeling.
Nós vimos que você estava gritando bastante durante a partida com os seus companheiros. E gostaríamos de saber se os gritos eram de incentivo ou outro tipo de motivo.
Aí você tem uma boa dúvida, porque quem olha de fora acha que é um tipo de reclamação, mas não, é uma forma de incentivo. É óbvio que tem as reclamações, mas a gente fala de forma mais sutil ali dentro, todo mundo se entende, se respeita. Era uma forma de incentivar para a gente não deixar acontecer o que aconteceu ontem, deixar a vantagem que a gente construir acabar sendo jogado fora.
对，所以很大的一般来说，大家来从外
Generally
面来看的话，会
speaking,
感觉我
many
是
people
生气的，但是
will
并不
feel
是。
that I'm
我是
angry
在
or
鼓励大
furious.
家，
Actually,
然
I'm
后为了不
encouraging
要
our
重复
teammates
发生
to
上次的
avoid
错
the
误。
mistake we have made in the previous match.
Excellent, excellent. You're through to the next stage. We will see you in the knockout stage. Obrigado. Obrigado, my friends.
Obrigado.
Well, we have Imperial into the later stages, but for a while it looks like, it might not be. We'll look forward to seeing you play again. We'll look forward to our next match. Don't go anywhere. We're only halfway through day 5.
Looking for a swing, and he does find the third kill. Eventually goes down. Jumping in, misses, but the Colt is good. Down to 1v1. Looks like he just swings for the spawn area. The spot is good.
Are you going to push over? The answer is yes. Unfortunate for them as Gokin just shuts them both down. Headshot with the Colt to follow it. And a third.
Looking for more, no one around that corner. They're playing deep. Nevis is on the box, and he also gets dropped as well. A couple of taps, BM is going to fall. Hang on, we're on this. Sticking it, might just block, and they might just get it. No.
That 4-1 stat. Good homicide there. This time, they will. I feel like maybe Swamp didn't really anticipate that. Whatever the case, that was a very quick round.
Onto this exact position, but Kiko's got the spray. Picks up 3 in a row.
Nice good! Insane!
Seven arms down Mino and looking for a second kill, but it's not going too well for Imperial.
Drop off the rafters. This has gone horribly wrong. Zay has to save the day. He needs a multi-frag and he'll get it. That is huge. Zay.
Cảm nhận của em khi nhận được giải nhất danh hiệu chức vô địch là em rất là vui, và em không nghĩ đến là em giành được chức vô địch sau bao nhiêu năm em chinh chiến trên đấu trường quốc tế chuyên nghiệp. Đánh bại người Trung Quốc thì cảm xúc của em rất là vui thôi, nhưng mà đánh bại người Trung Quốc để giành chức vô địch thì em càng vui nhân ít 10 lần. Đến bây giờ vẫn còn vui. Em đang ăn mì tôm. Buổi sáng mới dậy nên là ăn tạm có mì tôm. Một ngày bình thường của em thì em ngủ thì sẽ rơi vào tầm 12 giờ trưa em dậy, vì em sẽ ăn trưa. Thì có những hôm thì em sẽ ăn ở ngoài, có những hôm thì vợ em nấu ăn. Nếu như hôm nào vợ em bận công việc hoặc là mệt quá thì em sẽ đi ăn ngoài hoặc là ăn mì tôm cho nó nhanh và uống thêm một ly cà phê.
Theo em thì ở trong game thì Lucas là một người rất là kỷ luật và chăm chỉ tập luyện. Còn đối với đời sống thì quan hệ với mọi người thì Lucas thân thiện và hòa đồng.
Lý do để em đạt được chiến thắng và giành chức vô địch là team em 5 người đồng lòng. Dù có thắng hay thua thì chơi hết mình là được. Mục tiêu tương lai của em là vô địch thêm một cái CFF Grand Final. Bất cứ là năm nào cũng được, nhưng mà nếu mà hay nhất thì là trong năm nay. Và tương lai của em thì em sẽ muốn có thêm nhiều chức danh hiệu hơn, vô địch hơn. Tình nghĩ của game được kết quen đối với em đó là tuổi thơ và thanh xuân và cả tương lai của em. Lucas xin chân thành cảm ơn các fan hâm mộ đã đến nhà thi đấu Tây Hồ và các fan hâm mộ đã theo dõi Team Boss Empire qua màn ảnh nhỏ. Lucas một lần nữa xin cảm ơn và mong rằng các fan hâm mộ luôn theo dõi Team Boss Empire từ nay về sau.
Hello and welcome back to the 2024 Grand Finals for CFS. And I'm Valdez. With me is Elfish Guy, who did not move. He sat here the entire time.
Locked in.
Just wanted to get right back into the Crossfire as fast as possible. We're also joined by Bench. Welcome, Bench. How are you doing today?
Doing absolutely fine. I was just watching the games and UBECMANIAC made it so close. Oh, so close. Had they worked out a little bit better on their global risk side, we might have seen an overtake, but that's all she wrote.
That is unfortunate. I think there was a very real possibility that UBEC could have made that one happen. Just kind of let themselves down a little bit in that first half. A couple of clutches given away, a couple of rounds that they probably should have converted that weren't, and that sort of put them on shaky territory, let's just say, for pretty much the majority of that one, and inevitably gave Imperial enough time to come back into the map and finish it off 2-1. But yeah, still some reservations, I think, about Imperial going into these playoffs, but that'll be a conversation for a little bit later down the track.
Yeah, we do have a couple of matches on the way. We're getting into Wolf Empire up against UNKnights for this first one, and then we will have Q9 up against LCK. And there is still a chance for some movement in some of these groups. You guys were talking about how, you know, if LCK does take down Q9, then Group A gets very, very interesting. Also for Group B, Wolf Empire up against UNKnights could also make things interesting if Swamp Gaming could potentially challenge All Gamers. You never know, is all I'm saying. I doubt it's going to happen, but, you know, still need to keep tabs on what's happening in every group and which team still has a chance. All of the teams here still have a chance, and I think that's the main thing. Although, on paper, these two matchups look very one-sided.
Yeah, I would say so. It's sort of similar in a way to the first couple of matches. I think there's a very obvious favorite in each of these. And I was saying to the boys just before we went to the break there, I feel like that last match that we got to watch realistically was going to provide us with the closest match of the day. These next couple, I really don't have a huge amount of hope. You know, I want to sort of big up the West League teams. I want to have that level of bias or whatever you may want to call it. But I mean, in particular, like Wolf Empire here up against UNKnights, you're talking about, I think, realistically the #1 team in Vietnam, even though they didn't qualify as the #1 seed, up against the #3 seed coming through from West League. West League has never really been a super strong contender in the last few years, so kind of comparing apples to oranges when you're looking at Wolf Empire up against UNKnights, and even just based on the way that both teams have sort of played at this event. I mean, Wolf Empire looked near flawless, even against an All Gamers roster that is theoretically a very, very good roster. Whereas UNKnights, you know, they've been a bit up and down. They did okay against Swamp, to be fair, but even that game, it took them a little bit of a struggle to get over the line. So I think just head-to-head, pound for pound, Wolf Empire definitely looking like a much stronger side at the moment.
Yeah, Wolf Empire definitely looks unbeatable right now, especially, like you said, after taking down All Gamers. And yeah, sure, UNKnights, they do deserve all the rights as a team of their own in their region. Going against Wolf, who is basically at the peak of their top Crossfire, it just seems very impossible for them to overtake. The last game of today, there's a little bit of chance LCK, they do have the caliber to possibly take down Q9, but Q9 as well seems pretty on point today.
Yeah, I think as we always feel like every year, we come in, we say, hey, China's a really strong region, and then we get into group stage and we're like,
baited.
Wow. Well, not really. I mean,
All Gamers. How many of us put All Gamers as our champion team in that initial
all of us.
Me? Yeah. So
yeah, this desk.
Baited.
I mean, at the same time, though, I think that's just a little bit of Wolf Empire. You know, I think that China in general is still a very strong team, or region rather. We saw Evolution Power Gaming able to take down Imperial just yesterday, and that was a very close match as well. But still, it just feels like China as a region is very strong. I think Q9, one of the teams that did defeat Baisha in their way to getting into this tournament, the Grand Finals, definitely does showcase that they're one of the stronger teams as well, one of the maybe dark horse teams from China to potentially take it down. I know that Sneaky did vote for Q9 as the champion team. I think he was the only one. I think that's a good reason, right? Just because there's a lot of other really strong teams. But guys, enough yapping. We do have the players getting ready on stage. Let's hop over to the stage right now.
Our next match is from Group B. Now, can Wolf Empire go 3-0 and be the first team to do so, or a big dominant win from UNKnights could actually eliminate them? The answer for this awaits on the battlefield. On stage, the number 2 seed of Vietnam, Wolf Empire! Belgium, Turkey, Egypt, Greece, China, they're all ready to battle Vietnam. This is UBECMANIAC's unKnights! So, Group B, is it about to take an unexpected turn? Let's unlock the future.
Thank you, Matt Andrews. We'll have to wait and see what the future does hold for all of us here. Does unKnights have an advantage through their name having un in it, with the motto being unlock the future? We'll just have to wait and see when we do unlock the future.
Stretch.
Wolf Empire, I mean, this team might win it all, as you said
Yep.
before. I think they are the favorites now. They took down All Gamers, which were the favorites, and they did it in pretty awesome fashion.
Yeah, superstar started roster. I don't think that there's another team that really brings together all the talent from their respective region into one team in the way that Wolf Empire does. You know, when we look at China, we get 1 or 2 star players here and there per team, and even the same for the Brazilian region. But as far as Vietnam is concerned, this team has really kind of picked the pieces, the best pieces from all over the place, put them all together, and more or less you've got the 5 best players in the region on this team. I think the one exception may be Humeo. Obviously, we rate him quite highly on ranking, but you know there might not just be enough room in that team to make for a slot for him. So very, very strong team on paper, and looking up against unKnights, like, yeah, they should be very strong favorites coming into this matchup. I don't think unKnights have been super, super threatening throughout this event so far. They did have a good game last night, but again, it really did come down to a couple of clutch moments to even get that first map over the line against Swamp, and we know Swamp typically don't have a great track record at international events either. So still a little bit of shakiness as far as I'm concerned when it comes to unKnights, and I would be leaning quite heavily towards Wolf Empire for this one. And this is one of the reasons why. Ice Cube up against Alucard. It's not a slight against Alucard necessarily. He actually had a pretty good night last night, particularly on Compound, map number 2. But Ice Cube might be the best sniper actually here at the event, and that's even considering we've got players like Do in the conversation who has such a great track record previously. I just think Ice Cube, since this time last year when we really saw him break out on that ranking roster, has been a phenomenal individual player, and yeah, he's going to be a real handful tonight, I think, for unKnights.
Yeah, I mean, the Egyptian sniper, Alucard, he himself is a great player too, but the real question is, can he do it against Ice Cube, who's been basically dominating this whole tournament?
Yeah, that is really the question. You see that these two teams do have one matchup. It was a 2-0 Wolf Empire over unKnights at the CFS Invitational 2024. And yeah, you know, it's going to be rough. It's going to be hard for unKnights. As you mentioned before, you know, they had to go up against Swamp. They got across the line. But even then, it was a little bit of a struggle to get it going. From the side of the Chinese and Vietnamese talents, it is all Wolf Empire all the way. Will anyone predict? No. 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 I think this one, not even like the cheeky little vote. No. None of the West commentators doing anything. No, this one is just on paper. You know, I'd love to see unKnights do something. I'd love to see them really pop off, and maybe Wolf Empire have a weak day, and maybe something crazy happens. I would love to see it. That would be very interesting. I just don't think it's going to happen.
I don't know, like, what would be the requirement to see unKnights winning this? Like, it would just need to be a huge above and beyond expectations performance from them, the likes of which we have not ever seen, and a massive capitulation for Wolf Empire. Like, in terms of upsets, this would probably be the biggest upset almost ever, you know what I mean, in the history of CrossFire for this to be a win for unKnights. And it sounds really harsh, and I guess to an extent it kind of is, but these are two teams that are just completely different in terms of their trajectory and where they're at as a roster. Like Wolf Empire have been building towards this for a little while, whereas unKnights are still kind of making their first little forays into international territory, international waters. So it'll be another good sort of year or two before unKnights can really get to that point where they well, or should really get to that point where they're going to challenge internationally. But right now, Wolf Empire, they've kind of gone through that slog already, and now they want to bear the fruits of that labor.
I mean, of the 7 maps, Wolf Empire has about 6 maps. That's very, very close to 100% win rate, and if you're an unKnights fan, it's just the maps comparisons. It's not looking very bright. Also, when it comes to like taking aim duels, like holding angles, like individual plays, individual mechanics of the Wolf Empire players is seemingly on top. Like not in comparison to unKnights, but just in this whole tournament as a general. And I don't know, like whether it comes to Blacklist or whether it comes to Global Risk, I just feel like Wolf Empire just can either just break through the defense or hold it down, whatever. Like whether it be either of the case, I don't think unKnights has the caliber to just break it in there to sneak in a couple rounds.
Yeah, it's definitely a good question. We saw the maps there. That Compound maybe is the one map that Wolf Empire's like, I don't know. But even then, like they're very good on that map. We've already seen them play it at this tournament and really style on some teams. So, you know, in terms of the stats, they don't really have a weak map. You know, they don't play nearly as much port as unKnights do. And I think that's probably just a regional thing. You know, unKnights certainly liking port. We see it a decent amount in West. And I mean, maybe that's something they could go for, but the ban pick is ready. And so we're going to see very quickly what kind of maps we're seeing for this best of 3.
Yeah, I mean, do you really want to angle towards port as unKnights here if you're going to go up against Ice Cube, GR side? I don't know. I think Compound's probably the go for unKnights if it's left open. It was the pick in the game against AG, the same obviously in the game against SG.
I mean, if unKnights want to stand a chance, they need to play the maps that plays faster, because the type of maps that usually have shorter rush times and all that has higher variance. Maybe unKnights could try to go for higher variance maps and try to make that into their own advantage, as they're going to ban Subbase. I mean, Subbase is definitely one of the maps that has a faster playtime for the rounds, and looks like they'll just rule that out.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, you know, we talk about snipers on Subbase a lot, but it just feels like as a team, Wolf Empire can handle that map very, very well, so I don't mind banning that one away. Eagle Eye actually going to be the ban here from Wolf Empire. That's a map that they don't play a whole lot based on the stats, but they do have a very high win rate. I think just in general, Wolf, they beat a lot of teams. They were almost #1 in their region. Port first pick. So, unKnights coming in with some fire right away, saying, okay, yes, Ice Cube exists, but we're going to look to lock that down right from the get-go.
Yeah, it does mean you're going to start on BL side, though. So, picking into port, same kind of conversation as when you're picking into Mexico. You have to be pretty confident in your BL side on this map if you're going to be picking it, because you're basically going to be forced to play it first, and you can start off with like a 7-2 deficit out the gate. Black Widow, yeah, no real surprises there for Wolf Empire. It's a map that they love. Can go towards it. Again, nice sightlines for someone like Ice Cube on it, but Rifling Core can also get a lot of work done here for Wolf Empire. As far as map 3 is concerned here, again, thinking maybe unKnights want to angle for Compound. They have liked Compound in this event so far, so probably going to see the ban in a different direction from them, leaving it down to Ankara, which means Mexico or Compound is the decision for Wolf Empire.
Oh, Wolf is happy to take either of the maps you just mentioned. I mean, this almost looks like already a done deal with the first 2 maps being picked here, Port, Black Widow. I feel like Wolf Empire just has the edge to just close the maps out 2-0. It's going to take a lot of lifting from all 5 players for unKnights to sneak in the map 3. Wolf is going to ban Mexico. That leaves us with Compound.
Yeah, I mean, unKnights, maybe if they do get to Compound, it would mean that they're either taking Port or Black Widow, which would be great news already. So maybe you can say, hey, we make it onto Compound, and we're feeling pretty decent about that choice there. As you guys mentioned, though, the big issue is maps 1 and 2. Port starting out on Blacklist, I think we're going to know very early on what the series is going to look like, right? Because if unKnights go in there, they make some waves, that's great. We might have a series on our hands. If they go in there and they get absolutely slapped down, then Black Widow, I think, is a map that unKnights have like a 0-8 record on. Not going to be having a great time in this series, but there's always a chance.
Yeah, that's a good take from you. Yeah. Board's going to be super important here for unKnights. Look, I'm not super convinced necessarily, but got to play it out and see what happens. I'll give him the first half of Port, you know what I mean? I'll watch the first half of Port and then really lock it in, if it's not already locked in as far as I'm concerned. But yeah, this is about as tough as it's going to get. This is kind of the David and Goliath of this event. I mean, some of those Philippines teams, and NEXTTOP as well from, or A Lotus rather, even from Vietnam. Maybe coming in a little bit less experienced, perhaps, but similar kind of level to unKnights. They didn't have to play against Wolf Empire. They didn't have to play against All Gamers. Like, you've literally drawn the group of death if you're unKnights here. It's just unfortunate. That's just the way it is sometimes. You could not ask for a more difficult start to your career on the international stage.
It's third seed from West, right? So I think it's almost inevitable. We do see that unKnights have played this map a lot more. And obviously the GR side very strong on this map, and that is highlighted for both teams here. Yeah, even though unKnights have played it more, it's not like this isn't a common map for Wolf either. They have a decent amount of games on this one, so excited to see what we are in store for here right on this port.
So Jordan, how many rounds do you think unKnights will need to juice out from the first half on the Blacklist side to possibly stand a chance to survive in the series? Not even to win this one out.
To survive? I mean, like, it's a bit of a loaded question, really, isn't it? Like, even if you do well in the first half of Port, does that necessarily translate into getting anything done in the series? I don't necessarily think so. I think a good indication might be if they could get 4 rounds. You know, that would actually be quite a respectable Blacklist side on Port. So that would kind of do enough for me to say, you know what, I think you've actually got the chops to maybe contesting this, but realistically speaking, the answer is as many as you possibly can, because Wolf Empire is such a strong team that even if you get off to a good start here, if you can't convert that map into a win, you know, it ends up still going over to Wolf Empire. I'm still calling 2-0. Like, I think regardless of the situation right now, it's 2-0 for me. I think unKnights would have to come out with a monster first half, 6-3, 7-2 for me to go, okay, actually unKnights I think can win this map. If not, and even in that case, I might still go, you know what, I kind of back Wolf Empire to come back on this one.
Yeah, I mean, it's also possible, as you're mentioning, maybe Wolf have a slow start, and unKnights kind of catch them off guard, and then Wolf still are able to back that up and eventually come back and take the maps down. I really want to see what the pace of this series is going to look like, right? Because unKnights, a very slow team. It is kind of a regional thing, but also unKnights, a lot like LCK, definitely like to play the game a little bit slower. Wolf they can also match a faster pace, though, so might get to see what this pace is going to look like right from the get-go. As we're ready, let's hop on a port for map number 1. So, I'm not sure if you guys can hear me at the moment, but it seems like we might have a little bit of a tech issue.
Someone's headphone, I think.
Yeah. So, hopefully that's a easy one. You know, worst case scenario, we can just swap out a headset real quick.
I mean, I would love to have the issues, get it sorted out early on.
I personally want more issues, actually.
All right, what's your take on it?
You're
no,
trolling.
I just, you know, you were saying like, oh, you don't want any issues, but I personally would like some extra. I think, you know, 2 or 3 could be nice. It's just a tech pause. Looks like Pietro's headset. There is a issue.
Headsets are off. 3 admins are on stage. According to Neo, this would be a level 1.5.
Yeah.
Nobody's standing up though.
It's a lot of admins, and he's got his headphones off. So that, yeah, I think you're right about the 1.5.
One's a translator, so
true.
That's essentially 2 admins on stage.
But they're consulting.
Headphones are back on
with the team, and
Yeah,
Pietro's like, I guess
might
I'll
be like a
just-
TeamSpeak thing or a mic thing. We don't really know necessarily what it is exactly, but based on that, it seems like maybe they couldn't hear him in the comms or something like that, and they were just sort of testing, can you hear me? Is it all good? And seemed to be the all clear. Looks all good.
He's got his headset on.
That's
And
good
the
to see.
technical pause graphic is down.
For an Unk like Pietro, everyone needs that Morphling chair.
UNKNIGHTS.
UNKNIGHTS. Well, looks like we're live into the first map report. UNKNIGHTS versus Wolf Empire. As UNKNIGHTS are going to be on the blacklist side of all things. Looks like they're going to guide it down towards middle, possibly A. Getting on top of Connector for a split. But some early nades might find some great value as Beck's going to take a bunch. Taken down to half HP. More nades flying, and Kiko is going to be down to half HP as well. So already, that's not looking great.
Wow. Sharp shot.
Oh, man. That shot rang true in my mind. Yeah, he's just going to re-peek it and kill them both! Shady! I mean, they had the up-down. They were ready for him to re-peek, and still he was able to get it. Double kill does come in for AZZ, but man, sending a message already is Wolf.
I like the up down as a comm.
I mean, Shady found 3 kills as if he was taking a candy from a child. It was that easy.
So mean.
And Wolf Empire are not going to relax here. They've got no chill. Good trade. Solid information play from Wolf Empire. Leaving HCZ in the 1v2. C4 will be retrievable.
Yeah, surprisingly, they're not going to keep an eye on it. Although Lucas is thinking about swinging. HCZ is going to win this duel.
You definitely pick this up and just run away and see what happens.
Yeah.
As we know, they're both over there, and they would love to double peek him.
They're going to.
Are
honestly, that honestly wasn't actually the right play by Wolf Empire. It was maybe spacing wasn't quite 100% on point. They're not punished for it because the duel's won anyway, but very easily that can go to a 1v1. So there is, I think, a little bit of hubris here for Wolf Empire just based on that round. A couple of times they're pushing down long. They, I think, know that they're the favorites in this matchup. They believe that they're better. Playing confidently, definitely, but they do have to make sure that they don't sort of let it get to their head too much and give up a little bit where they otherwise shouldn't.
Moving into round number 2. I mean, UNKNIGHTS did bring it down to 1v2 at the end of the day, but I feel like it's not there, if you get what I mean.
Yeah, it didn't feel like they had the correct vibes, right, on the push. And I like how Alucard's trying to find duels. I think if you're going to win this map at all, you have to win some sniper 1v1s. And Alucard had a good timeout against Swamp Gaming, so maybe if he can roll that into more. Pietro, very nice shot here on a Lucas. Just has the angle. He's able to see the tracers, land the headshot. And just like that, UNKNIGHTS up a man. Might look to head towards A from here.
I mean, can they translate that man advantage into a round win?
Good question.
Gonna burn the clock down, see if they can catch more kills, but
I reckon honestly, UNKNIGHTS are gonna. We know that they play slow, but in this matchup, they may play even slower after what we've seen from Wolf Empire in that first round. And even here in the second round, you know, a little bit of a tendency for Wolf Empire to go hunting for a bit of info, hunting for a fight. And that is going to incentivize UNKNIGHTS to continue to play that default setup. See if they can get themselves a freebie, which has worked out in this round. Won't necessarily mean that it is going to get converted, though. Dola and Shady to try and lock down this B bomb site. And with 35 seconds left, UNKNIGHTS going to pull the trigger.
Here's the go sign. They're going to send it in, but Dola already picks up one, make that a double kill, looking for a third, and he lands the shots, and the spray are so good, and this guy is playing out of his mind! Wolf Empire completely shuts down that aggression and picks up the second round. And what is going on here, boys?
They're just too good. They're just too good. Too sharp. That's literally it. They're just too sharp.
Tap, tap, and you're gone.
Yep. It's 2 players holding the B side against 5.
Yep.
Yeah. Counter Flash was good, and then they peek and they don't miss. And that's really the issue, right? I mean, entry from unKnights just has to be a little bit quicker. And, you know, honestly, either you're ready to do that in this match or you're just not going to win it. As they're looking to go right underneath as Dola just holds the spray, 2 headshots. He's like, oh, that's my teammate. But still, I mean, the damage is done. Couple headshots already. Wolf Empire, I mean, first round was very decisive. Second round, they got behind, and it was even more decisive. And now third round might even be more decisive than the first 2.
Yeah.
Jeez, what?
Yeah.
Did he even see him?
It's going from bad to worse for unKnights, isn't it?
Now it's going worse to impossible now.
Okay.
Frying pan meet fire. Rock hard place, etc., etc.
Dola already picked up 7 kills in 3 rounds. He's got something cooking right there.
Yeah.
Here's the replay from that B hold. Quick flick for a second, and spray downs the third, and taps the Alucard up for the fourth, and he made it look so easy.
Yeah, he really did. And then he was able to hold here by himself as well. So, you know, don't run into Dola. That's just a general rule.
And then you send it down towards AU, you're going to be hit by Ice Cube. So where are they supposed to go at this point? Not a lot of options. And that last round, when they were trying to send it down towards middle, they got sprayed through the smoke. So, yeah. They're getting gate kept from picking up some rounds, I guess.
Yeah, the door's being slammed in their face so far. I wouldn't mind trying to put more aggression onto A, but the issue is it's not just like one sniper guy back on A by himself. They have coverage in mid. So if they're going to push into A, even through the connector, they might have Dola. Okay, well.
Doesn't matter where you go, though, bro. Like, this is what I said. You're going to pick Port into Ice Cube. He hasn't really been a factor in these first 3 rounds, and he hasn't needed to be.
Yeah.
But, I mean, what are you going to do? Like,
well, if you're going to attack A, if you're going to go towards A, that's not the way to do it either. I mean, you can't just, like, send one dude out on A long and just try to, like,
you gotta commit.
One-tap him. You need flashes over the top. You need multiple people. You need Alucard there.
Put some pressure on him.
To try to snipe him, right?
Throw the flashes. Throw the nades, make him duck his head down, set Alucard up on the line, or somebody else, spam the boxes with the M4s. But instead, they just go around the corner and get picked off, and then they, oh, we're too scared. We're going to go back away.
I mean, the slow plays are not working out. unKnights really need to, like, forcing the issue with the earlier rounds for the rushes.
Oh, we got to push out here from Shady, too.
Yeah.
Nobody's out here on long anymore.
Like, this is the issue with playing very slow. Like, Wolf Empire is going to start poking, prodding, and digging their nose into the exits. And Ice Cube is going to go down. Beck's going to find a nice opening, but now Shady has an angle. Although he wasn't able to find the tap. 18 seconds. The bomb has to rotate in. If he gets caught off guard, it might just go all wrong, but somehow the C4 is going to find its way into the bomb site.
Winnable round now for unKnights, one that they've got to convert. These opportunities are not going to come too often, but I am a bit concerned about Beck sort of roaming around on his own. If he gets his timing wrong, could have been awkward. Doesn't, though. And so Rambo will drop, but Shady, he's still keen for it. He's got a bit of time to play with. Alucard down close to half HP. Pietro, sliver away. If Shady gets a good, clean headshot onto Alucard, that really opens this round back up. But he's got to move quickly now, and Alucard is starting to give ground. It's a good choice. I think unKnights have got themselves around in the back pocket. Shady's just been a little bit too slow about this retake.
Yeah.
Finally, one on the board.
Hey, they did it. They got around. It was looking pretty doomed, even at the beginning of this round. Remember, this was the same round he just kind of, Kiko went out on long and died to Ice Cube. So definitely a much better look to at least turn that around. you know, wrest control back of the round and actually take it down in what was a rough spot. So nicely done by unKnights. And now we'll see if they can roll this into a bit more. You'll see the boost for Ice Cube once again into a connector. He's been there a couple of times now in a row. Not necessarily always playing the top of A, but this time going to be there. And where unKnights going to go this time around? You know, the slow play style, I feel like they're not going to move away from that.
Nope.
Just going to stay with what they're comfortable with.
Yeah, like, unKnights are just trying to find lucky kills on some white swings of Wolf, but the problem is, Wolf, the individual mechanics, they will swing out wide, and they will take a kill before going down. That's exactly what happened. It was a 4v4 at the end of the day, and sure, unKnights won that, but it almost felt as if Wolf had the clutch happening.
Yeah, absolutely. Ooh, nice check from Kiko. Now this time he's not going to have his head taken off. It just means that they know exactly where Ice Cube is for this part of the map. They could have tried to hit B very quickly after that, but instead, you know, they're just gonna sit back.
Ain't nothing quick about it, mate.
Just chill and do nothing.
Quick is not in the vocabulary.
Give time for Ice Cube to rotate, but Ice Cube, in fact, will not rotate until now. You know, if they went right away, Ice Cube wouldn't be as close to B as he is now.
Indeed.
But
Rambo's here as well. So Rambo and Lucas this time. No Dola to try to hold on to the B bomb site. He was the hero in the last attempt. unKnights might be in with a better crack this time around, or they might not. A 1-for-1 so far. Rambo, though, will fall. And Ice Cube, as you say, quick on the rotate, but unable to have much of an impact. It's a numbers advantage right now for unKnights as they look to get that bomb plant on the floor. Wolf Empire, I thought, might try to beat them to the punch and go through the smoke, but it seems to be too little too late. And unKnights put two together in a row, starting to shape up nicely now.
Seemingly more doable now. Clean execution onto the bomb site, was able to take down D2 players defending onto the bomb site. But the question would be, can they continue to pile up more rounds? And this time, Wolf is going to go for that huge ace stack, and they're even thinking about going out aggressive with Dola leading the charge. Kiko and HCZ willing to hold this one off. The pop flash is up and over. Dola swings, and that's going to be Lucas. Good for a kill, and Dola and Shady's also going to pick up a kill each.
Okay.
Yeah. I like this read from Wolf Empire. You know, if you give Blacklist a lot of room and they have a relatively clean entry on the B and you don't have any info on it early, you can get kind of caught with your pants down a couple of times. So there's just a way to get in their face, kind of control it. You're the one entering from the GR side, and it kind of allows you to take the fights that you would like from your advantage. So you can see that unKnights, they did have a couple of guys out there on A long, and they did get punished, and that led to a big advantage for GR from there. And it's not like unKnights can just sprint into B after that either, because they had a decent committal over on that side of the map. So Wolf, they do pick up a 4th round here.
Yeah, Wolf have looked a little bit better when they have been kind of dictating things a little bit more. And looks like they're trying to do that again. Pushing out from the B-bomb site. Taking warehouse control. Setting themselves up in close proximity to this mid-fight as well if they want it. Kind of harassing unKnights on their way through the map, keeping them under pressure. Double swing on the bridge. And the push out from Dola as well. Premeditated, of course, from Wolf Empire. And he ends up going for 1-for-1. But it is information, if nothing else. And the re-aggression from Lucas, it just doesn't stop from Wolf Empire. Now they have the numbers advantage. Again, proactive play. When they're on the front foot, Wolf Empire looking much better.
Beck's going to find a nice frag onto Rambo to equalize back down 3-on-3, and Lucas will have to fall back to hold the bomb site by himself. Following the trail is going to be Beck. The C4 is not moving.
I like this, though. Quick towards B because they know there was just one guy that was pushed out here. They didn't see anyone else, so they can realistically say there's a decent chance that Lucas is just up here by himself, as Lucas going to try to throw a nade down. And Shady given time to rotate over, so the push doesn't come in quite fast enough. And now unKnights, you know what?
It won't come in at all.
They're just going to run away. And I think that's okay, just because the initial entry wasn't great. They lose one of their members as well.
They're just wary of a flank, it seems. Which is not unreasonable when you're playing against Wolf Empire, who've already thrown in a couple of pushes. What they don't know, of course, is that there's 3 players stacked over toward B, so they've kind of backed themselves into a bit of a corner here if they don't go A right now. 30 seconds left on the clock, they'll have to commit to B. And in that case, you're running right into the stack. But Alucard doing some exploration and maybe going to figure out that A is open just in time, but with 15 seconds, I'm not sure it's an option anymore. He's been picked off as well, and that should give the game away. Beck easily cleaned up. Just unKnights' indecision, indecisiveness maybe. And once again, Wolf Empire capitalizing.
Yeah, I think they were just a bit slow on the decision-making, you know? It was probably like a decent amount of chatting going on in that moment, where they're just like, okay, what exactly do we want to do? Do we want to push B? Kind of a rough spot. Maybe I'll rotate through mid. You know, they try to make these calls, but they were just running out of time as it was happening. And it didn't quite work out, as obviously they were also checking their flank.
Yeah, I mean, that's one downside of playing very slow. It's like a double-edged sword. Because the timer is against you, you're basically putting your back against the wall, and apparently there's not enough time left. Like, once you wake up from your dreams, there's 15 seconds remaining on the timer. There's not a lot of rotations you can make, but this one's going to be a fast aggression towards B Halls. Rambo looking to swing, is going to be knocked out. Kiko leading the charge. She will be taken down by Lucas. Dola now swinging out, gets one quick headshot, looking for a second. He does hit it, and now HCZ in all the world of trouble with the C4 down in front of him. I don't think he has a good chance to recover, and to make things worse, Ice Cube is on a land 4. Takes down Alucard, and the round is over.
Doesn't matter what Ice Cube's up to. It's all about the dollar bills right now. Dollar is just farming. He is looking crisp.
So this is the round from like 6 rounds ago. But it was still a nice play. I don't mind taking another look at this. They get the flash over the top and just absolutely dominate them out there on Elong. And it was only 3 rounds ago.
Yeah.
Valdez, no need to be so critical.
Well,
Ice Cube is coming in on Connector once again, and already he's got a kill.
Yeah, 5-on-4 here. Last round of the half. Wolf Empire look like they're going to be grabbing the 7-2 lead, and that's exactly what you have to do when you are taken to port. You get the GR side. You punish. That's exactly what Wolf Empire have been able to do. unKnights just not looking super competitive. There's been a couple of good moments. HCZ has been a bright spot, 10-7. But a couple too many members going missing. And Wolf Empire, as a unit, just looking a bit too sharp.
unKnights now thinking about an A hit. But Shady's position could spring so well. Gets 2 spray downs. Almost looked shaky in the beginning, but eventually he was able to hold it down. Get a double kill. And now HCZ will have to retreat, but there's a big flank from Lucas. And he might... No, he's going to get traded out quickly. Down to a 2v2. This round seemingly a lot more doable for unKnights. And as they say that, Dola will go out aggressive and towards middle. Stick, swing, and a hit. And down goes Alucard.
Just kind of feels like in any aim duel, there's maybe a 30% chance unKnights is going to win it. Otherwise, it'll be Wolf Empire.
That's harsh.
And with that kind of conversion rate, you're going to win a lot of rounds.
You definitely are. And Wolf didn't even need to go for those aggressive rotations. I feel like they're just feeling themselves. Will it come back to bite them? Yes, it will. The double kill going to HCZ once again. And actually gives unKnights not a bad port score. I mean, if you're getting 3 on Blacklist on port, it's like pretty much average. It's not half bad. Obviously, we all watched the 9 rounds, and they were still very one-sided towards the side of Wolf Empire. But at least the numbers aren't so bad to give unKnights a chance. As we look at the KD, those numbers do not support my claim.
Yeah, but the thing is, moving on to the GR side, okay, there's still a chance here for unKnights. You want to see them start this half with a strong, decisive round. They give us a good-looking first GR side round here, then maybe we start to believe again.
Picking up 3 is alright. The problem is, if they are not able to find this first one, the problem is Wolf Empire, every single individual player, they know how to shoot. Their mechanics is up on the top. And what's going to happen is they're going to get stomped over. Just not being able to hold on to the bomb sites. Going for a bigger A stack, does it feel like? Wolf Empire, 3 players up on connector. The nade's going to find some value onto Rambo. The setups are now out.
Yep, this is going a 100%. Alucard, we'll see how he deals with it, but look at all the smoke in his face. I mean, he's also got flashed on top of that all. As Rambo also just coming right down the middle. He's going to be punished, though. HCZ just really on his game tonight, able to hold that spray, and now all of a sudden, unKnights have held this off with flying colors. Ice Cube not even looking the right way. 4 members left alive here for unKnights, and they're certainly making things interesting. Able to pick up a 4th round and starting it off well here on the GR side. You can see what happens in the replay. Not quite able to get enough value out of hiding up against that box with Shady, and after all, once again, able to push forward with that M4 and get some real work done. It does feel like a little bit of a one-man army at this moment in time. HCZ getting the majority of the kills by a large margin. I mean, 16. The next guy has 6. But, hey, I mean, sometimes you just need that one guy. If he's still going to put up those numbers, then that's still going to be good.
If you got to do the work, do all the dirty work, might as well do it now before it's too late.
Similar story to yesterday night, where it was Beck in that first map that was really doing the heavy lifting initially. Though I will say it kind of feels like HCZ's having a bit more impact than what Beck was last night. A lot of the kills that Beck had were late in rounds, trying to clutch, 1v2, 1v3. Whereas HCZ's actually getting quite relevant frags out there in the early stages of the rounds. And that is actually being converted in some cases as well. I mean, 6-4, it's not looking too bad for unKnights right here. Certainly putting up a little bit more of a fight than we might have given them credit for.
Yeah, I mean, Port's definitely one of their more comfortable maps, if not their most. I mean, they had like 25 plays of Port so far, and they've been looking great. It's been wonderful to see them actually stepping up to Wolf, especially after a couple of those early rounds where it's just very one-sided. Here comes AZZ. Confident, careful, not going to overstep. Ooh, meanwhile, Kiko gets one. Traded down by Dola, who's going to stack up some more numbers for himself. He hits 14 kills, but 4 against 4. At this point in time, still Wolf are very spread out, not 100% sure where they're going to go with this one.
I mean, there's a half a minute.
Dola. Yeah.
Not too late to make a rotation, but it's going to be a 2v2 hold for the side of unKnights. Well, the pop flash, Beck's going to swing in. Dola gets completely sprayed through the boxes, and now the C4 down. The rest of Wolf trying to get it in there. 15 seconds, they will have to make this aggression happen.
C4's up top. They've got to collect it from up top. It's impossible. This round's so done. Could not have gone worse for Wolf Empire. That's a great flash from unKnights to pick up the advantage. All of a sudden, it doesn't look so cut and dry anymore.
No, not at all. Definitely the dream is there now to pick up Port against Wolf. Ice Cube and Rambo off to a very slow start, 5 and 4. Not a lot of kills there. And now Dola is going to get knocked out early onto the round. Kiko swinging out very aggressively. Dola had no idea that AK bullet was coming his way.
Yeah, it's a very nice read from Kiko. He hasn't had the best map, but he was able to just one-tap. And take a look at this, though. Shady is able to get this kill right through the mid-doors. Beck going down. Pauses on. You would imagine that's Wolf's. Just after the way the last 3 or so rounds have gone, it hasn't been the dominance we expected or saw earlier on. But yeah, Kiko upping his confidence. He was able to get the headshot the round before. He's able to land another one here and give his team the advantage. And all of a sudden, Wolf kind of a little bit not feeling great at this point, I'd say.
Yeah. Feels like they've kind of gone back into their shells a little bit as well. Wouldn't mind seeing them just throw in something a little bit quicker. Rely on their aim, rely on their firepower. You've got it in spades. Just back yourselves. Play that wolf pack approach. But still taking it slow, playing it a little bit more methodically, which again, I feel like is kind of playing into the hands of unKnights. That's how unKnights like to play. And HCZ in middle. Going to throw a flash over to the B site, but Lucas has crept his way out. This is going to be awkward unKnights really relying on Alucard fragging right now. HCZ is going to come back across to try and assist, but losing members here and there all over the place. It's just Alucard and Pietro now standing. Shady has taken a lot of space up A long. He's in fact pretty much got up to the A site. As long as the C4 can now cross, then this will be round over, but maybe this just lies in the hands of Shady and whether or not he can activate. Alucard will go down straight away. It doesn't even need Shady to give away his position. Pietro, it feels like an impossible task.
1v3. The C4 timer against him. Seemingly a hard clutch to make it happen, but he needs to win this round to keep his team alive in the tournament. Lucas's head showing there. That's for the tap, but Shady's waiting with the AWM. That hits exactly and accurately, and now Wolf's timeout is, in fact, active. May not even needed it, but...
Yeah, I mean, they called it at an interesting point in the round where it was like... they were behind, right? They were the ones bleeding members, and they made this decision to just go straight down mid and kind of hold position. And for some reason, it was almost like unKnights were a bit overeager. They all tried to swarm into mid and like punish them for moving in there, and just Wolf Empire held their ground, got a couple of frags, and then they were able to take over the A side eventually. But initially at the beginning of this round, it was not looking good for Wolf Empire, so I don't even mind the timeout call. And you would imagine, even with the round win, I'm sure the Wolf Empire coach has a lot to say based on their struggles, I would say, that we did see the last 3 or so rounds. It didn't feel like the same amount of dominance from Wolf Empire that we were expecting, so maybe just need a little refocusing.
Yeah. Look, Wolf Empire, they've been there, done that. They've been in high-pressure situations on these kinds of stages before. Remember at the Summer Championship, a lot of timeouts being called. The coach dressed in the suit there as well. So hot. It was so hot in Vietnam.
Oh, the weather, yeah.
Why would you do that?
I don't know. I guess that's just how it be. Like, he wants to look good. He wants to look drippy. And, yeah, he's done it again here. So, good on him.
There's nothing wrong with some board shorts.
Committing to the bits.
There's nothing wrong with some flip-flops, okay? You know, you finish up your job as a coach and you just go straight to the beach. It's fine. But hey,
Hangzhou's got some bit of water. Hangzhou's got some bit of water around.
Yeah.
It. So let that be. But we are live back into the lobby, and Wolf Empire is looking to close this one out at this point.
Yeah, I want to see what they look like right after this timeout. You know, if they can refocus, if they can continue to move from here. They're still on the blacklist side of port. They need 3 more rounds. Absolutely doable. And for now, Lucas just kind of hanging out in connector. This can be dangerous if grenades come through, but they don't. As a quick flash over the top, ACZ playing counter, and Alucard playing safe, but they see him, and now the nades are raining down on him. He's barely going to survive, but he's alive. He's got Noam, and he sticks his ground up there on top, so Wolf not really able to break the ground just yet.
Is it again going to be the slow approach from Wolf Empire? I mean, just over a minute left on the clock. They haven't really taken a huge amount of map control. They've probed a little bit toward long, but they haven't taken warehouse. They've barely pushed in mid. So still got a lot of ground to cover with not a huge amount of time left remaining. Don't have the advantage of a pick either, although some decent damage has been done to Alucard. Smoke in middle. unKnights on an info gathering mission there. Haven't seen anything. Going to turn their attention back over toward B. It's not a bad setup so far from unKnights. I think they've got a decent read, but going to send Beck even further forward. This could get very awkward for Wolf Empire if the timings go wrong. Not only that, but Pietro's kind of just farming over on B. C4's now been dropped. You've got a player behind you. Pietro fragging. This looks like it's doomed for Wolf Empire as Beck gets in on the perfect timing. And Wolf Empire have just completely lost the plot in this round. I don't know what's going on there.
Yeah, Pietro was doing a lot of the heavy lifting to hold on to the initial aggression, and then Beck goes for the flank, gets it done, double kill, and the last guy alive on Wolf. Hadn't much to do, but go down as we are now getting closer to a tie, 7-6. Wolf Empire still on the lead, but I guess the pause Wolf called eventually helped out unKnights a bit more to strengthen their defense.
Yeah, I mean, I always say this, but whenever guys like Pietro, who, you know, generally don't frag out, if he's putting up numbers, if he's having clutch rounds, you definitely have enough on this unKnights roster to get jobs done. As now Lucas, very nice entry here on Akiko. They want to retake this B main area as Pietro is just flashed. They haven't checked the corner, and he gets one. That could have been so much worse. He's just hanging out there, flashed with the enemy team.
Yeah, he needed to get 2 there, for sure. Would have brought it right back into control for unKnights, but still favoring Wolf Empire here. Tossing the smoke over onto B. Doesn't really signal their intentions at all. Something of a progression smoke, really. They're not going to go off of it, though.
3v4. But Wolf is going to be taking all the time in the world. See if they can bait any rotation. Blue card is thinking about sniffing down towards middle, but Adola is waiting on the other side. HTZ may swing, and he gets caught off guard, and Wolf is going to give it a go any moment soon here.
Yeah, I mean, trying to take risks like that, I don't mind it, especially when you're already down a member. But that is going to leave them in a rough spot now. Beck maybe trying to hope that they push into him, into B, but in fact they're going mid into A, and Alucard was looking the right way at the right time, but now there's 4 people coming in, and 1 cold shot gets the job done. Beck, not a lot of hope for him, but he is going to start off with 1 kill. And especially with an M4, I mean, you can spam some boxes with it, but you're not going to get the long-range shot. So he's going to try to go quickly over to a long. Don't mind this at all.
Yeah, but it seems like it's an inevitability with the flank coming in from Dola right here.
This on.
Spotted out there as well. I'm not such a fan of the way that unKnights played that in the 2v4. You got 1 player on either site just holding the site, and you're expecting that 1 person to lock down the side against 4 players coming through. It's just never going to happen. I think in that case, you really do need to take a risk. You know, Beck was kind of hiding behind the corner there at Warehouse. You sort of highlighted, oh, okay, maybe he wants them to come to him, and okay, that's all well and good, but like, is he realistically going to spray down 3 or 4 players there and actually make that a winnable round? Answer's no. 99 times out of 100, maybe 999 times out of 1,000. You might get that 3-man spray down once in a blue moon. But if he decides to push there and tries to catch a timing, you know, the C4 was actually the last player in the pack. If he can catch the C4, win that duel, then all of a sudden Wolfpack have to come back, collect the C4. Alucard kind of knows, oh, they're heading towards A, I'm prepared then. It's still a low percentage play, but I think when we're in that kind of a situation, the 2v4, you can't be playing the percentages. You just have to say, we need to take a risk somewhere. We need to throw caution to the wind, because if we play standard, which would be we just hold our sights, realistically, you might have a 5% chance of winning that round.
But against our expectations of coming into this game, I mean, unKnights is putting up a decent fight. Just not quite there to cut the issue to win it away, but 6 rounds are, I think, it's a good number to put out.
Yeah, I mean, we were basically giving them not a very good shot at all. So the fact that they can get 6, and it's not even done from here. Really, my main worry is Black Widow. I always thought that unKnights would be able to handle port, especially once they get over to GR, and Ice Cube is a little bit less dominant. Honestly, Ice Cube has been mostly quiet. They haven't really needed him. A lot of their aggressive plays haven't really featured him, and you saw that unKnights weren't really pushing into him very often. As Beck he's flying. He's up in the sky. The big boost. And, yeah, trying to maybe go into a cheeky, little cheesy spot, catch them off guard, could wrest control, get around for yourself. Maybe you can get something going. Don't mind it. But they're not pushing into him.
Not yet. Wolf Empire have chosen to end on B a few times in this half, so might not be a bad gamble. And it's also not the worst thing in the world if they don't go this way. Can pull it out in another round. It hasn't been seen yet.
unKnights are very ready for this. They have 4 people in mid and A. They're ready for the parkour. They're ready for the bridge play, but the shots are not raining. Alucard is going to hold down the site, but in mid, Dola is just taking names. Able to take a 1v2 by himself. Ice Cube, though, is going to go down, as Beck himself did go down somewhere along the way. Dola with a big round to get Wolf across the line.
I mean, unKnights was ready to confront the aggression, but Wolf Empire just basically ripped it apart. Forced their way into the bomb site for free. Not for free, but essentially free almost.
So I want to pick back up on what you said, Bench, where you're sort of saying unKnights are doing okay, and they have done okay, but do we still feel that that is the same storyline if this ends up being 10-6? If this ends up being 10-6, it's kind of like, well, that was a pretty comfortable win for Wolf Empire, as far as I'm concerned. So I'd like to see unKnights push this 7-8 at the very worst.
Yeah. I mean, Port is a map where with the very strong GR side, even if you're the underdog team, you're going to get some GR side wins, and that is going to boost some of your map round wins. As now trying to get in here, Kiko, at least able to trade 1 for 1. Now trying to take over the rest of B main is Wolf Empire, and they will take this part of the map. Pietro's going to back way up, not looking to challenge them at the tunnel just yet. And so for Wolf Empire, able to trade 1 for 1. They still have Dola alive, still in a pretty good spot. It's not just Dola, by the way, Dola and Shady, the 2 riflers that are really carrying the team at this moment in time. Looking to end it here in a 10-6. Can they pull it off, or will unKnights stay alive?
Wolf Empire is going to be guiding themselves in towards middle. We do have Beck and HCZ kind of on the overwatch here. However, the issue is, are they going to be able to find the frags? And the answer is not. Dola is completely cracked today. He's going to find the duels and win it. Beck does find Shady, but it might be a minute too late here.
Dola's still looking for it. It's very, very scary as long as Dola is alive. Ice Cube also in the mix here. And it's down to just the 1v2. Beck is on the right bomb site for now, but not for long, because Wolf Empire have recognized that. They're going to go back over to A.
Not to cut you off, but Dola actually headshotted Alucard, who I think was on the top of A.
He's a fragger.
I mean, he won the long-range duel against an Almer with the AK, just one taps him down, and that just leaves the A side totally open.
Just on point, isn't he? No doubt he's going to be picking up the MVP for this one.
Oh, 100%. Unless Beck clutches this 1v2. Very slim of a chance, but if he finds his first kill onto Ice Cube.
Kind of timed himself out of this round, though, hasn't he? Like, even if he gets the 1 kill, it theoretically should be impossible to find that last player and get the defuse, but Dola's peeked him. Why has he peeked him? Is there still time here for the defuse? I think there is. That's just, I mean, what is going on there? Like, why? Why are you peeking at that point?
Way too quick.
Like, I just don't understand.
Timing was a little bit off for both of the players.
That is hubris. That is me saying, I'm just better than you, I'm going to shoot you, and I'm going to win. But the smart play there is just, you hear the tap, you're like, oh, I'll give it 2 seconds, then I'll peek.
And then you peek. And then when you peek, even if you die, he doesn't have enough time. As here comes Wolf once again. They are angry. They want revenge for their mistake. Will it pay off? The answer is not really. As the B main fight is going heavily in favor of unKnights, it's only Ice Cube. And now he's kind of left with his hands in the air, doesn't really know what to do.
I'm kind of triggered. Like, and I'm not even playing the game.
I get it.
I would be so tilted.
Understand.
Dude, if I'm the coach there, I tell you what, I'm ripping my hair out.
The belt's coming out.
The belt is coming out. That's why I wore the suit.
That's true. You don't wear a belt with your beach clothes. Ice Cube, he is just electing to go in and fight.
I mean, he had a valid chance. Now we have a good shot of unKnights going to overtime. Definitely gotta give a lot of shout out to Kiko for his Blicky singing triple kills to basically win the round there.
Mate, if this goes to overtime.
Oh yeah, it feels only so doable now, isn't it?
I cannot believe it. I can't. What is going on?
I mean, this was feeling like a comfortable 10-6.
Yeah, it should have been.
It was feeling very comfy.
Until Beck happened.
I wasn't even...
Until Wolf Empire happened.
Until... Yeah.
You're probably right on that one.
That was less Beck and more Wolf Empire. You know, like, not to take away from Beck, right? You got to put yourself in the position to win that. And
he hit the shots.
He hit the shots, credit, but he should never have even been allowed to do that. That was such a routine clutch that Wolf Empire have literally gifted to him.
It does feel like Wolf Empire, there have been times where they have gone very aggressively and they said, okay, we're the better team and we're going to make it work. And they did, but unfortunately it came back to bite them. That kind of attitude towards the end here.
Oh, I don't like this.
Ooh.
This is a solid setup for an A-hold. Obviously they're aware that Beck's position is dirty, but they can't really do anything about it. Shady, nasty shot onto the site player. It's Alucard again.
That's a bit of an issue as well. I mean, Alucard makes himself a target, essentially. Gives up his position. Shady's just able to spray it down, and Shady's one of the guys that's really on point right now, so giving him that opportunity might mean that Wolf Empire close it out here.
Yeah, down the armor on Knights. The real question is, how are they going to hold A bomb site? Now, HTZ is dead stuck in this corner. He's getting free fire left and right. He has nothing to do with this anymore.
They've got so many nades. Toss the nades. They finally got them across. And it might just be the deal being sealed right here by Wolf Empire. It's taken them a little longer than it ought to have, but I suppose as long as they can slide it over the line, we can't be too mad about it. A 10-8 is as good as a 10-6, is as good as a 10-0, really. It's still just going to show 1-0 for the series. Kiko, last man standing. And as long as there's no gigantic throw in this round, Wolf Empire will take map number 1.
And there you have it. Starting off with a 1-0 lead is Wolf Empire. They take down UNKnights on UNKnights' map selection of Port. It wasn't the cleanest thing we've ever seen, but as you mentioned, Elfish, it was a 1-0 scoreline. That's really all that matters.
Don't get me started, bro. Just don't get me started.
I mean,
1-0.
That Port had all the chances to go bizarre. As, some clutches that weren't supposed to happen happened in front of our eyes.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, what do you even say? I mean, I think by and large we can look at that at least and say Wolf Empire did feel like the stronger team, but it wasn't by such a significant margin that it was really a foregone conclusion. And once they made that little slip up, it actually started to feel like, maybe our Knights can bring this one back to the OT. Maybe once it gets to the OT, the tilt factor kind of comes in for Wolf Empire, and then we might be on for an upset on this map. But luckily, for Wolf Empire's sake at least, they were able to kind of reset, get that sorted, get it done 10-8. So I'm not super concerned about things. These kinds of mistakes happen every now and then. If it doesn't cost you anything, it's quite easy to just sit back in this little break here, say, forget about it, don't worry about it. It didn't actually cost us anything, just a couple of rounds, and we'll move into this next map, which is our map choice, and also a map that UNKnights have kind of struggled on in the event so far. We'll feel pretty good about things. We've got to give a shout out, of course, to Shady, Dola. I think were the two guys that really led from the front, which is kind of in contrast to what we had said. We were highlighting, obviously, Ice Cube on Port, makes sense, right? But I think in particular, Dola to me was the guy that really felt like he was having the bigger impact. Shady was definitely doing some work as well, but Dola, 1.17 kills per round. He was getting in there every single time and, really, really making his position known. So for me, I would give it to Dola. Looks like we're going to go with Shady instead. He had the slightly superior KD, so fair enough. But 119 ADR out from him. not a shabby shout at all. And when you got those 2 rifles online, that's the beauty of it for Wolf Empire. There's always going to be someone that can get the job done, and in this case, they had 2 someones.
Yeah. And, you know, Port, it can be a map that's dominated by snipers, but Ice Cube wasn't even that big of a factor. I feel like Alucard as well wasn't really putting up huge numbers, so it didn't even really come down to that. We saw a lot of aggressive plays from both teams, and, well, eventually.
Yeah.
On the side of unKnights, you know, with 20 seconds left. Either way, it happened, and now we're going into Black Widow. This is a map that Wolf Empire should be very favored on. And I said it during the map, but Port is a map that, you know, you get a chance at GR side regardless. You're going to have an opportunity to get some rounds just by the way the map is played out. Black Widow, yeah, can be slightly favored towards GR at times, but it's definitely not like Port.
Yeah, and I don't even think it's necessarily about which side it leans, this or that. I think it's just a familiarity thing as well for unKnights. You can see just from the numbers, they haven't played it a huge amount. It's honestly not really one of the go-to maps in the West League either. It's, you know, it'll be there every now and then, but it's not like
it exists.
It's not a compound. It's not an Ankara. Those are the maps.
Leftover.
Yeah, it is a leftover map, really. That's for sure. Whereas that's clearly not the case for Wolf Empire. It really is one of the maps that they try to angle towards. Well, obviously, we saw it in that matchup as well earlier on for them. So I'm expecting them to do very, very well here, and I really can't see unKnights having a great time, especially considering how much unKnights struggled on this map yesterday against Swamp. Really, really had to dig deep to get that one over the line. I don't think you're going to be given that kind of opportunity against a team like Wolf Empire.
Yeah, I mean, almost feels like a done deal there, and the only reason I feel like unKnights was able to pick up that 8 rounds was because Ice Cube was basically quiet throughout the whole map of Port. At one point, he just opted to go for the M4 instead of going for his AWM, so yeah, didn't work out, 0.58 KD, but now moving to Black Widow, of course, his team's favorite map, and not only that, Black Widow has many more angles that he can work with the AWM, and he should feel far more confident in that map to actually put out some numbers, and then it might be a done deal, sealed up, and just put the nail in the coffin.
Yeah, chuck him on the A site, watch long, watch short, doesn't really matter where. It's always a bit of a sniper's playground, Black Widow. You'd also have to kind of turn your attention to Alucard. I think he kind of did get exploited a little bit there on Port, as you sort of mentioned a couple times, getting his head banged off by rifles from the top of the A site. It's not really a great sign, but Alucard yesterday as well kind of had a bit of a slow first map, really came online in the second map. Unfortunately, yesterday his slow map was Black Widow, which isn't a great sign going into map 2 today, but hopefully he can kind of transition map 1 to map 2 in the same way that he did yesterday night, kind of come online here and give unKnights a bit of a chance.
Yeah, absolutely. This is even the map that we saw Viana picking up on, alongside of his... it's a second Alm, right? It's going to be something that even we could see Rambo, right? This is something that Shady talked about a lot as well, is that before Ice Cube, there was Rambo on this roster, and he was like known as one of the best Almers in the entire region, and then Ice Cube came along, and it's like, well, now you've got 2 of the best Almers in the region, probably the best 2 Almers on the same team, and you're going into Black Widow. So you could double Alm if you'd like. I think that's totally fair, especially with Shady and Dola really fragging out in a big way. You have a lot of variety in the very many different ways you can attack this map, so it just feels like they have so many options, whereas unKnights, you know, do they really have the same amount of options? I'm not sure.
Who on unKnights can pick up the second Alm is my question. Maybe PHR?
I don't think we really see unKnights using a secondary Alm all that much.
Like, it has happened. Like, I think
in the region,
I was going to say, I think if anyone, I think it might be HCZ that does it. I'm struggling to remember, honestly, because it's not like a key feature to their playstyle. And look, quite frankly, I don't think we'll really see a huge amount of the double Orb on this map. I think if you're going to get a double Orb, more than likely it'll be on a map like Ankara, more so than Black Widow. I think you do sort of need still that rifling presence, because look, A site is fantastic for the Orb, and you can definitely double Orb, don't get me wrong, on this map, but with the strength of the rifles for Wolf Empire, especially what we saw there on Port, it was very rifle-centered, especially the way they were playing, very Wolfpack kind of style as well. I don't know that they're necessarily going to want to go for the double Orb here. It may be if things go wrong, like if they need to change things up, they're feeling like, oh, we're not getting it done. That is an adaptation you can make. You can change it up and see if that works. But from the outset, I think we'll just see 4 rifles and 1 singular Orb.
Yeah, no need to overcomplicate things, right? I mean, we've seen teams try to go back to it. You know, we saw Vienna do it. I think GD also tried to do it in the regional finals where they had like 7 in the B window from the GR side at least, and you can like look through mid as well. Like there's angles, but as you're mentioning, you don't really have to do that. I think especially as Wolf Empire, I believe they're starting on the Blacklist side.
Yeah.
Do you guys have that written down?
UNKnights is going to start on the Blacklist, side because this is going to be Wolf's map pick. But yeah, nonetheless, whichever side Wolf starts on, I just feel like this is Wolf's map, nonetheless.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I don't disagree with you at all. I'd be backing Wolf, but I think it's going to be a bit of a cleaner map than what we saw there on Port. Obviously, they did play a fairly close game against Swamp on this map earlier in the tournament. It didn't actually end up getting through the veto against all gamers, which is a bit of a surprise actually to me, but certainly home ground territory for Wolf Empire. So I have no doubts, especially after having seen that first map. Again, probably closer. The score shows that match was closer than it actually was. That really did feel like it was Wolf Empires to close at some point.
Yeah, in terms of the map veto, maybe you could say for the side of UNKnights, you should absolutely expect the Black Widow, right? So it could have been a gambit in their mind, something they prepared for coming into this match, because if you're like, okay, we're going to ban sub-base, they're picking Black Widow 100%. So if you know that yesterday and the day before, you can maybe spend a lot of time practicing on Black Widow. Maybe they have something new, some new defaults, some new set plays, and maybe that gets you across the line. Again, that's what you're going to need against a team like Wolf Empire at this point in time. So, guys, we are ready to start the game. Let's head on to Black Widow for map 2.
No delay this time around, straight on into it. UNKnights, as mentioned, kicking it off on the Blacklist side here. Wolf Empire going to be forced away by some flashes in the box room, so we'll have to play a bit more of a passive setup on B.
Rambo's got an arm. He's holding that on the B site. He's going to be looking through this window. Ice Cube's going to try to hold down A. In fact, he has already pushed out towards A long, so that really just gives them a large part of this map. And we'll see where UNKnights want to go with this. Alucard is looking through the box room, through the storage, but he's not really going to see anything. So UNKnights maybe considering a play on short, but I have no delusions of a very fast maneuver from UNKnights just yet.
Yeah, pretty comfortable setup though from Wolf Empire with Ice Cube dropped off at the bottom of A long. They don't really need to allocate any more resources there for the moment. So bit of a trend toward B from Wolf Empire. You still have got that second player on A just to watch short. But it'll be a fast rotate over to B, and having a player in mid as well. Also a quick rotate if it ends up in that direction. Double on. Rambo straight out the gate, so I was wrong.
Going for a B setup, it looks like. With HEZ trying to self-fake down towards long, but Ice Cube is waiting. Missing the first arm shot now. He's getting challenged. ACZ.
Yeah, but he doesn't even see any more than one right here, so this is not... It's not really selling the fake. The real push is coming on to B, and I don't think Wolf Empire were particularly convinced, though they did rotate an extra player floating over towards A. The B players are doing well enough to defend the site anyway. 4 on 3, and UNKnights have not been able to cross the doors, which is a bit of a problem now with 30 seconds left to go.
Oh boy. Gonna have a head taken off, make it 2. Kiko able to land 1, but he's just running out of time. It's another kill going the way of Shady. And yeah, just given tons of time for the entirety of Wolf Empire to just rotate on over to B. The push, again, UNKnights really just didn't give themselves enough time. A very common thing that happens for them. And so in the middle of the smoke, they all get taken down. And UNKnights are down around. Wolf Empire holding on for now.
And that was a very clean round, too, coming out from Wolf. And looks like UNKnights might just give B1 another shot at it, but Rambo basically says no, takes the hat off of PH with an AWM of all things, and now Dola on catwalk. Beck swung out low to wide, and down he goes. Down to 3v5.
And I'm not entirely sure what unKnights was to do here at this point in time. Kiko did get a kill, but eventually he's traded out. Rambo with a cold is going to continue on. What is he doing? Oh boy.
Rambo does not give a F. He
doesn't give a care.
He doesn't care. He has no cares to give.
Just pure disrespect.
I mean, you called it. You called it exactly. You said they've got probably the 2 best snipers in the region. Rambo's like, yeah, what up? To be fair, though, that round was actually largely on the Colt.
Yeah.
So
you don't need to take a sniper to use the Colt. Yeah, that's true. But it does turn out that a lot of our sniper players are really good with that pistol. Here comes Dola just kind of sprinting down the map.
Confidence.
Running it mid.
Wolf is taking the fight to the main gate.
Well, it's the same. It's the same kind of start as what we had on Port, wasn't it? Like very, very dominant first couple of rounds from Wolf Empire. Really just down to like pure aim. Like they just have out-aimed unKnights in these first couple of rounds, and they're willing to push their issue a little bit more in this one than what they were on the first map. Dola is going to be brought unstuck.
So Beck's going to pick up an arm of his own and eventually put to good work. Dola goes down. Needless to say, he was out there in deep and middle, a little too deep. Eventually loses his life and moving on to 5v4. But because they were able to spot Dola deep in middle, unKnights is just waiting. It's playing the waiting game now. Expecting more players of Wolf to be somewhat in the front door.
Yeah. Feels like Wolf Empire have a good idea of how unKnights do play in their style. I mean, if you're playing against a team that's going to play it very passively in the mid round, you do not want to run into them because they're just going to be staring down sights, staring at the entries to your base, and you're going to get your head taken off in that case. So you kind of just have to wait for the play, which can be one of the benefits of playing very passively. It means the GR side doesn't always get a lot of information on where you're going to push eventually.
Would it be a bad shout to gamble stack a site right here as Wolf Empire, which is kind of what they've done. 3 players over toward A. They're going to go looking for some info now on long, and not seeing anything there. Lucas is going to pick the pace up. This is a pretty nicely timed push from him. Very intelligent play. Shady out in middle as well. Cleaning up one. He's not prepared for the second player, but no swing coming through from Beck in that exchange means he's gone too late. And Ice Cube is there to pick up middle. So timing is just horribly off for unKnights in this round. And Wolf Empire from a 4-on-5 haven't lost a single player and have absolutely owned unKnights.
Can you explain that one, Bench?
That's going to require a PhD to do so, but for now,
do you have your CrossFire PhD?
Here's my take on it. That was one of the rounds that unKnights had a fair chance in actually being able to get onto the bomb site and win the round. However, Wolf Empire happened. Just being able to outgun essentially every single player of unKnights.
I mean, for me, I just feel like, you know, they had 5 members. We had a rotation coming in. The unKnights entry was just very sloppy. They had a couple of people coming through mid. The second guy to come through mid was so slow that Shady did not get punished. Rambo was just looking through B. They knew it was going B.
Yeah.
And the entry was just not very clean.
Yeah,
and so Wolf Empire were just kind of given a free defense.
They didn't have an execution. Not a lot of flashes up and over, not a lot of smokes up and over.
Yeah.
Rambo rotating in from A towards B had free kills. And I believe it was Beck who was the second player coming out mid doors. Didn't swing out and went for the trade kill. So essentially it was a free kill for Rambo to have.
Yeah. And then he just sits on B and he's just ready for the push. Not getting flashed, not getting smoked, as you mentioned. So Wolf Empire, extremely comfortable at this point. And unKnights definitely struggling. This Blacklist side has not looked great. A couple of their members, Pietro currently on 0 damage per round, and Alucard on 5. So as a team, not really getting the push going, and it looks like they want to go short this time.
Ice Cube has a great angle for an opening frag. I don't know if Pietro wants to swing this one.
Oh, nice shot. Ice Cube clean as a whistle. One exchange comes back in the favor of unKnights, but this doesn't really seem like a very fair bargain at all Wolf Empire
4K.
getting
4K.
far better from it.
Yeah, I mean, these blacklist executions are just not there. Yeah, see, Beck doesn't push through. He's a bit too slow. Shady able to cover.
Yeah, Wolf Empire kind of on the receiving end of a beating at the moment. Attack timeout called very early in the round.
This looks like a done deal to me, Jordan.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh boy. Yeah, it's
That's why we're the two smartest guys on the desk bench.
You are absolutely on point.
That's right. You are as well.
Two out of the 3 smartest guys on the
Yeah, that's
desk.
right.
Right.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I mean, the 3 smartest guys on the talent team right here.
Yeah, absolutely. Tier 1. Yeah, I think unKnights are just getting a bit frustrated now. I mean, trying to just push out solo, A-long, trying to catch them off guard. It's what happens when it feels like as a team the executions are not happening. Ooh,
that's a nice setup
from Pietro.
Nice little 1-2 punch. Nice little bait. So give some credit to unKnights where it's due. However, Wolf Empire have always got another trick up their sleeves, it seems.
Yeah, very nice timing from Rambo. Sees the smoke traveling through the air right before it plumes. He peeks and picks up a free kill. And currently sitting 4-0 is Wolf Empire. They will have to deal with the unKnights timeout at the end of this round, but could be sitting pretty at 5-0 if they can clean this one up. unKnights looking to push B once again, especially, they try to go A and they just get shut down so hard by Ice Cube. It really does make things a little bit more obvious for Wolf Empire to think, okay, they're probably going to be pushing B here.
Rambo is spotted, but now Shady is thinking about swinging from the boxes. They're going to give it a go. unKnights completely flashed. The push has been delayed, and the rotations are coming over. Pietro, though, is going to find a nice opening to Shady. Rambo wasn't able to find the arm shot.
They still haven't been able to get into the site, though. That's the problem. They need to do some more work. Rambo from the window, keeping it locked down. That's insane. And Ice Cube has now been given the time to make this flank a reality. There's 19 seconds left. Alucard, he's got nowhere to go, but he wants to have a chat with Rambo.
Okay.
Problem is, this sets up a really nice line for Ice Cube, and there's just no missing that one. Fish in a barrel.
Ice Cube is 6-0. Yeah, it just feels like unKnights do not know what to do about these snipers. I mean, they try to go A, Ice Cube just 4Ks them. They try to go B, and they have some decent shots, like Pietro's hitting some heads. It just feels like, again, the execution is not clean enough to handle the firepower from Wolf Empire. If you really want to handle these players, you have to be able to, first of all, entry kill, but even before that, you got to have your lineups. You got to be flashing out Rambo. You can't just allow him to be putting on a TikTok reel through the tiny window.
Yeah, it does look a little bit cooked for unKnights. I mean, sure, the timeout may help you out in terms of setting up what you have just mentioned, but it just might be 5 rounds too late.
Well, they had a longer timeout before the map started to discuss this. So
whole entirety of a week and 5 rounds late, I guess.
I have a feeling this might turn into a tech.
Is it?
I don't know. I think somebody might have been tapped out there, I just thought, but could be wrong.
Look at that, the dual wield.
It's looking good. It's looking good.
Gotta keep your hands warm.
I have 3, actually.
I have 2.
It's kind of warm in here now, though. They've turned the heater on.
It is, yeah.
Yeah.
Because it's getting pretty cold outside, actually.
It's cold outside, that's for sure.
Fortunately, you're able to proceed into the game once again. Going for a long control Wolf, sending 3 players and a bunch of nades. Now towards A, Alucard has nothing about it and is going to fall back right away. In the process, a 4-1 split. So heavy ace stack and Rambo with 755 damages in 5 rounds.
Beeson.
He's got a pretty high headshot rate. I feel like that comes with the Colt kills.
Yeah, mostly from Colt.
He was getting earlier on.
I mean, he found that headshot too, to add on to the stats.
That is true. Couple of Colt headshots, 1 shot.
It all counts.
I feel like
no first deaths.
Based on the positionings of unKnights, I feel like they are pressured to make any sort of move.
True.
I mean, where are we going with this?
They are on the blacklist side, so they do have to make the first move.
Those are the rules. Unless you'd like to lose the round.
Unless you just want to lose. That's fine too.
They gotta play chestnut checkers there at this point.
Big brain.
Ooh, Rambo.
Yeah.
Oh, I saw him
He
crossing.
spotted him, yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely info.
Are we gonna be able to see some wall bangs happen?
They might be pressuring mid.
Rambo seems very ready for that. Missing his shot. Now he's really under pressure, but ducks back into safety in the Harry Potter cupboard. And they're getting assistance from the rest of his squad. All it takes is a bit of info and the rest of Wolf Empire will collapse.
Oh man.
And speaking of collapse.
That took about 7 seconds,
Uh-oh.
I counted, while you were casting.
Yeah, unKnights really are collapsing now, aren't they?
Really?
I mean, Wolf Empire are just tearing them apart. They're
You're like Lisa.
they take a timeout, and it just feels like they've got a plan in mind, but it's just a little bit too predictable. And Wolf are able to shut that down with flying colors once again. Here comes Pietro right down the middle. Ice Cube is staring at him. Takes his head off. Ice Cube now 9-0.
I mean, they start the round off with a 5v4 after taking a frag, but now it's 3v4. We might have to call an Undertaker, Jordan.
I think at this point I'm just hoping that unKnights can avoid the 10-0.
Yeah.
It kind of feels like the direction we're going in.
Good to have one in the tournament.
We haven't had one, have we?
10-2 was at best, I believe.
We had a 10-1.
Did he?
Yeah, we had
right?
a 10-1.
Yeah.
AG 10-1.
Against...
I think it was against unKnights.
unKnights.
Yeah, but we don't have a 10-0 just yet. This might be our first one.
I'm hoping it doesn't happen.
No.
But the way the rounds have been playing out,
it might happen.
Might happen. HCZ just tried to shoot at his teammate. And they're going to get the plant down, 2v4. An opportunity with the bomb planted on the site. HCZ finding a 1v1. Well, maybe not. He's going to throw a smoke in. Now he's going to look for the 1v1 versus Dola. Does pick it up. Immediately gets traded out, though. And it's up to Alucard. Just going to try to hold down the site. He does get one. Rambo going to miss as well. There's the cold headshot from Alucard. He wants to keep it, and he will. Picks up the multi-kill. And you can see he's not too happy about it. There's no over-excitement because he knows this is only the first step in a marathon.
Rambo's second kill, this one here. How did he hit that? Just Rambo doing Rambo things, I guess. But unKnights is going to finally show some signs of presence in the lobby. He's going to find the round, and now they're going to start going out aggressive out towards A-Long, which Ice Cube's going to get knocked out by Kiko.
Some signs of life.
Indeed.
But is it false hope? It was definitely false hope on Port. Saw unKnights kind of have a decent couple of rounds, and even Wolf Empire fell off a little bit. It still wasn't enough for unKnights to get the map win under their belt.
Yeah, I mean, even if unKnights does pick up the rest of the first half, it's going to be 6-3 in it.
6-3 is a pretty solid scoreline on Black Widow. Tends to be one of those more 50-50 maps. Can get work done on either side.
Yeah, it's very true. We do see, even with Ice Cube down, it does look like we are going to be looking A. Not a bad idea, even through long, as long as you don't spend too much time on long, which we've had issues with. Dola has picked up the Alm on B. Might be getting the very lengthy angle all the way from the B doors down to A long, but not right away. Rambo gets the first shot. Gonna hit Alucard. That's another sick flick coming out from Rambo. And he's gonna pick up a third. Unbelievable stuff from this guy. He nearly gets Kiko. Actually, I think he might have hit him. Either way. No, he's full health. Kiko, now he's gonna hit him. There it is. Fourth kill comes in, and Beck. Okay, gonna take down one.
First ace. Is it cooking up here?
Not if that
Nate
nade
might
connects.
work. Oh, it works, and he's gonna pick up all 5 kills. Making it look oh so easy.
Yeah, 7-1. Just a little bit of a speed bump along the way for unKnights, or rather for Wolf Empire. But nothing too substantial being put together there for unKnights. 1 round left in the half, even a second round here. It doesn't seem like it will make much of a difference to the overall scoreline on this map, and certainly not this series.
Smoke deep in mid. Might expect Dola's presence here, but he's going to send it once again. Didn't really work out the last time. It immediately just got taken down by Beck. But in the last round of the half, trying to make some waves once again. But unKnights not going to be rushing, not going to be taking a very fast route. Kiko and Beck looking down mid.
Yeah, I mean, Dolo's now, at this point, just going to be waiting, tucked up in the corner, and he might just get a couple kills here. He does find Beck, and now Kiko's trying to find the refrag. It's not going to happen as Dolo's just going to hop away quickly.
Bro, he's bouncing all over the place. He's looking left, right. He's in a pinball machine.
I'm very surprised he didn't check that right away.
Yeah, certainly had a lot of time in the round, so no need to really be disregarding angles, but sometimes you take these sort of educated guesses. They don't always pay off.
I mean, at the end of the day, it does come back to bite you back. A minute left onto the clock, and unKnights down Beck, who's been clutching on port, not seemingly doing so here on Black Widow. 4v5. Where do they want to take this fight into, or in towards? Is it going to be A? Is it going to be B? That's, both bomb sites are going to be hard to take upon.
Looks like they want to go A with this one. Big stack on short. We saw Ice Cube just absolutely massacre them the last time they tried to go for this, and that's going to be a kill from him. He's got so much support. There's 3 dudes on Cat with him. Dola as well. Going to pick up a kill underneath, and that is just 4 kills in the span of about 2 seconds. And they end the first half 8-1.
Yeah, not really sure there's much to say about this one for unKnights. Unfortunately, they've just sort of met their match in Wolf Empire. But as we kind of wind down the event for unKnights, if they do lose this, obviously they are knocked out of the group. I think you have to say it's been a fairly successful outing. You know, even though this last map might not be anything to get too excited about. A win under their belt at an international competition in 2024 on the biggest of stages is something they can look to build off in 2025.
Yeah, definitely better than we've seen some West teams do at some CFS Grand Finals. So you come in, you get a win, you regroup. Maybe next year you have a better shot at taking some better teams down. But for now, I mean, as we mentioned before at the top of the day, like Wolf Empire might just win the entire tournament, right? This is a rough group for unKnights, and you know they're doing their best. It's just not enough against Wolf Empire. As Wolf Empire do move over to the Blacklist side, taking their time with this one as well, even checking the same corner that Dola was just in. Rambo throwing a nade into that corner, and look at this, Beck right down the middle. Gonna take down Rambo.
I mean, opening's opening, but Wolf is now gonna send it down towards A, and they're not gonna delay it. They're gonna send it once the setups are out. Beck now on the bomb site. We'll have to hold this one down, but Dola is gonna find a good angle towards the Lucar, taking a bunch of damage. Ends up finding the frag, and now it's all down to Beck. That's a good shot. Not going to quite connect for a kill, though.
Still a decent setup, though. unKnights have got a couple members over towards this A site. Nice crossfire established, so I actually don't mind that Wolf Empire slow this one down a little bit. Just try and take a bit of space. See if they can maybe activate Dola. Or Ice Cube. Or both. I'll take it. And all of a sudden, Beck on his own in the window, and they seem to have a pretty good idea that he is in that window. Yeah, no chance.
I mean, what are you going to do against that? Like, some insane shots. They are not holding back our Wolf Empire. They are really bringing it. They say, hey, we've got dinner plans tonight. We got to get out of here. Sorry, guys. It's going to be the 2-0. It's going to be the 10-1 probably at this point. Everybody's got the same numbers, except Lucas, funnily enough, just sitting at 4 and 5, very modestly at this point in time.
Brother, he is chilling.
He's hanging out, riding the bus, no problem with that.
He's absolutely fine with it.
3 players having 12 kills each. Ice Cube, Dola, and Rambo splitting 36 kills between these 3 players. 4 kills is just fine. But nonetheless, Wolf looking to finish the series out here. 9-1. Rambo's going to find the frag down towards the Luca, down towards middle. And Dola just continuing to farm kills, essentially, and down towards middle. 2 already. Looks like a done deal to me, Jordan.
I would say so. Beck, unfortunately, is going to have a pretty insurmountable task ahead of him here. 1 on 5. He's got the first one nice and clean, but Wolf Empire not exactly shying away from this fight either. Dola says, yeah, I've got 14. I kind of wouldn't mind 15 for this map. Had a phenomenal performance in that first, and he'll have a phenomenal performance in the second as well. But there will be no third, as UNKnights are now eliminated, and Wolf Empire secure top seed in their group.
There it is, the 2-0 from Wolf Empire to take down their 3rd opponent in the group and finish off the group 3-0. Nobody was really able to go up against them. Swamp Gaming and UNKnights were relatively easy for them, and then All Gamers, a difficult opponent, they took them down as well. They finished it off with a nice 10-1 on Black Widow, just making it look like they're incredibly strong, maybe unbeatable on that map at this tournament. We'll have to wait and see as even tougher opponents come along.
Yeah, well, I mean, you say that, but like for Wolf Empire, they've already played against AG, which I think is probably one of the toughest opponents that they would in theory face in this event. But yeah, certainly there's still quite a lot of good teams here. I mean, Antisocial is, I think, quite an interesting prospect. I'm not really sure where we're actually kind of power ranking them at the moment. They're a bit of an unknown quantity in a sense. So yeah, I mean, there is definitely some big scalps ahead for Wolf Empire, but look, no surprises for them to make it out of this group. Maybe, to me, somewhat of a slight surprise to see them do it in such clean fashion. I actually probably had AG as the top seed out of this group, but you know, I feel like, again, when I'm looking at all this, it is maybe a little like the rose-tinted glasses getting the better of me in a lot of cases, where I'm thinking, it's a Chinese team, it's the best Chinese team, they're going to win their group. But
yeah,
I feel like that's just changing. Like over the 2023 to 2024, that storyline really is not 100% as assured as it used to be, and certainly Vietnam getting a lot of success internationally from Wolf Empire. So as I was saying to the guys in the last set, I think I'll probably go with Wolf Empire from here on out for the tournament. They've certainly looked the best in the group stage of all the teams.
Surely do, and the set summary suggests that Ice Cube's going to be just chilling in the backseat with 6.0 KD.
Yep.
Lucas had 5 kills and 5 deaths. Translates to 1 KD, but he was absolutely laid back. But on the side of UNKnights, not a lot of work being put out there.
5 kills and 5 deaths because his teammates were just stealing the kills.
Jordan's pick is now up there for MVP.
Yep.
Yeah, got robbed in map 1, so he gets it for map 2.
A little bit. Yeah, I mean, I think he was the standout for me over the course of this series. Nobody played a bad game by any stretch of the imagination for Wolf Empire, but Dola continues to just be, I almost feel like sometimes the unsung hero. I remember he had a really, really good run at Vietnam as well in the Summer Championship, and we just don't really talk about him enough, I don't think. We always talk about Ice Cube, but really Dola is certainly up there. And here's the confirmed Group B standings now, although we still have to kind of wait for that All Gamers and Swamp match. It shouldn't really make much of a difference.
It won't change the standings because even if All Gamers got like 0-2 to 10-0, 10-0, they're still second place.
Yeah,
ahead of unKnights.
We are safe to say that unKnights tournament run ends here.
Yes.
Mostly, I mean, for the entirety of this year's Grand Finals.
Correct.
Yeah. Gotta go back to the drawing board. Gotta fix up a lot of issues they had here, mostly with, I guess, mechanics and teamwork. And then once it's all solved and done, 2025 is a different story, and you know,
yeah,
they can run for longer laps, so to speak.
But you do have to contextualize it a little bit there for unKnights in that there was no expectations coming into this event. To even win a series is a big win as far as I'm concerned. So I think unKnights have honestly maybe even performed above expectations. You don't really look to the West League teams in their first outing at an event like this to do anything, and they have done at least something. So I think we can call it a win, even though they do get eliminated here. It's sort of in the same vein as the Philippines rosters, that they showed something. They showed that they're capable of competing, and so hopefully we'll get to see them back again next year with a little bit more experience under their belt and another 12 months to practice, and we continue to see all of these regions kind of lifting a little bit alongside one another.
Yeah, absolutely. So kind of all said and done for this group, you know, Wolf Empire. We'll have to wait and see who they end up facing at this point, right? You look at the other groups.
I think it's going to be Imperial. Yeah,
right.
Should be second seed from Group C, because B plays C and A plays D. So unless there was a world where Imperial, would it be maybe if Evolution Power were to lose to A Lotus, Imperial could potentially take
in
first?
a 2-0?
I don't know. I haven't obviously run the math there, but let's just be real. It's going to be Imperial. It's going to be Imperial. There's no question about it at this point. So Wolf Empire, Imperial, and what I was saying in the last game, that's a pretty tantalizing matchup for your first playoffs game, because Wolf Empire did knock Imperial out at Summer Championship, and so that could happen again right here.
It's
Brazilians
also probably going to happen.
Are having some tough times with the what do you call those, like matchups, pickups?
The group draws.
Yeah, the draws are not really working in favor to them ever since last couple of years ago. Just that brick wall is always stopping them from moving forward from a semifinal.
Yeah, makes sense. I mean, at the end of the day, though, like for Imperial, I don't know. I had pretty high expectations. I think that a lot of people expected them to take down Evolution Power Gaming for a good reason, and they got so close and then kind of dropped off. Also, you know, as you're talking about with the group draw, it's like Wolf Empire or All Gamers. It's eventually, once you get to the top, like this is the Grand Finals. This is the worldwide international tournament. Every team is here, the best from everywhere. So, you know, either play a really good game, or, you know, you can sit back and complain about groups and stuff like that. Because Imperial, they are supposed to be the best from Brazil. And Brazil's supposed to be the second best region, although that is in flux, especially with Wolf Empire right now. So put up or shut up, I guess.
It's kind of hard though, isn't it? Like, I think
it's hard.
The depth that we get from Brazil is definitely better than what we get from Vietnam, for example.
Sure,
and probably that's the same case for China. But at the top end, at the peak, Wolf Empire might be the best team here, in which case, does that make Vietnam the best region? I don't think so, necessarily. It makes Wolf Empire the best team, but it doesn't make their region the best region just by default. So, yeah, a bit of a conversation to obviously be had there. You know, how much do you weight that? Is it maybe, China's still #1, but Vietnam's 2 because Wolf Empire is kind of carrying that a little bit and Brazil drops down to 3? Or what have you? We'll have to kind of wait and see. And also, in saying that, we've still got ranking that are potentially still in the fold if they can cause a bit of an upset over Vasco, and that may still cause some kind of a ruckus.
Is it actually possible?
Numbers-wise, I haven't done the numbers, but I know at least if they were to win, Vasco would be 1-2, ranking would be 1-2, and LCK as well at this point.
If they lose to Q9 later on tonight.
Would be 1-2.
Our fourth match, by the way.
So there could be a three-way tie, 1-2 in Group A, but again, you know, there may be some round differential that's going to come into play there.
They've only won one map so far, so definitely makes it a bit of a tougher time. Although I guess technically not impossible three-way tie. Q9 Club looking very strong as well. Curious to see how that's going to go. They face the second place team from Group D, if I'm not mistaken. As long as they do secure first place, which at this point is looking pretty likely, unless they drop that match against LCK. So,
yeah, my gut feeling was that would probably
3BL?
be 3BL.
Yeah.
I'd be backing Antisocial to take top seed out of Group D. So 3BL, I think they'll definitely have their hands full with Q9 personally. I mean, if you can't beat Antisocial, you're not going to beat Q9, I guess. That's kind of the takeaway. But if they are able to beat Antisocial, that actually sets them up for a potentially reasonably deep run. We'll see how things play out there. But it's a conversation for another day. It's time to head down to the stage for another conversation. It's Matt leading the way.
Dola and his team get a big win here on day 5, our MVP. Congratulations, Dola. Your team are the first team to go 3-0, right? 3 wins, top of your group. Was there pressure on your team that you felt like, yes, we have to beat all of the other teams? We're the summer champions. We have to go 3-0.
Chúc mừng chiến thắng của Empire và Dola. Đội của mình đã được xếp hạng thứ nhất ở trong bảng B, thì không biết là khi thi đấu với các đội khác bạn có cảm thấy áp lực gì hay không?
Ở bảng B thì ngại mỗi AG đâu. Còn đâu là tất cả các đội khác thì không có ngại.
So when competing with all the teams in Group B, we kind of fear the all gamers, but for other teams, we didn't feel any pressure.
Fair enough. Yeah, AG, not easy for anybody, of course. Your first map, 10-8 on port. Map 2, over very quickly. Why was map 2 so much easier for you than map 1?
Tất nhiên là đội AG thì là một đối thủ khá là đáng gờm. Thì ở map thứ 2 trạm phát sóng, tại sao các bạn lại đạt được thắng lợi nhanh hơn so với map bến cảng?
Tất cả mọi người đều cố gắng động viên map 2, còn đâu là map 1 lỗi hơi nhiều.
I think for the first map, Port, we made a lot of mistakes, and for the second map, the Black Widow, we pulled it off, and we are 100% focused in the game.
Okay, that's how it's done. You have a choice. Next up, in the knockouts, you might face Evolution Power Gaming or Imperial. Whoever is runner-up of that group, EP or Imperial. Who would you prefer to play and why?
Trong vòng knockout tiếp theo thì các bạn có khả năng sẽ đối đầu với Imperial và Evolution Power. Thì không biết là đội mình muốn đối đầu với ai hơn và lý do là tại sao?
Đội em thì gặp là đụng thôi, còn đâu là gặp ai cũng chơi.
我们可以遇见哪个队伍都可以。
It makes no difference for us. We will never fall back, and we will never worry about that.
Never worry. Whoever it is, gonna come out and beat them. I like this. Dola, GG, congratulations. They are ready. They are the summer champions. They are Wolf Empire, and they're into our knockout stage. Congratulations again to you. Can another team go 3-0 and top their group? Well, we have one match more to come. It's Q9 against LCK. So don't go anywhere. Here in Hangzhou, our next match is coming soon.
Trả mày à? Ơi, trả mày chỉ có mày.
是秦九俱乐部的 QI， 然后我们是从1年前吧，然后我们大家都一起住在这里，然后到现在也住了1年多了。
我们队伍氛围还是比较和谐的，然后其实私下里我们除了比赛，我们私下里的关系都挺好的。然后我觉得 QI 在我心中是一个特别重情重义，然后内心特别善良的一个人。
对你来说，他是什么样的朋友啊？
他是一个很好相处的朋友。是那个秦九俱乐部的英俊，我来自浙江杭州萧山。
对，因为我们每天都上班来嘛，因为我们离得比较近，也就走个几分钟就到俱乐部了，所以基本上都是走路来。
我先秒一个。
左半条区，左半条区。阿加。
大家好，我是秦九俱乐部的川火焰段位的选手 QI， 我在队伍里面担任的是一个自由人加副指挥，然后相对单点这个一个位置吧。当时我们有个民间比赛嘛，那个叫百城联赛，然后当时跟队友。然后一起约到线下打那个去网吧打百城联赛，然后当时一起打比赛的过程当中，认识一个队友，然后他说就是有那个幸运选拔赛嘛，然后我们一起报名了，经过层层选拔，然后最后留了下来，签了合同，然后当了青训选手。
164，是的，你这边拦在半路上了。KY 这边的双杀，看看
优势可能就是我，会玩的枪械种类比较多吧。然后可能有时候打得比较灵活，加上灵活又有一些鲁莽那种感觉，对，所以说有时候爆发力特别强，然后基本上枪械都能用，不会占枪，所以说这可能是我的优势吧。我先秒一个。像新人，像家人嘛，因为我们5个都是新人嘛，然后组在一个队伍里面，反正大家各自努力嘛，然后每个队伍其实都是新位子，没有说什么就是互相压力怎么样，因为我们5个共同进步，然后每天上下班啥的，其实更像是家人一起在努力的朝更好的方向去发展。感谢支持我，还有支持我们的俱乐部的粉丝朋友们，然后也谢谢大家一直关注和支持我们，也请大家一直去相信我们，去支持我们，我们一定可以拿到很好的成绩的。
For a swing, and he does find the third kill, eventually goes down. Jumping in, misses, but the Colt is good. Down to 1v1. For the spawn area, the spot is good!
Are you going to push over? The answer answers, yes. Fortunate for them as Gokin just shuts them both down. Headshot with a Colt to follow it. And a third!
Looking for more, no one around that corner. They're playing deep. Nevis is on the box, and he also gets dropped as well. A couple of taps, BM is going to fall. Hang on, we're on this. Sticking it, might just block, and they might just get it. No!
That 4-1 stat. Good hold the side there. This time, they will. I feel like maybe Swamp didn't really anticipate that. Whatever the case, that was a very quick round.
Onto this exact position, but Kiko's got the spray! Picks up 3 in a row!
Nice good! Insane!
Seven arms down Mino and looking for a second kill, but it's not going too well for Imperial.
Drop off the rafters. This has gone horribly wrong. Zay has to save the day. He needs a multi-frag and he'll get it. That is huge. Zay.
Hello and welcome back to the CFS 2024 Grand Finals. We have the final match of the night. It is going to be Q9 Club up against LCK. I'm Valdez. We got Sneaky Frog joining us, replacing Elfish Guy as bench. You okay over there?
Yeah, just had to quick check downstairs real quick, but yeah.
Nice.
Nonetheless, we're in the midst of a 2024 Grand Finals group stage, and we are left with one game, I believe. Brandon?
Yes.
That's
Q9
gonna be
Club and LCK.
Yeah.
Any thoughts on this one? Any initial thoughts, Sneaky Frog?
After I've been, after everything that the CFWL caster said to me, I am going with Q9 2-0. The quickest 2-0 in this entire tournament.
That's pretty difficult, though, because AG had the quickest 2-0 in terms of round score, right?
Yeah.
That was 10-2, 10-1. I think that was against UnKnights.
No, that was against A-Lotus.
Was it?
Yeah, I think so. Maybe. Yeah, it's one of those teams. Yeah,
Either or.
History doesn't remember the losers, that's for sure.
Oh, God.
Yeah, that's too harsh. But
It
yeah,
was.
I would say it's just a quick 2-0, man. I feel like Q9's gotten to a point at this tournament where, you know, they fully ramped up. And this is, I wouldn't say this is their final form, but I feel like Koi has been playing out of his mind, XMY especially picking up an MVP. So, yeah, I'm just expecting a quick 2-0.
You actually have them as your favorites to win the entire championship here.
Yes.
Any thoughts on why that might be?
I feel like I'm not too impressed by AG's progression throughout this tournament. In all honesty, it's kind of the same vein as from what I've saw back in Hanoi. And yeah, the EPs, I don't know what's happening with EP, man. They're getting cooked. They're getting cooked by even UBEC took a map off of them, man. And all I'm saying is I'm the UBEC supporter. But yeah, if you're EP and you're the 3rd seed from the best region, you shouldn't be losing like that.
That's true. Ben, who do you think? Wolf Empire or Q9 Club?
I mean, I guess I can only make my decisions once I see how Wolf plays Q9, but looks like we're ready to throw it back onto the stage just to introduce our players.
Well, in every battle like this, there's usually a group of death. Ours is Group A. There's 2 matchups remaining. Here's the first one of them. It's going to bring day 5 to a close. Here is the crucial time. Let's first welcome the undefeated team in Group A, representing China, Q9 Club. And now from Turkey, let's welcome the confident and surprising LCK! We just saw Wolf get a 3-0 top of their group. Can Q9 Club go 3-0 in Group A? Or will LCK get their 2nd win and mix everything up? Let's wait and see. Let's unlock the future!
Thank you so much, Matt Andrews, for that wonderful introduction into this series. Q9 Club up against LCK. It's the CFPL up against West. And in terms of regions, definitely the CFPL, China is very, very strong. West will be struggling a little bit, but LCK, as you mentioned, you know, a bit of a surprising team, able to take 1 win so far. And if they do overperform, maybe they've got a chance. Unfortunately for them, Q9, especially led by Koi there at the top, is extremely strong right now.
Yeah. He's on another level, bro. In all honesty, I mean, you see Koi from 1.76, XMY obviously picking up the MVP as of recent. I think XA is starting to pick up his slack as well. Rest of the team is just kind of supporting those 3, in all honesty. And that's all you need, in all honesty, if you're Q9, I mean, those tiers, their talent is definitely gonna lead the charge in terms of the frag department. But yeah, I mean, hopefully we do see, I wouldn't say their final form yet, but we do see a good match fight.
That's indeed for sure. But let's go take a look at the stats for the side of LCK. The dreams are still there.
Yep.
If they are able to somehow miraculously take down Q9 and then ranking somehow comes out on top, then you might be able to see LCK jumping themselves into the playoffs, but it's very unlikely.
It's definitely unlikely. I mean, if they had a different matchup, certainly it would be a there would be a better chance. But shout out to Zane, putting up some big numbers so far. He's having a great tournament. We saw some ridiculous numbers. He was like 24-4 at some point in that last matchup on one of those maps, and he's balling out of control. He's doing great. I mean, he's got very high numbers in pretty much every category. The only issue is that, you know, as you were talking about Q9 Club, they've kind of got their top guys, and then they have a lot of supporting guys who are playing well. It does feel a little bit like a one-man army at times here on the side of LCK.
Interesting choice. Yu is going to be their key player for Q9. The Zane well-deserved key player for sure.
Yeah, for sure. I think, I mean, almost the same role. I think Yu's definitely one of the more aggressive players from the side of Q9. The Zane obviously loves fighting, so this guy doesn't ever stop fighting, and he just keeps on getting those frags for some reason. It really is just the rest of the squad of LCK, you know, trying to support the guy as much as possible. But you know, it has been up and down for LCK despite getting the dub. But yeah, I mean, overall, I would say, you know, Zane does have the slight edge over Yu, but Yu does have the better team at the end of the day. But yeah, I do want to see like Zane maybe dropping another 20 banger on like one of these maps.
Or perhaps even a 30 banger. Let's take a look at some of the predictions. So we actually do have one of the Vietnamese commentators going for LCK.
Bam Bong making an interesting choice of picking LCK.
Is it a curse vote? I'm not sure. I mean, we saw Nam Long kind of going against a Vietnamese team the one time, so I thought he was like the curse vote guy. But maybe it's Bam Bong? I don't know.
It's one of those three, that's for sure. True. I mean, it's kind of obvious.
Q9 all up on the board.
Q9 all the way. Everyone's trying to get their predictions right after. I think everyone basically lost because of the. Was it the LCK? Yeah, it was the LCK game, actually. The only person who predicted LCK in their last series was Dadum from the Philippines. And that's why he got like multiple shout-outs on stream. So, yeah, I mean, he saw the future. We didn't.
He unlocked it before we could. I mean, that's not exactly fair. But I guess if he's going to be an absolute prophet, that is fair enough. As Strawberry says, with 2 match wins already secured, Q9 has the upper hand for the top 2 spot. LCK proved their worth yesterday by taking down RKE ranking Esports by a 2-0. Let's see if LCK can pull off a phenomenal performance this match. And I think that's part of the reason why we see that one kind of upset prediction in there, because, you know, LCK, a little bit of a dark horse, showing that they're better than maybe people expected. Again, it's a much more difficult opponent, but who's to say that LCK can't rank up in a short period of time?
Yep, but we do have the map comparisons, of course, and it seems like it's kind of the same boat for Eagle Eye Mexico, obviously. That 100% is, I think that single game was against the Vasco squad, actually, if I was not mistaken, and which was surprising, right? Because you usually see Brazilian teams flourish on Mexico, just like earlier. LCK has their priority on sub-base, compound, and maybe Black Widow, but I think going up against Q9 and Black Widow sounds like a nightmare, man.
Yeah, Port is seemingly going to be the more map for LCK to lean towards, and for Q9, I think they are just fine with whatever vetoes come out, whatever ban picks come out. I think they should be confident in playing in on most of these maps. Preferably, would love to see some Eagle Eye happen, but I guess it's just not going to be the case. First ban, most likely, from LCK to just rule that map out from the picks.
Yeah, I mean, they had a decent win record on it, but obviously these two teams not playing a whole lot of those 2 maps. We saw like only 5 games from the side of LCK on that one, and only 1 between the 2 of them on Mexico. So Mexico, maybe that's just one of the maps where both teams don't ban it, but neither of them pick it, and they're just like, yeah, let's just leave that one alone and kind of ignore it.
On like the 4th ban, and they're like, oh, Mexico's still up.
Yeah.
Why is it here? It's like, ban it. All right.
Yeah, and just play something else random like a compound. Definitely could happen. for LCK, as you mentioned, should be a nightmare on Black Widow, but still, to play in this matchup specifically against Q9. But it did feel like that was one of those maps that at least they have a very high win record on with a lot of games played. So might be a moment of conflict for them where they're like, well, we really don't want to play this team on it, but we really do like this. Do we go for it? Definitely going to be one of the questions I'm looking for to get answered here in this pick ban, as it looks like we're ready to hop into that right now.
Yeah, I would say LCK probably would ban maybe Ankara, maybe Black Widow. I'm feeling Port as well. Those three maps really don't want to play Q9 on. Maybe Port's the priority here.
This is probably going to turn into one of the most standard ban picks, I believe. I just really don't think there's enough room to, go for something wonky, as Mexico is going to be the ban coming out from LCK.
And
probably Port's ban from Q9 is understandable too.
Compound, because they're from CFWL, and everyone plays that like it's no tomorrow.
I feel like that Mexico ban is just like overly safe. I mean, LCK really don't like that map, so I understand why they ban it, but I'm not sure that Q9 is really going to be first banning that, I feel like you could have just floated it. If it happens, then maybe you take solace in the fact that Q9 isn't really that focused on it. Yeah. Port going to be the ban here for Q9.
And LCK is probably going to pick into Compound, since, just like Sneaky mentioned, it's one of the maps that's overly played on the West region. However,
Black Widow could be
Black
a thing
Widow
as well.
could
Yeah, I mean,
be in the talks, but my minds are leaning definitely more towards the side of Compound.
Yeah.
Or
no.
Wow, we just kick it right in there with sub base. That is interesting choice.
Sure, go
All
for
things.
it. I guess. I don't know. I mean, it is a good choice if you are like not named LCK. This would be a good choice if your name would be like EP or something, because Q9 doesn't really prioritize sub base as much as other teams. But I guess LCK is trying to go for at least a better fight for map number 1.
Q9 definitely gonna go for the Ankara most likely.
I'm seeing Black Widow. Maybe they pick out Black Widow. Maybe they're the ones who actually could pick Black Widow here. But
I don't know. If it's sub base, just to be safe,
yeah,
they're gonna go with Black Widow, all right? Justifiable.
I mean, they're pretty good on that map. You got 2 good snipers. Double sniper setup is very effective in that specific one. So LCK, if I were you, I'm gonna ban Eagle Eye and just see what happens for the last map.
I don't know. I mean, unless LCK has prepped something wonky, special strats to take down Q9, I think this veto process already cooked up a lot of 2-0s, hinting to us already.
What do you think, Brendan?
I don't know. I feel like this has potential for an upset. Like I was saying before, I mean, LCK, they're going to ban Ankara. I think that makes sense, right? You don't want to really leave that up against a team like Q9. Wouldn't be surprised to see Eagle Eye. But, yeah, the Black Widow, I think LCK can play that. Really, the big question mark for me is sub base. I don't know if that's really one that LCK can go for, but maybe a bit of a gambit. Maybe they've got something very specific planned. Maybe they've been practicing a lot on it, and they feel comfortable on it.
Yeah, I mean, it is a map where the snipers really don't have as much opportunities as the other maps. And, I mean, just like sub-base Compound is going to be banned because the snipers, they aren't as free as they were compared to the others. So, last map, we are going to go into Eagle Eye 2.0. And that's kind of a no-brainer, honestly, for Q9. I was like, oh, Eagle Eye is open? This is one of the best sniping maps that you could ask for. And XMY Core are going to have a field day.
Yeah, LCK, they will definitely to go boots on the ground if they want to stand a chance into propelling themselves into the playoffs. I'm not entirely sure what the chances are going to be high. However, they're going to give it a go. Definitely depicted by their map ban pick sub base. I don't think the Chinese casters expected this to come through as well. But if they did pick into it, they may as well have prepared something to show to us and to you guys watching from home. We'll have to wait and see what really unfolds, but yeah. Sub-base, map number 1, Black Widow, map number 2, and Eagle Eye, map number 3. If LCK wants to really get it going, they need to close this out 2-0. Otherwise, Eagle Eye, it's definitely going to be Q9's map.
Yeah, Q9, I mean, every single time that I've seen them on Eagle Eye, they've never failed to impress me, especially with the setups that they have on their BL side that they have definitely improved on, because that was one of their biggest weaknesses going in from the other tournaments where their BL side was nothing, their defense was everything. But sub-base is going to be very interesting considering, no offense to CFWL, that there's like two good teams, maybe one good team on sub-base in that entire league, and that is 3BL, and maybe GV, but that's pretty much it, man.
That is pretty much it. And maybe part of the reason why LCK picked this is to specifically target Q9. You know, they don't have the best win rate, at least in CFPL. In Path, they were able to up that. And it does feel like, at least over the course of time, they've gotten better at this map, and they start out on Blacklist side. I feel like even looking at these stats, I still favor Q9 on this map. But I don't know. Maybe LCK is seeing something that we're not.
I mean, Spoxy was having a somewhat of a slow start in sub-base. Is one of the maps where don't really sing songs all that much. It's mostly reliant on the riflers, and you know, if LCK wants to give more time to the armor of their own team, then sub-base is a justifiable pick. I believe the riflers are more dialed in, I guess, for LCK to pick up some of the maps that they were playing in this tournament.
Any thoughts, Sneaky? You look deep in thought right now.
Yeah.
Anything specific you're thinking about?
I'm just thinking, like, how is LCK gonna actually figure out this this first half? Because I mean, granted, it is a reasonable pick, right? You're here, LCK. Your biggest worry is about the snipers of Q9, which they definitely revolve around. Is how do you? I mean, how do you go around it, right? I feel like you have a rifler like Design, you have a rifler like Raffin, who did super well in yesterday's games, right? So you're trying to target not X and Y or Boy, you're trying to target you, YJ, and XJ, and I feel like that's reasonable, right? Because I feel like Design and Raffin on a good day could definitely outweigh the impact that we've seen so far from YJ, you, and XJ, but is it gonna work? That's the thing here. When you attack the riflers instead of the snipers here.
Yeah, I guess that's gonna be the biggest question present to us, and not entirely sure how Q9 wants to respond to that. But yeah, like you said, LCK, I guess it really just comes down to the first few rounds. I would say first 2 rounds even. Will they show some resilience from their losses last night and be able to make a comeback and try to put out their best form and hold down the defense, or are they just going to get ran over and have a footprint on their faces?
Yeah. Is this the map that Zane had the ridiculous number of kills on? I feel like it was, right? Didn't he have? Wasn't this the one that he was going 24-4 on?
That was Raffin, I think. Yeah,
but was it
something? But Zane did it the other time, right?
Yeah, I think Raffin did it in
sub-base.
It was a more open map. I think it was a car or something. But
you mean Zane?
Yeah, Zane. Yeah, whole lot of potential, maybe, for the riflers to pop off hard, but I mean, Q9, man, they're so good at shutting down the teams like this early, dude. Like, I mean, if you peek at the wrong time and the XMY or Koi's around the corner, you're just gonna get insta-game. At the same time, I've noticed as well that Q9, at least some of their members, right, I feel like YJ and you have gotten a lot more aggressive. You kind of just outweigh the scales of, right, your team is kind of known as a passive, super passive team. You go as far back as possible, but then sometimes you have to throw, a wrench in the plans of the enemy. Similar to what Imperial is doing, right? Despite what Imperial had earlier, I mean, they were not passive 24/7. You do see Ryu's out going forward. You do see Danimals going forward. So I feel like having a detour from the usual is going to be key here.
Well, enough analysis. We're ready to jump into game number 1. Game start. Let's hop onto sub-base. Map number 1 for this series, LCK. Okay, nice little start there. YJ just jumping through the wood doors, takes a first death for the team. Spoxy not going to miss that one.
Yeah, LCK is going to need to find some sort of ascension in a form if they want to go into the groups, get out of group stages and into the playoffs. And Spoxy already finding the opening frag onto YJ of all the people on Q9 is definitely going to help out. In the meantime, Koi and XMY is thinking about charging in. Ooh, XJ with the 360! He's going to have a drop onto Flex, and he completely whiffed his cold bullets at the end of the day.
Koi did drop
Guys
down.
made a jello.
And XMY is going to be the one holding out towards B. His bomb site as XJ now dropping from Vents is going to find a quick frag as Line Claw goes down. Now, oh, the jump design has been spotted out and is at risk.
They need to go A. ASAP.
Yeah, they need to go right now. The C4 is booking it to the Nook. The nade is not going to help the player of Design to hold the bomb site by himself. The rotation is not happening quickly enough from LCK.
Oh, this is a good response, though. Look at the Zane. Instead, he's going far forward, but I feel like that's the expectation. You don't want to be exposed from the heaven position. So we are just going to go into the site, and XJ going to be holding heaven instead. But he has to be careful. Spoxy is super fast as of recent, but he only gets the cold kill. But that is a gift-wrapped grenade given to LCK.
And unfortunately for the side of LCK, they got the first kill, but they did not win the round, so that percentage is going to go down.
Yeah, because they were mesmerized of what XJ did in Vents.
I mean, I think we were as well.
Put him in the spin cycle.
He... You know, there's like that spinning cat meme, right? He kind of reminded me of that, yeah.
The UEI?
Maybe. I don't know the name of it, but there's a cat and he's spinning. And he kind of reminded me of that.
I don't know, but XJ is going to wrap up the round with 3 kills. 1, of course, on the Vents with the cold 360. I don't even know how he hit that, but eventually, I
need a replay.
Yeah, we're gonna get it sooner or later. It was that shocking to me, honestly speaking.
Yeah, I think what they actually tried to do in the first round was just to get fast wood control and just stay there. But then,
yeah,
YJ just got insta-gibbed. But it's kind of a nice adjustment, right, from the side of Q9. This is just good IGLing, honestly.
Yeah, maintaining tempo. Spoxy had some nice shots on the first round, but wasn't able to find the pot shots coming into round number 2. And he's going to be leading charge, followed by YJ and Koi. They are thinking about taking on towards wood. They do have a smoke up and over. Flex is going to counter smoke. And the rest of Q9 is going to send it in on top of heaven. The nades are finding so much value. U is down to about 10 HP.
Oh, YJ needs to check that right side. You do see Flex. He's trying to hide from the heaven player's position, but there is still one more in the stairs, and that is going to be the Zane. If you let the Zane pop off, that's going to be dangerous, but he's fully blinded. He can only see white. And that is another kill on the board for them on Spoxy of all players. And man, look. This is just a Q9 offense, not allowing anything.
I mean, this is what happens when you pick sub-base into this team. They are just going to rip you apart if you are not crispy clean on your defense.
Ugh. This doesn't feel right for LCK, right? I mean, it feels like they risked everything for this sub base, and then it's not really paying off at this very moment. They're not even gaining any momentum off of it. Like, there's not even any odd kills except for Spoxies.
I mean, I'll give this map one more round before I jump guns. If LCK, they may lose the round, but if they do show some sort of, you know, resilience from the losses, then I will still discuss. And 2 kills in is pretty good, I would say. Solid.
It's going to be a little bit more difficult to dodge a arm shot in the vent, but still can be done. And at the same time, a couple of first kills going the way of LCK this time around. Q9 with 4 members were able to really get a nice push going onto A in round 1, but this time with 3 against 5, it's going to be much more difficult. So let's see. It might just be Raffin who has to stop a quick push into B. This has been a very swift offense from the side of Q9. They haven't really wasted a lot of time just, you know, sitting back, burning the clock. And so might just be looking for this. Koi, let's see if he can get this entry kill.
I mean, all the arms are down towards A and middle. If Q9 can just somehow find an entrance like this as Spoxy goes down, the round is seemingly more doable. And XJ, what a flank's going to find the drop onto Raffin as well to make things worse. Does get traded out. But the bomb site is now at risk, and LCK will need to make some rotations fast and furious. And YJ, Lion Claw is looking into the wilderness, into Narnia, and that's not going to work out either. All down to the ends of Koi in a 1v2. But why does it only seem so doable, Brandon?
I mean, this is kind of ridiculous. Like, 3 people went down just not looking the right way. Like, that should not happen, especially when there's 5 people alive. It's like nobody was covering Spoxy's back. He just got sniped with all the time in the world. And now Koi gonna find one. He just went on the hunt. He's like, no, you know, I've got a lot of time. I got 50 seconds. I don't have to go ahead and plant the bomb and fight a 1v2. I'm gonna take one down, and then I'm gonna move in. Let's see how this goes for him. It's a 1v1 versus Dezane. He's looking the right way. But Dezane maybe pushing out a little bit towards mid, expecting a bit of a rotation. This does mean that Koi gets in onto the B site essentially for free.
Yeah, and he has all the time in the world, 15 seconds to peek out. Plan. Dezane swings. Oh, he misses, and now he has to repeat, and he's going to continue with the bomb plant. And a 1v1. However, Dezane does find the frag, and I mean, the rounds were almost cooked up, but at the end of the day, LCK does pick it up. Flex, a little bit not so happy with the way his teammates were looking into that round.
Yeah.
Oh, here comes the 360. Oh! Tell me more! Ooh la la, that was clean and crisp. Straight out from the deep fryer.
That was unbelievable. Jesus. I think we lost Sneaky.
I was about to start the laugh, and then something happened.
You got attacked.
I got attacked by the 360.
Yeah.
That's like such a Chinese way to dodge.
Yo, imagine he does a 360 again.
Do it again.
Do it again.
Run it back, XJ.
I'm waiting.
Come on.
Round 2.
It's the next corner. You know?
The gong has rang. Ding, ding, ding. When are they going to give it a go?
I love this.
I love
angle.
this. Our observers are just going to keep it here for the next 2 minutes.
Let's keep it there.
Yep.
The tension.
The game is going on. Nobody has disconnected. I'll tell you that.
The tension is real.
It's building up.
It's building up.
Who can unlock the future in Vents like Matt Andrews has mentioned?
So intense, man. This is the most intense it's ever been.
The game is going. The timer's ticking.
Oh,
he's done it again! He's done it! He's done it! He's going to do it again!
What do you even say? I don't even care if they lose the round.
About the rest of the rounds at this point.
Yeah. They already won the round in my heart.
Yeah.
I'm not a perma Vents player. I'm trying that.
Oh, my God.
So entertaining.
Wait, what more can I say about that, right?
Nothing else to say. Q9, they're just going to say, well, we have the man advantage. Let's push an A. It's only Dezane down here, and he has been the main guy to try to hold this down for the team. That's one headshot, looking for a second. He lines it up. Nice spray. He's got the Colt out, looking for a third. Not going to pick it up. Makes it a 2v2, though, for the squad. YJ's trying to hold this one down.
Oh, Spoxy. YJ doesn't see that there's a guy right next to him, but of course it's XMY, but he just got shot immediately by Raffin. And there we go. Bit more of a fight here from the side of LCK, and despite the start, despite the second time that Vents has been occupied.
I don't know, Sneaky. I mean, statistically wise, round 1 by LCK. Moral victory is definitely won by Q9.
That's definitely true. That is definitely true. But we need more from Flex specifically. I think I know why Flex was so mad in the earlier round, because someone was jump spotting 4 lockers, and someone just walked into lockers without saying anything.
Yeah.
Like, there was no comms, no nothing whatsoever. So I understand Flex's frustration here.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it was very obvious to us when that was happening that, you know, LCK had kind of just lost the plot. Like, they had no idea what was going on. They were getting flanked by 3 people, like 3 people just not looking the right way over and over. And all started with the breakdown in comms and lockers. Now, it's still 2-2. LCK have been able to claw a couple of rounds back. Here's Dezane trying to stop this. They charge into him, and they will force him to go down. Spoxy also taking a bunch of damage. Flex also is going to get dinked through the wall as XJ just pushing on in. The spray is unbelievable. And this guy is...
hiding. Oh, my God.
Who is this guy?
He knows everything.
What is going on with
He
this?
knows all the cheese. Oh, he's dead. Well, there we go. Sometimes...
Got a little too hyped for him.
Sometimes the cheese, it's a mousetrap, my friend. But you could actually re-hit this. I mean, it's fully smoked. I'm not sure if anyone's actually staring at it just to see if there's any outlines, but I think you was chasing a bit of tracers here on the tight stairs position. But look at the time, man. This ain't.
This ain't it. It's only it for Q9 and for XJ, who is my new favorite player. Let's take a look. Oh
my God.
He's got the dance moves. What do you even call this one?
Michael Jackson.
Ooh. He was essentially moonwalking, and yeah.
Bro might be Kyrie.
That's all she wrote for the Vent story. However, Q9 is going to be able to find their third 3-2 on the score line. And into round number 6, it might be a mid-aggression, but LCK they're posted up by the double doors. And that nade is going to hint Q9 to just give up the position and go for other places. As we do see another Vents take heating up, cooking up from the side of XJ.
Watch him just charge in the hallway now. No, he is actually going back into the fence, as you mentioned.
Oh yeah, Desenga completely flashed out of that one. And now A is going to be a main hit for the side of Q9.
Oh, there you go, Flex. On tight stairs. Here comes XJ coming in from behind, and that's the spray. My man had his knife out. He wasn't ready. He was not ready. He had brought a knife to a gunfight, and XJ had a whole M4A1 CFS. And the pause is on.
This is hilarious. This is like the funniest thing I've ever seen in CrossFire.
That's true. I mean, XJ is just getting everything.
It's like he's invisible. Like, nobody knows where he is. He's got the perfect timing.
I mean, that's the dilemma, right? Like, you can't leave Vents unwatched, but every time Flex goes into Vents, he loses the fight.
Bro might be Kuroko, but timeout is gonna go underway here for LCK. Can't blame him, honestly, but the way that they've lost those past 2 rounds is, if this kept going, this would have been easily like 7-2, because the momentum isn't there really for LCK. But
Flex looks fed up.
Yeah, I would be fed up too if my defense wasn't working. But I like that Q9 is playing nameplates here. If you guys did know this, as soon as Dezane died, they just sprinted into the A site.
Absolutely. I mean, the default defense from their side has been, okay, Dezane's kind of solo holding the stairs in A. And also the fact that it is Dezane and he is playing really well in general nowadays. You take him down, you know that that site is mostly open. You've got a free entryway. And they just take it 100% of the way. It feels like the spacing and the zone awareness for the side of Q9 is really some of the best I've ever seen. It's part of the reason why XJ just knows exactly when to attack through the back line. And he's, also obviously a famous, great dancer, as we've found out.
We are already halfway through the first half, and I feel like this is already almost a done deal for Q9, for at least map number 1.
For sure.
They're so dominant on their offense. Just being able to get onto the bomb sites with men deficit, even 2 men deficit.
And you're going into map 2 as well. That's one of Q9's favorites. I mean, Black Widow. Granted, Black Widow is one of those maps where weaker teams actually are doing well against the better teams, but to be honest, I think Q9's not going to be one of them.
Yeah, we also did just see Wolf Empire just absolutely massacre unKnights.
I mean, the point you're making is valid. They're sneaky, but that's only when you're in the ballpark of actually being able to take down the other team. I don't think this one here, the matchup here, is not in the range, not within the range. And being in the range is going to be Spoxy into XMI's crosshair.
Look at the rotation here from LCK. They bring down everyone into the A site. I feel like this is almost an overcorrection.
They've had enough of the A take.
Like Q9,
you know what they should do?
They don't have to go that way.
You know what they should do? They should have just sent the Zane and have a full A stack. Would have been the reverse bait.
True.
Would have worked, ironically, because Q9's playing nameplates, just like how I said. I mean, if they're playing nameplates, then they assume that jail is clear, so I think they're thinking that, okay, it's 5v4. LCK is going to be a bit desperate to get their numbers back, so they're probably going to be pushing from the stairs position, but taking a look at Dezane and Lineclaw, they're both staring at either a box or the wall.
I mean, they're anti-flashing.
Yes, sir.
But if they're both anti-flashing, I don't know if they can spot someone sneaking up.
Just no one peeks. Like, everyone just died. No one...
They both have flashes out.
Yep.
Nobody's got a gun. So we're just waltzing into jail. Also, the fight in lockers going pretty well. Flex by himself trying to hold it down. He does get one. But 1 is not enough at this point, especially down a man. B is totally wide open. 2 guys from LCK left over. They push out of A. They don't see anyone, obviously, because everybody's in B.
Yeah. They're going to make a double stack rotation out towards B long, towards Machine Room, which, of course, is going to be looked upon by Koi.
Oh, and there's a smoke too. I mean,
yeah, everything's not going in favor for the side of LCK. Koi does get dropped. He got clapped instantly.
That's a free aim?
Okay.
Oh!
All right. Quick triple opens things up in a 1v1 now, but the Zane is down very low, and eventually the kill is granted.
Well,
almost a confirmed clutch, but it was one man too short.
Those were some good shots, though. Jeez, it even scared me. I was like, damn, that's a pre-fire? Like, he pre-fired the 4-box? Even I don't do that. Like, no one does that. But apparently he does.
It was pretty incredible from the Zane. Now the flash is over the top. The fight coming on in, and it is just, guess who? XJ all the way. 17-4.
Yeah.
In round 8.
Damn.
Okay, that is over 2 kills per round.
Salvatore is popping off.
It is over 4 KD.
Mate, doesn't this feel a little bit cooked up in it? 5-on-3. Every round becomes more and more devastating, I feel like, for LCK to barely even hold on.
Yeah, I mean, it almost, as you're saying, it almost feels like it's getting worse. XJ is just powering up, and it's not even, for me, it's not even about like some of the firefights that LCK are losing. It's more of like a macro sense. It just feels like they're getting totally outmaneuvered, you know? Lion Claw, nice timing, but unfortunately, a couple of guys in his face. And now Spoxy alone, 1v5.
I mean, it's gotten from maybe to bad, and bad to substantially worse. In terms of the win rate for LCK, a chance to get out from the series alive.
Yeah. The timeout already used. Nice shot from Spoxy. Too much work to be done. That is going to be the, I think it's 6-2, right? In the rounds?
Yeah.
Extremely dominant. And again, remember, LCK, they were the ones who decided to play this map. They were the ones who said, okay, Q9, you want to play Blacklist on sub-base, go right ahead. And this is now the experience they have to deal with.
Yeah, the veto process might not have worked out as they intended to do.
I have to take a look at the paper again. Oh, yeah. Actually, it's the IGL, you know, no biggie.
And now he's going back into vents.
Well, he did it again, except nobody was here this time.
I mean, he's going to continue crouching over.
It looked cool.
Oh, he's baiting.
Yeah.
He's ducking his head and showing his back.
I think he's trying to bait a shot from the Heaven player, so just to confirm.
Yeah, and also by approaching that angle like that, his head doesn't get exposed, so he saves himself from a quick headshot. Rather, he still stays alive even if someone shoots him in the back, unless it's on off. But it's going to be an 8-8 coming up. The Zane gets completely clapped. Flex will find a quick headshot, but he needs to find more. Eventually gets swarmed by Koi, and eventually he does get down. It's going to be a 3-on-3 with nades flying up and over. Oh, had that hit, Koi would have been a done deal. However, the frag grenades is going to miss. The C4 will be planted, and we go into the post plant.
Yeah, the movement from the Q9 players is just beautiful. Like, Koi is just dodging grenades with 4 health, back and forth. Obviously, we talked about XJ almost too much, although there's never too much to talk about him. And here comes LCK, looking to drop down the stairs through the smoke. We got you in the corner. Koi going to play a more passive angle. Nice snipe, though, as they make their way in. It's up to Koi. He's got 4 health, takes down 1, looking for another, not going to get it, as Lion Claw finally claws back around for LCK.
And there we go, 6-3. Honestly, with the way that the half started, this is not too bad of an ending, in all honesty, for LCK, so there is a bit of hope.
Sure isn't.
Yep. There we go. Bench is catching on to my, how do you say this? Irony, there we go.
Vibe.
My ironic vibe.
I see.
Q9's got an aura.
Yeah, you're almost there.
It was more Neo-esque
Or Neo-esque.
casting, I believe.
Dude, me and Neo just spit out like meme words and just look at either Brendan, Jordan. Just
you guys just say
see if they figure it out.
And just leave us boomers with zero help. We're just sitting there like we're the Zane on the bottom of A by ourselves.
Yeah, we're just doing our job, all right. Sometimes it does take a lot more effort than you think to get to you guys.
Yeah. XJ has decided to do more than his job as well. You know, he's like, I'm the IGL, I'm also the main rifler, and I am the carry of the team. That's a nice little headshot. The rest of the team should be able to punish this.
And I also become the brick wall.
Oh, there we go. Someone taken down. Spoxy dispatches of XJ here, but the rest of the squad is here just to clean up, and Koi with a clean shot. And man, like even the snipers, right? They haven't seen too much action, at least not as much action as XJ, but they're like, yeah, we're going to keep consistent, at least just to cover for XJ and his overplays from time to time.
Yeah, Q9 is laid back at this point. 4 rounds deep. And now LCK, like, all they've been doing is testing out SINA and trying to go for the rotate, but look at this aggression coming out from you. He's already deep posted out towards middle. And also having Koi climbing up the nook with the arm. The moment they swing, this might just go into all hell break type lose moment.
Koi, as you mentioned, he'd like to get in on some of the fun, you know? I think XJ has been hogging it just a little bit. And there you go. He's going to get in on the fun. Picks up a kill. In the corner is you. Distracting is Koi. Going to pick up another kill. Why not? You gets a double kill himself. And it's just so relaxing for Q9 fans.
Yeah,
it is so simple.
This is like therapeutic at this point. It's kind of nice. It's kind of like one of those games where you can just take a backseat and just like, hey.
We just observe it, you know?
Yeah.
We don't even have to say much. It's like,
wow. It's almost like a documentary at this point.
Yeah.
Documentary. Oh, this is going to be part of the documentary, that the Q9 2024 story, how they won.
I think you're jumping the gun a little too much there for Sneaky, but we'll have to wait and see how that turns out. We do have the knockout stage happen in 2 days. And then after that, we move over to the stadium.
I don't have any Filipino teams to cheer anymore. I am going to be the biggest Q9 fanboy now.
Especially after...
Especially after I got cooked.
Yeah, after they made fun of me.
Yeah.
My man got cooked live on stage.
We'll see you 2 years later.
It's okay.
Jordan and Neo.
He's well done.
The Commonwealth boys.
He's doing well.
Not much distance by Flex here. Honestly, no one's in dark room. XMY, though, is going to get caught. Very nice headshot as well.
Yeah, he got cooked there. But XJ, behind the invincible box almost. I have a good feeling this is going to be a 1v3 spray down or something. But gets clapped.
You cursed him.
Yep, caster curse is on point.
Ooh. Okay, LCK, hold on. They're kind of fighting back.
I mean, it's good to see some sort of life in them, especially when you're in a very dire spot, you know, 3-8.
They're throwing some punches back, but the question is, can they continue for basically 6 more rounds?
All right. Both got surprised.
It's vibes, you know. You got to get in there and get a knife kill to turn around the vibes on the team.
Can they continue to swing for the next 20 minutes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you got to start somewhere, right?
Q9 does have a timeout, so, you know, they can still stop it. But I don't think a timeout is going to be used anytime soon, considering how big the lead is.
I don't think they're going to pull an SGJ.
True. That timeout, even I was annoyed for you. I was annoyed. I was like, guys, this is just a formality at this point. Maybe that's just to prove a point that they did win against NT, which is not really that big of an achievement, in my opinion.
They did it.
They did it.
They achieved
the
victory.
They got the dub. They didn't go 0-3.
Oh, the timing on XYMI is a little bit off. Had he held his angle just for a couple more seconds, would have done the job. Now Flex trying to do what XJ has been doing. trying to pay back some dividends, get his revenge onto XJ by showing his back. Unfortunately, XJ is nowhere near vents. Rather, he is out towards middle.
I feel like Flex is he learns.
Yeah, his take on it was all right.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, this is pretty cool. Let me try. But, you know, minute 20, I feel like that's relatively fast for this map so far. Although, obviously, LCK, a West team, going to take a little bit more time compared to Q9, and they're just going to rotate out of there and look to go B.
Yeah, EU-MENA pacing snooze.
Still downtime, but there's still a minute left on the clock. However, they will need to go through the defense of Koi, who has and so does XMY, and he does not miss those. Opening frag is good. The second frag followed up by Koi is good, and the Colt is going to be on fire. As Lion Call to swing in to try to get the kill, but it's not going to work out. It's Q9. Laid back and chill is going to secure the 9th round for the map point.
Koi had the chillest Jayo. He's like, yo, Jayo, man.
Yeah, they're not getting all that much loud. All too much.
Such a chill guy.
9-4.
They're not even breaking a sweat at this point.
Yeah.
You guys aren't. It's like,
that's
already took off his coat.
That's our job.
They're just going through the motions. They're like, yep, we're better than these guys. Let's take them down. Let's just casually finish 3-0 in our group. Not definitely going to happen, but certainly based on what we've seen so far on this map, it is very likely. XMY going to start off with a kill on the flex. Spoxy still holding on to his own arm, but also took a bit of damage.
This is like the pure definition of what happens in CrossFire when a dominant team takes on an underdog.
Yeah, I mean, this is what happens when you go up against
completely shut down.
The best defense in the world. This is just what it's like, man.
You're probably right.
Oh. XA's gonna wait. He's gonna wait.
That's a
he
lot
likes
of
hunting
restraint.
for his food.
That shows a lot of restraint. I feel like, you know, based on what we could see, we knew it was only him, but you never know if there's another guy there or if Spoxy is watching that angle once again. He could have gotten punished for it. So instead, he's just going to stay alive, send the rest of his team over to A.
XC's elbow. Oh, Spoxy. Oh. I think he tried to bait the shot with the elbow, but didn't work. Oh, but there we go. Of course, Koi is going to hit that shot every single time, but you gonna get taken down by Lion Claw. 58 seconds left on the clock. Not much time for the boys over at LCK to rotate over into the B site. Problem is, are they going to be able to rotate because YJ is now coming in from behind?
XJ on a huge flank mission.
I mean, they spot this coming in, but kind of able to get ahead of it is LCK. Well, I say that immediately. Koi just punishes the two of them. I thought they got around the corner. I was severely wrong, and that is going to be the end of map number 1. A super dominant victory from Q9. Well, that was a map where we had a favorite versus an underdog, and the underdog made a brave choice. They select a map that we think is a bit dangerous, and well, they get punished for it. Q9, a wonderful performance on that first map, absolutely dominating LCK. And now, after that very casual 10-4 victory from them, you know, the casual Jayos that were thrown out, they looked very comfortable, not getting over energetic, not going crazy, not shouting across the stage. Now they get to go into Black Widow.
What's your take on this, Sneaky? Because I just don't see the world where LCK has a dominant Black Widow unless you're Doctor Strange going to the different timelines.
Unlocking the future.
Unlocking
universes.
Unlocking the future. Yeah, just gotta do that. But yeah, the production even gonna rub it in there for XJ as well. The first 2 clips of that highlight you just watched was his 360s and showing his back to flex.
That's
clapping him.
That's such a creative move as well.
Completely clapped, you say, right?
Yeah, that's such a creative move as well. Like the way that characters move in this game, right, is very dependent on where you're looking, and that's one way to kind of bait out the shot. But yeah, interesting times here in sub base, and now we are going to take a look at the Black Widow map. Yeah, just like I said, I think this is cooked because you're going up against, Koi, X and Y Sniper. Finally, they're going to be let loose in Black Widow, unlike Subbase where it was mostly XJ because he does have the high skills. Koi had a good KD because he barely died, so yeah.
Yeah. Definitely some good stuff. XMY was hitting some very nice shots himself. He wasn't the main character by any means, but absolutely doing his job. And we've seen many times somebody's the main character on one map, goes to the next map, isn't, and it goes to another guy. XJ, we talked about how he's the IGL. He's getting 3 first kills. He's getting these massive numbers. He doesn't even have to do this, but he was able to do it, had insane multi-kill percentage as well, and absolutely deserves this position as set MVP.
42.9% multi-kills, so basically 1 out of every 2 rounds he was able to find a double kill or more. Had some huge moves coming from a triple kill, of course, but yeah, Q9 absolutely shutting down LCK's hopes to kick themselves into the playoffs. I think for LCK, they have to rely upon ranking versus Vasco, and they need to at least pile up 7 or 8 rounds for the second map, even if they do lose 0-2, because the round differentials may come into play if ranking does take down Vasco, which also is a very low chance. Yeah, Group A seems to be a sealed and done deal to me. Q9 100% is going to be going to the playoffs regardless of the results of today's matchup or tomorrow's matchup. So.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. I think Q9 has just got it sealed at this point. Matchups are going to be very interesting, right? Whoever is going to pop out first and second. I'm just curious, like, who is going to go up against AG, because they're one of the second seeds, and that's one of the most surprising second seeds that we've ever seen in a while, because, you know, considering both them and Wolf Empire are in the same group, which I think I should have swapped, or at least they should have swapped, like AG and EP, and just I think that group would have made a lot more sense. But we're talking seeds here, of course. So yeah, I would like to see maybe we'll be able to see Q9 versus AG, maybe Q9 versus Imperial, Q9 versus 3BL would be interesting in my opinion.
I mean, besides AG, all other 2 matchups should be more confident towards the side of Q9. Since you basically announced that you're going to become a Q9 fanboy, but it looks like you're ready to.
Already happened.
Already happened. Yeah.
It already happened as soon as the UBEC series ended.
Happened when I saw XJ do a pirouette on stage.
Yes.
And,
there's 2 of us now.
Yeah. I put AG as my champion team, but maybe I'll edit it. So, one thing to talk about is LCK do have a very high win rate on this map. They've played it a lot as well. So, when it comes down to it, they should have some comfort on this map as well, which is why I really wanted to look at if Black Widow was going to get selected by either team. Obviously, Q9 should be very comfortable on this map. So, to me, it's like, okay, well, Flex is really good at off sniping as well, but this is, again, these are against teams in West, which I think is a very different level compared to the teams even that Q9's playing against in their own regions. So when it comes down to it, we already saw what happens when 2 snipers go up against 2 snipers, and Q9 was able to win that with flying colors. So I think on a map that even highlights that more, like Black Widow, you would expect Q9 to be able to abuse that even more.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, just taking a look at the stats for the CFS Summer Championship for LCK, I was like, is there a bar missing? There should be like a BL.
What do you mean?
I was like, yeah, I guess they're really good at GR. They're so good that, you know, we just didn't know that BL existed on that map. But yeah, I guess LCK, this would be probably the chance to come back in this series, just like how I said. The nature of the Black Widow map, I mean, even the weakest teams can take it against teams like Q9, who, you know, despite having the better setups in this map, especially when you're just sitting there waiting for the inevitable, and that's the Q9 special. But LCK, if they just group up and just kind of play hyper aggressive in this map, just like how I suggested that NEXTTOP would do both on GR and BL, then maybe there's a shot. But it is EU meta, so they don't play that fast.
I mean, it is what it is. At the end of the day, LCK did drop the map pick of their own. We can leave the question aside whether Subbase being a valid pick or not, but they did lose the map, and now they're gonna have to walk into Black Widow. But like you said, it's one of those maps where we do see a lot of overtakes, but the question there would then be, is LCK within the firing range, within the ballpark of actually being able to do overtake Q9 in Black Widow? Because these upsets you're talking about on Black Widow, it happens when these two teams are within somewhat of a range to be able to actually land the shots. But to me right now, it doesn't feel that way all that much.
Yeah, I mean, the difference in firepower was very apparent. Q9 were winning a lot of head-to-head duels. We saw that the snipers were oftentimes winning in their favor, and that's on sub-base, like we said before. Black Widow, it should be even highlighted even more. Also, LCK started off very slowly. I think, you know, they wanted to go into sub-base. They had a specific idea in mind. They have to start from the GR side, but a lot of the rounds early on just kind of fell apart very quickly, especially that one where they were trying to cover locker. They had a guy jump spotting it. He didn't communicate it, and then 3 people just died essentially for free.
Yeah.
That might have just really kind of boomed their mental from there, and they didn't really have they didn't execute the plan that they wanted to bring into the match.
The funny part was they actually won that round. And
they did.
But like pre-defuse, Flex was already looking to his right, and he is absolutely chopping it up with the other player because, man, I can't blame him because that's his responsibility. I mean, you're jump spotting lockers. There's like literally a 10-inch gap that you can look at. That means even if you cross, you're at least going to see like a glimpse of the player. So I don't know what's happening.
Yeah, but looks like we're ready to jump into map number 2. Possibly could decide the fate of LCK and fate of Q9. I mean, LCK has given all they've got. They were able to qualify through the path, but this could mark the end here. Let's move and jump right into the second map of Black Widow, Q9 versus LCK.
Alrighty, map number 2, Black Widow. And here comes both teams out onto long. More players here from the side of LCK, but XJ over here. Never count them out. Lion Claw.
Look at these smokes.
Yeah. How many smokes is that?
That's 2. Oh my god. They lined up smoke so they could take terrace, or you guys call it barracks. That's amazing. Honestly, I mean, that's a very important spot in long, and I was just amazed at the utility usage that you could get that spot just because of that. I mean, Q9, they're pulling out all the lineups, that's for sure.
It's worth an investment if you're talking about real estate. They are going to be able to take over one of the more important spots, choke points, so to speak. And because of that, they can rotate the third player on A towards mid and down towards B. And LCK, well, kind of choked up and towards middle, is going to set up a smoke. And this is going to be a catwalk hit, it does look like to me. Has a smoke out towards middle doors and has a smoke down towards B connector. They're going to go fast in towards catwalk and in towards B, but they will have to go against XMY, who is holding the longer angle with the 8WM.
Timing? Bit of a timing. Rafin's already down. In spawn, XMY still hits the shot, of course. And the C4 is out, but Q9 has another plan. They want to retake long, actually, and Flex is right here.
That was very cute, but Flex backs up enough. And, ooh, YJ still peeking that. And now we've got more people coming through mid. Flex.
Oh my god. Poor Flex, he's not seeing anyone.
Yeah. He's sitting way back. He's definitely expecting somebody to check him, but nobody really is able to see him. And now we've got this drop down from Dezane. They're just shooting at shadows, but that is going to be one shot from him. Flex did also get a kill, and Dezane is just crispy. And they didn't even need Raffin. Very nice round here from LCK.
Those shots from Dezane. Straight up robotic, looking like Zay for a second there. And that's why this guy is touted as the best player possibly in this roster. But Raffin might have a thing or two to say about that. He's definitely had some numbers up as well, but if Raffin and Dezane can actually combine forces, this would be good news, but you already shutting down Raffin immediately.
Through the smoke and right on the head. I mean, after picking up the first round quite nicely, they were getting all out and all that, but instantly putting water to the fire. It looks like Raffin will be taken out. Q9's going to opt out for the double setup, like I said before. And let's see if that pays up dividends. Spoxy on catwalk. Looking at multiple angles, but I don't know. I feel like LCK kind of lost their drive in towards for their aggression. I feel like they're just testing the water here and there, but like not being able to find the main, so to speak, angle to go for the attack.
It's kind of hard to look for an angle here, especially when you don't have any bears control. Yeah, you just get the entirety of bomb for free, and there it is. The combined forces of two players has finally taken down Flex. And taking Flex down early, that just confirms that there's no flank incoming at all.
Spoxy creeping up is going to have a nice shot on towards Koi, but he's going to need to pick a couple more if he wants to win the round for his team. But YJ is all the way in spawn and spots Spoxy out. And now Dezane and Lionclaw are boxed in. All XJ might have to do is stay alive. And he is just doing so by flashing it. XJ swings out, gets the drop. All down to the ends of Lionclaw, but he is getting choked in on every single angle possible.
Oh, movie feet, lose the seat. There it is. 1-1. Q9 with an instant response. And, yeah, you just got to deal with it if you're LCK, right? You just got spun around in round number 2. But speaking of spinning around, look at this. Ooh, crispy from Dezane.
Yeah, pretty insane shots from him. You can rely on him to have rounds like that. I feel like, especially in the post plan, he is great at that. As once again, we do have some pressure in on long. A deeper smoke here from LCK. And it doesn't look like Q9 are going to fight as hard for that spot.
I mean,
so
they
finally,
don't have to force the issue here.
They still go short, but look at this. How can you respond to this? YJ and you already getting control of short, but LCK is actually looking for it.
Yeah, they're just gonna gain control cat, and whilst all that LCK is gonna bring the C4 in towards long. Like, this is the first time in 3 rounds they actually are able to have that long aggression happen, but they will have to take down XMY if they want to cross onto the bomb site. So is YJ, and you're already on the underpass. There's the opening. Oh, the timing is a little bit off for these players, and somehow this seems to be the round yet to be picked up by LCK. But Koi is still alive for a 1v5. Not anymore.
Not going to happen. LCK, very nice round. The entry shots just lining them up and taking them down. And it didn't look like Q9 had the answer to that one. So, yeah, LCK just very crisp.
Yeah, I mean, if you have players like Spoxy, players like Graf, and players like Design hitting shots like that, then this would be good news for them. But look at this. Flex with the first pick, and of all the players to kill, it's actually XMY, so we already disabled one of the snipers already.
XJ is going to pick the off of his Comer's dead body, and still continuing to have the double set up with XJ already posted outside of B.
That was pretty close, too. I mean, XJ keeps trying to peek through, keeps trying to take some shots. Two snipers will avoid each other.
He's not scared.
Yeah, he's firing back in the smoke, which is brave.
XJ is not scared to take duels, and he's going to eat that nade. However, LCK might just lose interest after pre-nading the spot. Burning the clock down, playing with patience, but I would want LCK to not burn it down all the way.
Here's the question, right? Can XJ snipe? Can he actually hit the shot? To be fair, it's not a hard shot to hit. He's just holding it.
Yeah.
Feels like Flex has got a good idea of where he's at, where he would go. Flex, he gets in there, and then he's like, you know what? Maybe I won't go that way. And the rest of the team is pushing out a long. You've got one guy, it's Koi, who will have first contact, and Spoxy once again. They're just really abusing this angle and getting free entry onto the A site over and over.
That's a clean shot. Spoxy with the second bullet hitting on the money for YJ leaves XJ to a 1v4 with an arm and also with Flex on the flank. Didn't matter as Dezane's gonna click his head away, and Q9 is gonna go call the time here.
I'm thinking you put Koi in XMY's place in A, and everything's all right. That's just my input for Q9 in all honesty. Like, just put Koi in A. Like,
Maybe.
XMY is a... Granted, XMY is a good sniper, but he usually doesn't hold A. I don't know why he's actually holding A at the moment. Maybe he's just testing how good he is on that sniper, at least against LCK. But, I mean, if you're struggling this much, maybe it's time to put the original default back.
Yeah, definitely not a bad idea at all. I think you definitely have to switch some things up. It feels like a lot of these rounds are just being won for free by LCK. They're gaining a long position, and even when they don't, they just kind of wait. And then they retake it a little bit later on after Q9 had lost interest.
Yeah.
And it's just, you know, getting frag after frag on a long has been the case for essentially 3 rounds. So Q9 have to solve that issue before they figure anything else out in this one. Otherwise, LCK might begin to run away with this map.
LCK is kind of hard to backstab too, right? Because he got flex 24/7 on flank watch. So in terms of proactivity, you're gonna have to face LCK head on.
And I really like the fact that Q9 calls the time early, before it gets a little too late. And let's move into round number 5. LCK is leading out miraculously 3-1. And a couple more rounds is maybe what they need to possibly steal a map away. But it looks like the main aggression is going to be coming down towards the B. The setup is out. XJ is holding on to an AK and holding on to the bomb site. We'll find a quick spray down. We'll get one. But eventually, that buys enough time for XMI to get on top of windows and find that double kill. Looking for a third. He's juggling with the boxes, and he misses that one only so close. Raffin does put more damage in towards XMY. Any frag grenades will do justice. However, the damage has already been done to the side of LCK.
YJ's already crossed. Oh my god.
Yeah, Spoxy not looking the right way, just gonna get sniped down. Koi takes him out. Raffin alone, at least he's got the bomb, but he's being swarmed by 4 people. And down he will go. The timeout does wonders for Q9. I actually don't mind the play from LCK. They're expecting a lot more focus on A long. They try to hit B quickly, but they just kind of got trucked.
Yeah, they got trucked by XJ. Honestly, creative way for XJ to kind of set up the window player for success, because you smoke the position where it's actually very hard for the window player to peek out all the way, or else you'd be out in the open. And there it is. And speaking of smokes, right in front of it, that is going to be you getting a double kill, but the Zane did get XJ back, but that's fine. The casualty is going to be the IGL, but he does catch a nade in his back. So 2 for 2, not bad for LCK, honestly.
Potatoes are flying and is on the money. You through the smoke, took a bunch of bullet, and eventually that little bits of damage from the frag grenade will be good to take him out. But down to a 3-on-3. A very, very bold split from Q9. They're just going to go for the aim duels in every single angle. Although we do have the rotation from YJ.
Damn, Flex is the talker, man. He'd be talking 24/7.
He's the caller.
There's a lot to say.
Got a shot call for your team towards victory.
I've never seen a shot caller like that. Like I think he's more of a micromanager, no?
Although he himself wasn't able to find the success in towards vents in subbase.
I feel like they're just trying to figure out where to go from here. And, well, it looks like Q9's going to bring the fight to them. YJ lining up a shot already. And Koi just begging Spoxy to peek it. Ooh. But Spoxy will land it. Makes it 2! Spoxy.
Hold on, Spoxy's cooking.
Something spicy cooking up here for LCK.
Something
Spoxy
smells
with
good.
a huge double. Might be our dinner, but yeah. Spoxy looking for a third.
They have a smoke? Oh, they have a smoke.
They do have a smoke.
If you just smoke rage and send it.
XMY, he needs to find the right timing to strike. But he is going to cross corners. And
oh!
The timing is right on point. That's going to be a drop player. Raffin gets clapped. However, the C4 is on Spoxy, and he is going to be able to cross into the bomb site. For a 1v1. Instead of planting, is thinking about clearing out window. Oh, he might even go for the big rotation here, Sneaky.
Oh my god, that just scared me. He does have a Colt. Oh, Spoxy, you have 15 seconds. Oh, he's going to hear you plant. He's just going to send it. Oh, there it is. The battle of the Colts. And it seems like he was the bigger horse.
Yeah. I mean, the entirety of Q9, I don't know what they are doing in their practice, but every single player on that team knows how to pistol really well.
I think they've spent like 30 minutes in the warm-up room just with the
Bolting.
pistol. Yeah.
I'm yet to see the deagles happen in CrossFire all that much.
And it's in a bad state right now, that's for sure. It's like you'd rather
Colt's
just
too
have a
strong.
Colt, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, the nade stack is good. XJ is going to be taken down to 23 hit points. Eventually goes down, and now Koi is going to take a beat down through the smoke. I don't know how much longer he can survive here out towards A long.
It's playing dodge bullet.
Oh, not anymore.
That's 3 kills on long. This time LCK get a massive lead out here. XMY has to pull the weight of 3 or 4 people if they want to have any chance. Meanwhile, we've got YJ just very casually pushing up.
Oh
That's
my
1
God.
kill for XMY.
What?
I don't even know what he saw.
Probably saw a name for a second there.
Yeah.
How'd he hit that?
I like how their solution. All right, this is resmoke. It's like avoid XMY entirely.
And now the problem is that YG's on a big flank, and I don't think they realize this.
They're watching. There you go.
They clear one angle.
You're very. I would call LCK like Scooby-Doo playstyle. It's like everyone spread out, look for clues, and let's get back together. Everyone share information, and then we'll go from there.
Could work. And LCK is going to be playing very slow on a 4v1. Sure, I mean, they had moments where they almost got counter-clutched, but this is extra slower than those type of rounds to me.
Not a bad way to practice your entries.
Oh my God. Hey, try number 3. Oh, 3 strikes and you're out, my friend. And there we go, LCK. I mean, they're fist fighting it back, but granted, Q9 just tried to fist fight them back at the same time on that long position. But I mean, that's a shot that you kind of have to go for, especially with LCK just absolutely waiting for everyone, or at least forcing map control on one side of the map, or at least long. But if Q9 is willing to go for it every single time, then they're gonna get LCK is gonna get annoyed by taking it. But since no one took long, that means they're gonna assume they're either going short and or B. So it kind of limits LCK's options now.
Yeah, as much as Black Widow is being played out there, there's not a lot of angles that you can take. Besides the rather more default ones, as we do see a mid push cooking up, instantly being put out by X and Y. The Zane, though, does swing quickly enough for a refrag.
It's like XMI had like 10 seconds to get back into window, but he decided to just stay there.
He's like, no, I want more.
Yeah, he wanted to repeat that angle for sure.
He could have just went behind and then repeaked it, but oh, nice spray down here from the top of the boxes. You just making it look easy. Nobody seemingly having any clue where you is. And that's just a free 3K for him. Flex. He's got it all to do by himself, and he's still talking. What do you think he's saying?
He's gathering the clues, just like I said, Scooby-Doo playstyle.
Yeah.
And Koya's been having a rough one, and 1 in 6.
Hello?
Oh?
Oh.
Alright, who's gonna move first?
I mean, it's gonna be Flex. The timer's against him. He gets swung by you, takes a bunch of damage, but now Yu's on the hunt. And that is good for another kill for him. And Q9 will secure a round into their pockets, and the chances are dimming away from the side of LCK.
Not enough spinning. I think he needed to spin more there.
No.
To avoid the bullets.
Now we are left with the last round of the first half, and of course, this is LCK's map pick, or Q9's map pick, rather.
Damn. Raffin is eating every single flash, but he is going to get protected by his homie Lion Claw in the backside. XMY.
Why is he up here?
I mean, he's got a free passage.
Why are you here, is my question. I don't know. Players with Q9s are everywhere, I'll tell you that. It's free roaming around the map. We've seen XJ go into vents and sub-base. We've seen him go out of B, go out of A. And now you're looking at XMY all the way deep in towards Catwalk. Something you don't see all that often.
Yeah. I think it'd rather just keep catwalk control or short control because, I mean, once you lose long, you can't really take it back. So might as well just double down on the other side of the map and just make sure to deny the short entrance. Also, you know, provides a point of entrance into the site that is not window in A site, which is impossible to go through.
Yeah. He's not going to see anything for a very long time, which might raise suspicions, right? There is that flash that goes into his face, but let's see if, okay, XMY is going to get flex in mid, and they don't see anyone else. This is pretty...
Oh, they're doing the math.
Good idea that this is coming into B.
So guys, flex is in A, so they're going B. There it is. You've solved it, but only YJ has solved it so far. Oh, he's getting chased down here. Oh my god, Brendan, is he going to be okay? Seems like no is the answer, but no, he's not. They're not pushing him. They're waiting. They're taking their sweet time, and Yu is in the smoke. Meanwhile, in the background, two of his friends already died. Yu's going to check behind. No, he's actually just going to back off, but I guess they're going to go in the bridge instead.
I'm kind of surprised the rotation was that slow. It seemed like they didn't have any idea as...
Oh my god.
Okay.
He hit him where it hurts.
Yeah. Ouch. Here's you. Did they see the second player coming in? The answer is absolutely not. And it doesn't matter. Spoxy just going to shoot him down. LCK 5 rounds from the Blacklist side of Black Widow. Definitely looking much better on this map compared to their choice of sub-base, funnily enough. And Flex, he looks happier. You know, I wouldn't say he's happy, but he's definitely not looking as angry as he was on sub-base.
He has like one less vein on his forehead.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
Well, at least the first half is going to go in favor for LCK for a round. 5-4 run now. We do switch sides. And I'm not sure if LCK can hold this one down. YJ's full Wing here. XJ as well is going to get knocked out. Eventually, Koi will be able to take him out from the lobby. And how?
With a pistol, bro? How did
What?
he get that? What? What are we watching here, Sneaky?
Koi has like a laser beam for a secondary?
Yeah, no, I mean,
that's why we don't see the deagle.
He flicked, got the headshot, got the bomb side, and now we're looking at a retake.
He wasn't even tapping it. That was a straight up like, spraying.
And briefly for a moment, we were able to see the camera hooked up this computer, and he was very calm.
Yep. An everyday thing for them, apparently. That's 2 kills already. XMY, can you impress us more? It seems like he's stuck on the window box. Not much you can do when you're surrounded. LCK, first to get their first round in the second half, has been taken. And, hey, seems like Q9 not so chill anymore with XMY hand on his face.
Yeah, I mean, Q9 will have to go boots on the ground if they want to close the series out here. Right now, LCK is showing some form of restoring and is going to be able to bounce back for a bit. Spoxy sitting on comfortable 1,300 damage.
5 multi-kills.
5 multi-kills, indeed. Make that one more. For one more FK and one more arm shot for Spoxy.
That's Spoxy's game.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely singing.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about, I mean, you were saying how teams that aren't necessarily the favorites can find a lot of luck on Black Widow. I was saying how LCK, they're very comfortable on this map, and I was, you know, not iffy, but I was questioning whether or not this would be the exact right choice to pick into this team. LCK looked very confident, extremely comfortable. They're playing much better than sub-base. They've really gathered it up. It's quite impressive, and Q9 don't seem to really know how to handle it.
Now XJ is out of the picture as well to make things worse outside of B rather. And I'm not too sure how Q9 wants to counter this amount of men loss. I mean, it's 3 versus 5 after all. And going into B is probably harder as the trade kills will deteriorate into your man advantage. And as I say that, Koi's going to find a quick shot onto Flex. It's all down to Lionclaw to hold it down.
Oh no, they actually saw where that flash came from, so they're going to be checking Metal Box, so that's why Lionclaw peeking wider than usual. So Raffin is in the door position. Flash is going to go through, but it even blinds Q9 in the process, but they are going to go with the double sniper entry, and they are waiting for Raffin at the door, but he's not going to shoot. He's going to keep it patient, and that's going to give the opportunity for Q9 to actually put the C4 down, but it could be a 2-man push coming in from door to stop this.
Plant's coming in. They're only watching the tiny window. Flash comes through. The plant is down, but they are in the site. LCK get in. Very nice snipe here from the side of Koi. They get another kill as XMY pulls out the Colt again. And Spoxy alone, 1v2, dancing on the boxes against the wall. He picks up one, but the Colt play gets it done.
There you go. There's the Gyro. It's not too calm this time. Koi knows what's at stake in that round. So finally a round on the board for the side of Q9 in the second half. That is not as late as it was. And despite everything, man, Spoxy still on the screen, of course, doing super, super well. But I feel like Q9, they're only going to need 2 rounds to get back into it.
Q9 catching up, or rather catching up is probably not the term to be used here. Q9 looking to close it out. Finds one more, 6-5. LCK still in the lead, but not by a lot of margin. If they can't maintain this lead, things are looking pretty dire for LCK.
Most passive I've seen Q9 all game.
I mean, even that last round was a 2v4 at one point. And Q9 still picks it up.
Yeah, I don't mind Q9 taking a little step back, but if it's because they're losing confidence, that's a different story. And at LCK, we know them. They're not going to make any crazy maneuvers. Although, flash out the side, and they... Okay. Did I make that? Was that my fault?
I think no, that's LCK's fault. I think that's their premonition.
Shenanigans,
like, hey,
Brandon. Shenanigans.
Like, what?
That's LCK's fault. They're like, okay, let's go aggressive this time. And it's like the one time they go aggressive, and that's what happens. And Flex is like, I told you.
Caster Curse is on point today as well. I mean, I've had some moments with Brandon when I was casting the other CrossFire regions, and
the casters are powerful.
Yeah. I mean, once Brandon channels in his power, then. You've seen more. I've seen worse. I'll tell you that.
That's true.
All I'm saying is my curse. All I'm saying is my curse led to Wolf Empire winning. So
that's true. Flex.
Yo, Flex. Yo. Shoot it, bro. Mouse one.
Yeah.
Took like 20 bullets.
I liked the kind of off angle, but yeah, the execution not great.
And now Zane is somewhat quiet, moving into map number 2. 9 kills. It's not bad,
but it's not the Zane good.
Maybe we are asking for too much pressure to be lifted by Zane.
Nah, maybe we should keep saying he's quiet, and maybe he'll just get more kills. Yeah, Zane not really putting up the numbers we expect from him. You know, I really want to see 3 KD at least. Honestly, you know, just not really having the same kind of rounds. Really love the dodge, by the way. Jokes aside, and he is going to be cleaned up there. Not much he can do. And you will finish it off. Feeling pretty happy about that one is Q9 getting, you know, that play out of storage. Flex still angry about it. And they'll have to go back to the drawing board because 6-6, Q9 could easily move into the lead from here.
Yeah, in all honesty, this looks pretty cooked to me, Brandon.
Yeah?
Well done.
Lie.
Well done or burnt?
This is like straight out from the toaster 2 hours later.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Burnt and dry?
Yes.
Almost burning the house down at one point.
Yeah, the fire department needs to be called up here.
Smoke detector went off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's beyond cook, beyond saving even. But double sniper setup on BL is such an interesting concept to me because one sniper could be like somewhat of the entry, one sniper could be, you know, be all the way back. Actually, LCK was using it earlier when Flex was still sniping because he was just holding the backside angle the whole time. So you're probably just going to have another slow 1 minute. I'll say 30-second execute here.
They're definitely going to take their time here.
Flex.
Caster Curse, 1 minute 30. It was not the time.
No, he meant 1 minute 30 into the round.
All right. We can give it 1 more minute.
What's your guess?
Probably at like 50-second mark.
Brendan's like
I'm going to say
49.
Yeah. I'm going to say 48 seconds.
Oh,
nice snipe here from Flex. Right in his stomach.
In it.
Mm-hmm. In it, inside of it, everywhere.
I mean, going everywhere is going to be Q9 coming on top of the stairs, and 50 seconds are. It looks like it just might be it. The setup.
There we go.
There we go.
You got it.
Congratulations.
Oh, Spoxy just took his head off, and seems like listening to Brendan wasn't the right idea.
Yeah, I'm a terrible coach. XJ though, gonna get the 1. He's got a lot to do here. has the bomb, looking for Dezane, and that's always a recipe for disaster. LCK will take the lead once again, 7-6. And Flex just won't stop talking. He's got so much to say. Definitely keeping it a little bit more fluid in terms of the communication there on the side of LCK compared to Q9.
It also keeps the spirit alive for his team.
I don't see a lot of talking on the side of Q9, you know?
Q9 is chilling here, my man. As this time, we're going to be looking at 3 players looking to get into storage. And XMY is going to be waiting with open arms. Flex finally will get knocked out. Gives more time for him to yap. 4v5.
I wonder if LCK is like, Flex is dead. He's going to have 20 words per minute again.
You mean 20 sentences a minute?
Jesus.
Yeah.
Eminem.
Rap God.
Turkish rap god.
8 Mile. 8 Mile Ankara.
This is Black Widow. No, I mean, I get it.
All right, Q9 is cooking up some B hits. Take over, Brandon.
Yeah. Oh, look at this angle. Spoxy, 19 kills. He wants number 20. And Raffin. Oh, they got so many guys in here. Surely they hold this. No, the headshot comes through, and Lion Claw goes down as well. And Spoxy, he's the one big carry right now for the team. It's him and Dezane. They got to get over and 2v4 this. Dezane is he's like going all the way around.
Quote, they surely hold this, unquote. God. And Brandon cursed the hell out of LCK and then sold down to Dezane for a 1v4.
Yeah, Dezane. What's the thing again? He hasn't done too well. He only has to put frags. You need 3 KD. There we go.
Nah, he's just getting colted by XMY.
We're trying to curse him, guys, for the EU MENA crowd, but it's not working.
True.
But 7-7, this is a pretty close game. I mean, subverting our expectations here. Spoxy's playing well, Design's playing well. I mean, Raffin has had opportunities. Flex is he was owning XMY at one point.
Yeah. And now this is going to be a fast aggression down towards A. Koi leading the charge with the Colt, and it's going to be YJ with the AK to swap on up and over. Actually, to find one onto the bomb side, and YJ crosses in, gets one, and that's a flick for a second headshot, and Disaster is going to strike LCK. YJ looking for a third. It's not going to happen. Oh!
All right.
LCK completely dumpster Q9 on that round.
Q9's
I mean, a lot of credit to the Q9 players jumping down to underpass. I think every single one of them did so, and then ran into the crosshair of LCK and met with warm welcome.
Q9's like, thanks for the timeout, Bo.
I mean, that round, it was awkward. Let's put it that way.
I mean, they swarm the A site. They get control of it.
Yeah.
And essentially, they just kind of throw it from there. I mean, they go down underneath the bridge, and that's fine. But not if you're going to go 1 by 1, and Raffin is just going to light you up. You got to be very careful about the way you attack there. I think that Q9, if they were just a little bit more composed on that one, the initial pace was great. They got in, they took them down, they caught them off guard. Spoxy was down. You know, they had a lot of the main guys out of the lobby, and all of a sudden, you just go one step too far, and LCK will punish you. LCK are playing a great game of CrossFire right now. You have to respect them at this point in time. I'm sure that Q9's coach at this point is
not so happy,
saying a lot of this. He looks pretty composed, but it's a very close one.
As a nation, I can tell some sort of anger has built in him. He's ready to take out his belt.
Anger, the scarier anger is when someone's calm.
Yeah, well, it's like the eye of the storm, right?
Yeah.
He's disappointed.
And now you can tell Q9 players are more dialed in after that downtime coach talk. Quick A-long take coming out. The flash is going to blind Koi, but he's going to continue on. Dezane getting caught off guard with pants down. He will be eventually taken out from the lobby, and Koi is looking for more. Continuing to go for the pot shots in this round. Already begins with a man advantage towards the side of the Chinese team Q9.
That didn't even look that clean, honestly.
That was a little bit sloppy, but at the end of the day, it's kill is a kill.
Yeah, they got the kill. They get the pick, and the rotation is quick. They're going towards B.
Yeah, it's Dezane too, man, of all things, or of all the players on LCK to get picked off. So
and they know Spoxy plays A.
True.
So just avoid the two of them. Go B.
Yeah, I like my chances with Flex and Raffin here, honestly, if I was them. More chances of missing.
Flex does have some good moments when he's
He's got a cute angle here as well.
On it.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
I like how they don't even nade it. They're straight up peeking him.
Yeah.
Oh, here comes a nade. Oh, somehow gets the head of XJ there, but Raffin standing. Oh, no, he failed the tap walk. They know he's there. The one time he failed to ghost walk was the very important time in this one. Spray's going to go down for Lion Claw, but switches for some reason. Could have actually continued that spray. Yu is already on the site, waiting for the C4 plant, but he has to be careful because there is a player within window, and that is Spoxy. He can just climb out, but it seems like he's out.
Spoxy trying to peek out the window, got cooked, and now it's all down to the ends of Lion Claw. XMI has a great angle to hold it down the moment he swings, but it looks like he's going to whisk the arm shot. Does not matter. All three players of Q9 are looking right at him. Ooh, trying his best to play some dodgeball, but I don't think it's going to stand much longer. The bomb timer already ticked down towards F, and Yu's going to be able to find the flank through the window and go for that kill. And Q9 is going to be able to find their tie. It's going to be 8-8, but Q9 does look far more likely to win the rounds out from here.
I have a theory
okay.
of what the coach said at Q9. If you guys don't win Black Widow, you're going to have 5 sets of FFA DMs when we get back. So
oh my
you better
God.
win this if you don't want to get the reps in.
5 sets.
10 sets.
That's a tough one.
If you lose overtime.
10 sets?
10 sets.
Do they get to sleep at any point, or?
No. Do you know each FFA is 12 minutes?
Yeah.
So 12 plus 10, so that's like an hour of FFA.
I guess they do get to sleep at some point. Just pretty late.
Well, they don't play tomorrow, so you know.
It really did look like, especially you, was so locked in after that timeout. He
yeah.
forward in his chair, you know. He was leaning back and then he was like, okay,
the smile was gone.
One. So I don't know what the coach said, but it worked. Maybe it was 2 hours of FFA.
Well, they're cooking
3
up a B to B hit. I mean, they can always bait some flashes out and rotate out towards A, but they're going to give it a ghost sign, but this time around it's a 3-man stack. Yu leading the charge. Lion Claw already finding a headshot on towards Koi. They're going to give it a go anyone with Sim, but the frag grenades are going to be coming in flying hot. Somehow YJ is going to pry up the bomb site, and how does LCK lose control of the bomb site like this, Sneaky?
Why would you peek, Raffin? The entire point of that angle was you stay in the corner and you bait the entire squad. Oh, come on, man. I know you're an entry, but you gotta keep it disciplined. Gotta keep it in your pants, my friend. But I mean, it's a 2v3.
Nice.
I mean, Spoxy and Flex, the only 2 left alive, and I mean,
this
Flex
looks
has
cooked
AK.
to me, Sneaky.
This is sauteed, fried.
It's been cooked 3 times over. It's not even edible anymore.
Reverse seared.
Yeah.
Where's the garbage can?
Sous vide.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Tasty. How are they going to get in on this one? It's 8-8, 2v3 right now. LCK, they desperately need a round. Those shots are not hitting, but the Colt will get the job done. XMY, a monster on that weapon. And yeah, really just comes down to a methodical, slow push through storage and just some slight mistakes.
If I was Flex, I'd be staring at Raffin right now.
And then Q9, they just land their shots. Match point.
LCK at risk of not only losing the series, but being knocked out towards the group stage. And just not yet. They're cooking a beat B hit once again. B's been working out. Flex is the only one to hold this one down. First up shot missed. Down to 50 HP, and the nades are flying. The bullets are good. And B is practically free. There is some rotations happening on towards Raffin. The next semi swinging out middle, picks up a huge kill, and now Spoxy at risk. Trying to get the bullets ready and done, but it's not going to work out. The Zane flanks from the backside and get the kill down and done. The C4 is now going to get planted, but well, it's going to be a 4v3. LCK will need to work with Miracle. Otherwise, they are going to be done with their tournament run for the 2024 CFS Grand Finals.
Well, at least LCK have this big rotation coming in the flank from Dezane. He's got Raffin with him as well. Trying to put on some pressure, distract, let Dezane in, but Koi will not be distracted. He will not be fooled. And there are so many members over here from the side of Q9. They're hunting him down. Raffin is out. It's only Spoxy. 19 kills for the man is not enough. 10-8 will be the scoreline. Q9 get out of the group in first place. Well, here we are after the 2-0 from the side of Q9 Club. They take the 10-4. That was very dominant on sub base, but props to LCK. They bring it into Black Widow. They show off their stuff. And then the most persuasive coach in history says, if you guys lose, something really bad is going to happen. And Q9 decide, hey, we should probably focus up. They have 8 rounds. Maybe we should just win it. And they absolutely stomped them 2 rounds in a row and just win it.
It's the veiled threat of more free-for-all DMs back in the boot camp. And yeah, they do not want more of that, that's for sure. They're trying to catch some sleep right after this. But, I mean, Q9 at the end of the day, they're just a better team over LCK. LCK just couldn't hold it together. I think they had like 3 wrong reads in a row. That's why they did lose the game. And yeah, I mean, it just seemed like the timeout that LCK gave them just gave them a bit of time to recover.
Yeah, that was absolutely bonkers. But Q9, like you mentioned, is going to propel themselves as the #1 seed throughout the group stages in their own group. And LCK, I think we are safe to say that this year's grand final is over for them.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you know, it would have to be a perfect storm, and then even then, they're probably not getting out. So, yeah, pretty much done-zo here for the side of LCK. I have a lot of faith for Vasco to win that match against Ranking, and even if they don't, probably still making it through. So, Q9 Club, definitely the strongest team in this Group A. We had a call that Group A may be the group of death. I don't really feel that way, but certainly Q9 feels like a big team from this group that could potentially make waves when it does come down to the knockout stage, the playoffs, the semis, the finals. We'll see just how far they can go, as once they focused in, once they locked in just a little bit, they were able to get across the line. Shout out to Spoxy and to Zane. Those 2 guys, I feel like, had the best night out for the side of LCK. But not quite enough to pull the weight of the team up against Q9.
Yeah.
10-8 is going to be the score, and Q9 does share the kills over the board. No one really falling behind. I mean, XJ has his moment of sub base, so...
Hey, he's already done his job. He doesn't have to
He's pulled his own weight, and of course the MVP is going to be you.
The man who locked in.
Oh, wow. All right.
That was very cute.
Yeah.
He locked in super hard, that's for sure.
Yeah, yeah, let's say, yeah, whatever. 1.25 KD, 106 ADR, so this man has been lifting some weight for his own team in his own rights. I wouldn't even be surprised to see XJ up in there just because of that moment on sub base.
Hey, he's my MVP at least. But we're gonna take a look at the Group A standings here, and now it is a 3-0, and it's gonna be the decider whether or not was it Vasco versus Ranking, which is tomorrow, if I am not mistaken. So that's gonna be deciding whether or not
so minus 12 rounds, 8 rounds, 20 rounds.
It is possible for LCK to still get in.
Vasco needs to lose 10-0, both maps.
10-0?
Yeah, that's the only way for LCK to propel themselves into...
Is that how that works?
Yeah, yeah, I think that's how you calculate the rounds. I mean, I haven't run the mathematics, like, this is on top of my head, but 8 plus 12 is 20, and 10-0, 10-0. And
that would make them
after the rounds,
12.
it goes into the kills to make the decider, and but for the kills, we don't have the stats. We don't have it in front of us just right now, so...
Also, most important thing, Vasco is the heavy favorite against Ranking. So, you know, speaking of 10-0, 10-0, like getting 2-0, like that's not... It's almost like that's just not going to happen. Vasco should be able to get 1 map. Even if they get some rounds along the way, they should be getting into playoffs. So, for them, feeling pretty good after watching this matchup. They will have to be in 2nd place, no doubt, after Q9 got 3 wins, but Vasco now have an opportunity to move into the knockout stage and make some waves. We'll have to wait and see what they can do up against some of the, not tier 1, seed 1? Ranking 1? But
top seed.
Top seed?
Top second seed.
#1 team from the group.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah. See what they can do against those teams.
Are going with the old terms,
bro. The unKnights.
The unKnights.
The unKnights. The unKnights.
Uncle Brando. Yeah. Uncle Bench. I'm like your uncle now because of you.
Because of me?
Yeah.
What did I do? unKnights? I guess so.
Yeah, I guess you guys are just unKnights.
So, the biggest fan of Q9 Club here on the group. What do you feel like makes Q9 stronger or different compared to some of the other top teams that we have at this tournament?
Their defense, the best in the tournament. No one comes close. Granted, LCK did find some chinks in it in Black Widow, but if we ignore Black Widow and put them in any other map, you know, they're the best at it. I mean, they're probably going to work on their GR side because, you know, LCK just kind of ran at them, and that's kind of how Black Widow works. That's kind of how you win. And, yeah, I think what makes them good as well is their further improved offense. I feel like they were such a one-dimensional team before they got here in CFBL, where they're like, oh, they're going to have a really good GR, and then they're going to fall apart on the second half, but then they kind of worked on it as the season was going through, and by the time playoffs came around, it seems like they kind of fixed that issue. So, in my opinion, they're like the most complete team in this tournament.
All right, so before I get on board with your hype train with Q9, before I pay my bills, what's that one factor that you believe in them to win against Wolf, win against all gamers, to win this grand finals? Like, I'll need to hear that first before I do join along your ride with Q9.
Well, they got this guy named XJ. I'm not saying, you know, I'm not going to mention the spin because we've already, that's a dead horse at this point.
Which spin?
Which spin?
All of them at this point. I feel like XJ is a very underrated IGL, man. I really feel like he positions his team very well. I feel like the Black Widow one might be, you know, a bit of a iffy call for him.
I don't know.
Yeah, they lost focus. I feel like putting XMY in A instead of Koi is definitely a choice. But, you know, 99% of the time, he's had the right call, he's had the right read, and time again, just like how I said earlier, right, they were kind of playing off nameplates, and when Dezane died in AO sub base, they're like, all right, let's just run A, and there's no hesitation from any player whatsoever. So they really do trust this guy, whether or not he's going to have the right or wrong call.
I think that's very fair. You know, to be honest, compared to the other two Chinese teams at this point, you could say that, hey, Wolf Empire are extremely strong, but all gamers still lost to them. Q9 didn't really find any road bumps on their victories and their journey to getting first place. They were able to take down Vasco pretty easily as well. So, yeah, I think the future is bright for this team. I think they should be the favorites up against whichever team they face in the knockout stage, which means they get to move on to a semifinals. I think from there, we'll have to see how they deal with the pressure. But guys, we're done here for the cast. Let's go over to the stage for the interview.
Welcome back to stage. This is the after-match interview session, and after the fourth BO3 finally, congratulations to Q9 for winning this victory, and the MVP is Yu from Q9.
Hello， 大家好，我是醒酒俱乐部的Yu。
Hi, I'm Yu from Q9 Club, and first congratulations for winning this victory. Is a landslide 2-0 victory. So, at the beginning, everyone was saying that Group A was the group of death. So, how did you feel when you found out your group? So, as for feeling, I think that we are of the same strength, and our team is also well in our strength. So, after this match, we've already secured the first place in the group. Did you expect this result before the game? Yes, this is within our expectation. We will be the top 1 or top 2. And I found that you feel a lot of anxieties recently, that you have some of your skin problems recently. And I think that probably this is because we have a lot of pressure recently. And let's recap for today's match. And the first sub-base, XJ's performance was very crucial in relieving a lot of pressure for the team. And we can say that he is the king of pipeline. And I think because we know better than him in this position. And there was one point that he was opposed to Flex in the standoff for a long time at the pipeline. And we want to know the advantage in the sub-base. I think that we are very good in the gun shoot skills, and also we have the strategies, and we have some targeted measures on different players. And for the second map, we choose the Black Widow. Why was that? Because constantly we are very confident in this map, so that's why we picked this map. And in the first half of the game, in the Black Widow and the A side, we always being sniped by the opponent. So what adjustments did you make in the later round of the game? I think that we lacked some communications on the position, and then we just played very positively. So we played very proactively. So everyone had a very good performance, and then we have already secured in the knockout stage. So we will be compete with the second place in the Group D. So, what is your prediction for AAs or 3BL? I think it may be AAs 2-1 and win the victory for tomorrow's game because you think AS is very strong, right? I think Gokhan and Lukon is very competitive in anti-social, and also here is a new player, WY. He's very good in his gun skills. And how do you plan to prepare for the knockout stage? So we will just put 100% of efforts to every team. Congratulations for winning the MVP of this match. And so this is the end for today's match. We finished 4 BO3, and for tomorrow there is the 4 matches for tomorrow, and we will have the top 1 and top 2. And let's hand it back to the casters.
Well, there you have it. Hello, you. Thank you for joining us on the desk.
Thank you.
Thanks,
we got the Filipino you, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, me.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yes.
Look at you, man. So inspirational.
Well, there you have it.
I love the stuff that he was saying,
right.
by the way. Just even
hitting,
identifying, the strong players on the enemy teams as well.
I feel like he did have the point, especially going into the final stages of the game, where I think the biggest problem for LCK was their communication breaking down in those last moments, especially Raffin. He was like, just like how I said, I kind of flamed him a bit on stream there. So you shouldn't be able to peek that corner. You have to be waiting for your teammate to, call it for you. But it seems like he couldn't trust his teammate to make the right play. And this game is all about trust.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
It's like this, right? Like, we can't really tell what exactly was the issue. We can only guess up on the caster desk, but that might be the case. But look at the standings. Q9 secured on Group A. For Group B, Wolf is definitely and more than likely is going
3-0
as going out of the group as #1, and all gamers as well. They have secured their spot most likely.
Yep, they got #2 in this group. Based on what we can see here, doesn't look like any team can catch up to them. Group C, we definitely have Evolution Power Gaming if they can take one victory.
It took a lot
left.
for Imperial.
They need to take down Team Lotus, and if they can do that, they will secure first place. Imperial would be in second place in this group, which is more than likely at this point.
And Group D, things look very strong for 3BL and Antisocial, but we will have to tell which one is going to be the top seed out of this group. And that's actually going to be important because you don't want to be the ones facing Q9. You don't want to be the ones facing Wolf. And you don't want to be the ones facing the top teams from other regions. But we'll have to wait and see what really unfolds. We still have 4 more BO3s to go with the group stages tomorrow. And then right after that, we do have the knockout stages, which is the best 2 best-of-5s per day. And that is where the real heat is at, because like the name suggests, you lose, you're out. Your tournament run ends right there.
And there's no gap, like you play the group stage, especially for the teams that are playing tomorrow, right? You just got to go right again. You'll have maybe 1 day of break, and then you got to go into a best-of-5 against probably a stronger team than you have played against compared to any other team in this entire tournament. But it has been a great day of CFS 2024 Grand Finals. Thank you so much for joining us here today. Join us again tomorrow on the last day of the group stage, and we'll see you there.
struggle feels like an endless fight. But the flame in my heart will burn bright. In this fight, we'll rise. No fear, no retreat, no back way. Stay together, locked and loaded. Be the enemy inside. I love the future. We're on the front line. 你修补了成败。I love the future. We're ready to shine. 现在解锁未来，放下失败的过往，不再彷徨，勇敢去飞翔。I love the future. Whatever it takes, 放手去追。This is our life. Stars are falling, tracing dreams anew. Even when